Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. This video includes a short self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. We will see third part what if Harry Potter became a dark Slytherin. Let's dive in. Here is short summary. When the wards around Privet Drive fall, Harry Potter is taken, and returned forever changed. Casting aside his old mask, he embraces Slytherin cunning, uncovers forgotten secrets of the Hogwarts Founders, and steps onto a darker path where manipulation, power, and strategy may be the only way to win the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. How are you feeling, Remus? Harry asked, peering down at Remus from where he lay on his mattress at the side of the room. He'd made a little niche into a room. If it could be called one, all that was there was a mattress and dozens of books, with a long throw that he pulled over to keep the light out when he chose to sleep. Right now it was shoved up so his room was visible, letting Harry see him. A little better today, Remus admitted, giving Harry an exhausted smile. When Salazar said it was like wizarding flu, he had not been exaggerating in any way. The second day he had spent puking his guts up, thankfully, though the next 12 days had been a little easier, but no less exhausting. It was still preferable to turning into a werewolf, so he continued to tell himself to make enduring this easier. No sickness? Harry inquired, shifting the chair around so Remus could see him without straining to get up. No, Remus said, shaking his head once before groaning. After a few minutes of silence, Remus spoke again. I'm proud of you, you know, your parents would be too. Well, that's different. The last time you spoke about them you said they'd be gravely disappointed in me for wandering the halls of Hogwarts as if I was the only one that ever did it. Harry said, giving him a pointed look. His father had broken more rules than he had during his 7 years at Hogwarts. Pulled more dangerous stunts than him too, only his father got away with them when he didn't. Remus swallowed thickly, regret gleaming in his amber eyes. I regretted that as soon as I said that, Harry. You have no idea, it was so wrong of me to say those words to you. Lily would have cursed me 5 ways to Sunday if she knew what I'd done, especially to you. She loved you so much. I've never seen anyone so protective of their child before, perhaps except Molly, and she would have gone to the very edge of the earth and back to see that you were happy. I know, Harry said softly. His mum had stayed in front of him, begging Voldemort to take her instead, so of course he knew how much his mum loved him. It didn't mean he didn't want to know more about her, but thanks to Severus he knew more than he could have ever dreamed a year ago. Doesn't mean I like hearing that they would be disappointed in me. Remus, you hurt me more than you can fathom. His childhood had made him feel insecure, eager to please anyone that was kind to him, pretty much how Dumbledore had planned. Hearing someone he liked telling him his parents would be disappointed. Of course it had affected him. He's been 13 years old. Remus felt tears building up in his eyes. I am sorry, it wasn't enough, but there was nothing else he could say that would make it better. I know, Harry said simply. It's okay now. I'm 17, nearly 18 mentally, even if it can't be acknowledged by the magical world since I've spent so long down here. Sev told me a lot about my mum. It makes me wish I knew her more, but I'm glad I'm getting the opportunity to know about her. She didn't want this life for you, didn't want the prophecy to be true. She went into denial mode. It's why she was so quick to say yes to the Fidelis charm, despite the fact James and Sirius planned on using Peter. Remus said softly. What do you mean by that? Harry asked, surprised. Did his mum suspect Pettigrew? She wasn't so sure about it, but James talked her into it. Remus confessed. But why? Harry pushed for an answer. I honestly don't know, but you didn't like Peter very much. You cried every time James tried to let him hold you, Remus confessed. Oh, Harry muttered, deep in thought. Could he have sensed something in Pettigrew that nobody else had? He doubted it. He had just been a baby, although he had probably terrified him. Pettigrew wasn't something to look at. He was a disgusting man, and had been just as disgusting as a boy. Severus had told him he used to hide behind his dad and godfather sniveling during fights. I see, he added, still contemplating ideas. You up for something to eat? I'm making treacle tart for dessert if you would like a bit, Harry suggested, smiling. You're going to miss cooking, aren't you? Remus said thoughtfully. More often than not, Harry was baking away on a new recipe from a book that Dobby had got for him. Who says I won't be cooking to miss it? Harry teased, shrugging his shoulders. Dad wasn't the only one to find rooms within Hogwarts, you know. There's a room called the Room of Requirements that can take on any shape. Lost and found room, come and go room, it gives you whatever you want. It will be easy to go up there or even just come down here for a few hours and cook. Although I don't think I will have the time for that, it's my 7th year at Hogwarts, NEWT's year, Sev says it's really busy. I've even been reading and learning arithmancy and ancient runes, so I can take the exams. Well, I'll need to ask McGonagall, of course. Room of Requirements. Remus echoed, brow furrowed. No, that was unfamiliar to him. It's a hidden room of hidden rooms within the school, 7th floor corridor. We used it to train the DA back in 5th year, Harry said, his voice going solemn. Remus didn't have to wonder why. Harry had lost his godfather that year after all. They all got the highest grades anyone has seen in 5th years, he added proudly. I'll see if you can connect the dots on why. Wait, you think there's a reason? Remus asked, weakly hoisting himself into sitting position, which was quite comfortable and easy due to the pillows stuck on the wall allowing him to sit up without using too much energy. There is, Harry said wryly. It was when Dumbledore became headmaster. He revealed, seeing that Remus probably wouldn't put it together. I'm not sure I understand, Remus admitted, perplexed. He let a lot of classes go, don't you know that? Alchemy, wandless class, dark arts, those are just a few. Salazar and Godric get into really furious arguments whenever it's brought up, not against each other but at the headmaster. Harry explained. They created the school to educate children, and to see everything so deteriorated makes them livid. The school was their baby, everything their blood, sweat and tears. People died ensuring the school was safe for future generations, a place where magical folk could practice without fear of being found out. It wasn't as easy back then. They didn't have the wards to protect the school as we do now. Like Muggle-repelling charms. You're so smart, Remus said, awed. He had learned so much in a matter of a year, lost and forgotten details. Perhaps he should speak to the Founders more often. Still, he was reading the books Rowena recommended to him. He had dozens of them spread about him, so he didn't end up too bored while he was bedbound. It wasn't over either. He had another month of it, and he was admittedly going slightly stir-crazy. Harry just grinned. I have the best tutors. That you do, Remus admitted, all of them excelling at their own subject. Even just as a canvas they were able to command attention and teach people. I just wished I could observe a few more, which he couldn't. His body was going through changes that he didn't even want to name, never mind if he could. What are you going to tell the Order when you leave? Harry asked, standing up and moving around so he could sit next to Remus on the bottom of his bed. What do you mean? Remus muttered, confused, following Harry's movements as he sat down. It felt like forever since he and Harry had just talked, when in reality it was for Harry, but not him. They'd last spoke when Harry got rescued from the Death Eaters. Remus, Dumbledore will be panicking, having order meetings, trying to keep them from leaving completely, trying to pick someone to leave in charge. He knows he's going down, it's just the matter of finding out how long he will be going away for. They'll all want to know why you haven't responded to the summoning, and I doubt very much you've ever missed one other than the times it's too close to the full moon. Harry revealed, I'm also thinking you should close Grimmauld Place down. What? Why? Remus rasped out, shocked. Are you kidding me? They're disrespecting the place. They chucked everything out, stuff that doesn't even belong to them. Let's not forget what that sneak Mundungus Fletcher. They've no right to do that. If that was your place, your home, your parents' stuff, would you let it happen? It's just a good job they can't take any of the books out of the library or they would be gone as well. Harry snapped, showing his anger at the way they were treating the stuff. Sirius didn't mind, Remus pointed out quietly, but he already conceded the point. Sirius wasn't in his right mind. Azkaban did a lot of damage, plus he would do anything to get back at his parents. That isn't something an adult would do. Harry sighed, running his hand through his hair. He didn't get a chance to grow up properly. I wished he had more than anything else, but what can you do? He's gone and I will have to live with that. Remus grimaced but nodded, knowing he was right. It's just something of an idea I had. Harry sighed. Knowledge is knowledge, and the Blacks have a lot of it. Not all of it is dark, you know. Plus dark magic isn't necessarily evil. You're more inclined towards the dark because you are a werewolf and a dark creature. Plus magic is magic. It's only been labeled dark by wizards who are afraid of it. It wasn't always that way. Has Severus gone to each meeting? Remus wondered. No, not all of them, but he's never gone to them all. If Dumbledore specifically asks him, then yes, but he's too busy to even think straight right now, no doubt. Harry replied, grinning viciously. He is getting married tomorrow. I can't wait for Ron and Hermione to write to me about how it goes. Remus shook his head. He shouldn't find it amusing, but he did, not in the same way Harry did, of course. I have a potions lesson to get to. Are you sure you're going to be all right? Something to eat. I have chocolate, he suggested despite the fact he didn't want to share. I can't say no to that, Remus said, his amber eyes lighting up at the mere mention of chocolate. Harry laughed. Okay, he said, standing up, making sure not to jar any of the books and send them spilling all over the place. Chocolate it is, but you're eating dinner tonight. You know you can't take the potion on an empty stomach, even if it's difficult. You heard what Salazar said, it's 10 times worse. Remus smirked. Harry was more like his mother than anyone realized. Sure, he was his own man, but the manner in which he cared about the people he loved was very similar. Lily could be pushy as well, when it came to making sure they looked after themselves. I know I'll try to eat, he promised, if only for Harry's own peace of mind. Go on, I'm sure Salazar won't be impressed if you're late. Are you kidding? He doesn't care. He and Severus spend half their time talking potions. Harry laughed as he moved away. Remus watched him leave, the words he'd said earlier echoing in his head like a never-ending drum beat. He had screwed up so bad in the past. He'd always felt bad that he'd said those things to Harry. He'd cursed himself to hell and back for uttering them, but he'd thought Harry had realized he hadn't meant it in a bad way. He was such a fool to believe otherwise. He'd taken them to heart and carried it around for years. He wasn't sure when Harry had discarded the words as untrue, and he prayed it hadn't been 3 years it took him to realize that. Hey, Sev, Harry said, his entire face lighting up. Remus noticed before the door closed behind him. A frown once again settled on his face. What on earth was going on? Was it just friendship between the two? Of course it was. He scolded himself. There was no way they could have anything more, could they? He needed to talk to Snape, and soon. Ready to start? Severus asked, smirking in amusement, no longer bothered by the fact that Remus Lupin was sharing his and Harry's private space. Probably because he had rarely had to talk to him, that and he was too sick to watch them constantly. Oh, he wasn't stupid. The werewolf was unsubtly trying to dig for answers, and in such a Gryffindor way too. It was embarrassing to see. Although it was mostly the portrait he was asking, apparently he didn't have the guts to outright question Harry or himself. Harry had told him of the conversation he and Remus had about seeing a mind healer. In these times it was a stupid thing to do or even suggest. While Harry did need help with everything that happened to him, a healer wasn't exactly the right person. They were apathetic. While they appeared to be sympathetic, they wouldn't understand. How could they when they'd never come across Voldemort or worse been forced to endure his presence for a second, never mind hours? So what are we doing today, Salazar? Severus heard the end of Harry's question, internally cursing at the fact he had been so deep in thought that he had missed Harry talking. That rarely ever happened. He couldn't afford to let it happen, in all honesty. He was a spy. His life hinged on the fact that he was able to keep his wits around him at all times. It just went to show just how much he liked it here in the chamber, a place where he could relax fully. I only have a few more potions that can be brewed. The rest you've done, Salazar admitted, bemused. Next thing you will do is create one. Create one, Harry uttered. I can't do that. I'm not smart enough to actually create something. He protested wide-eyed. It's nothing to do with smarts, Salazar barked. Your friend, you say that's so smart. She couldn't create one because she follows precise instructions, relying heavily on the book. Severus and I have taught you to brew looking beyond what the books say. I've said you're capable of it, and you can bet your galleons that I will see it done. It irritated him something awful when the boy would second-guess himself. It was deeply ingrained no doubt, but he would do whatever it took to get it out of him. Being kind about it obviously didn't work, so he was going to try being impatient. Harry ducked his head, hiding his grin before saying, "All right, I'll try. Now let's get to it. Ingredients are in front of you." Salazar instructed sternly. "Did you always conduct your potion classes like this?" Harry asked, curiously. "I was slightly worse. I didn't just have two self-respecting wizards in front of me. I had children. While they understood how dangerous it was, they couldn't help but be competitive and moronic," Salazar said dryly. "What was it like when you first opened the school?" Harry inquired, wanting to know more as both he and Severus moved in sync, Harry getting the herbs for both of them and Severus getting the potion ingredients. They were beginning to grind up 2 leaves before Salazar spoke again. "The first few years we didn't have a lot of students. We wondered if it had been such a good idea, began to lose hope. We had used all our combined fortunes to build a school for wizards and witches, thought we were doing a good thing. Then just as we were about to lose all hope, Rowena had a vision, one of the rare ones she shared with us. Generations in the future, Hogwarts filled with students, vibrant, full, with wondrous magic we had yet to see or name." Salazar said, awe deep in his voice, evidently remembering the feelings even to this day. "Of course, after it happened I didn't get to see if flourish as much as the others." He didn't need to elaborate on what it was, since it was pretty much the first thing Severus and Harry had found out about Salazar when they came to the chamber. "Can't be easy to know the risk of another war that may well claim the lives of yet more children," Severus said, his own face strained as he thought about it. "I won't let that happen," Harry said, his tone sincere and strong. "I want," adding the first herb into the boiling cauldron. Severus, in a rare move, squeezed Harry's shoulder in comfort without saying a word. It wasn't fair or right that Harry had to do this, but he was also glad that it was Harry and not Longbottom. Heaven forbid the thought of him being responsible for saving the world was laughable. Albeit he was stronger than he gave him credit for, Harry wouldn't defend him so rigorously if he didn't see something in him. He still wasn't powerful or strong enough to do what needs done. Harry leaned into the comfort being offered. They'd been so busy training that he hadn't allowed himself the distraction that was Severus. He cared about him more than he had cared about anyone else. They spent most of the day together and nights, yet it was enough for him. That and the fact the marriage contract had backfired on Dumbledore so spectacularly that he no longer needed to worry about being bonded. He didn't need to worry, but Harry would like to be. Severus stared down at the teenager. His calculations were that Harry would be near enough 19 years old in the coming weeks. Just before they had to return to the school full-time, and somehow it made his attraction to him easier to bear. Of course it would. He wasn't 17 years old anymore, wasn't the same age as his students. Time had gone by so quickly, it was hard to believe it had been 2 years they'd been here. For Remus it had only been a month. A further month was needed, then he would be free to leave, no longer a werewolf. He hoped the wizard would leave. He didn't want him there until the school started again. Lifting his arm half unsure, before he gathered his courage and began to card his hand through Harry's growing yet still slightly messy locks, his lips twitching into a genuine smile when Harry leaned in. Harry stared up at Severus, desire plainly reflected in his eyes, but as soon as Severus saw that, he became distant as he always did. "Why do you do that?" Harry ground out, hurt flaming behind his eyes, and for the first time showing Severus what it was doing to him instead of looking away, hiding it. "We are in the middle of brewing, and if we do not slice this, then the potion is ruined before we begin," Severus stated, holding out the ingredient until he took it. Cursing inwardly at he hurt he could clearly see shining out of those green orbs he could barely resist. It was taking all his willpower not to. Thankfully they'd been too busy for his little minx to be up to much, and at night he was too exhausted not to forget Holy Innocent, which by the way made it 10 times more arousing to taunt him much. "You can't use that as an excuse," Harry muttered bitterly. "Harry, not now," Severus sighed. "We shall speak about this tonight." "We never do, Sev. Please don't lie to me, I'm so sick of it." Harry sounded hollow and exhausted as he said that. If you don't want me, at least have the guts to say it to my face and not string me along. Severus turned to face him, grasping a hold of Harry's face and ing him, dominating urging Harry to submit to him. Which he did without much of a fight, but he would get better and bolder as time went on. He absently froze the potions at their state so they didn't need to begin all over again. Realizing what he was doing, Severus ripped his lips from Harry, watching him flush bright red, his eyes dilated in desire. Stepping back further, breathing through his nose, regaining his composure. There's a time and place for everything, Harry, and this is neither the time nor the place. I want you a great deal, but I want you to survive more. Why can't I have both? Harry asked. We cannot afford the distraction, Severus replied, and before Harry could protest. I don't solely mean on your part. Clearing his throat at the clearly pleased look Harry was supporting, pointedly telling him without saying anything to get his mind back on task. He noticed that Salazar had left his portrait and was grateful for that. And if waiting we lose our one chance. Do you want that? Harry asked, gazing shrewdly at Severus, being serious. Dying with regrets. I have a number one target on my back, and all the training in the world isn't going to make me better than him. He has what? Near enough 50 years and he's played about with more magic than I can fathom. You have a greater chance of surviving, you've spied this far and lived, Sev, you're brilliant at what you do. I have every confidence that you'll make it. Me not so much, but I'll do whatever it takes to make it through, to see him defeated, so that you don't have to spy anymore, so my friends can live in a world without him. Severus allowed Harry to sashay closer and wrap his arms around him. He suspected it was more for the teen's comfort than his, but he relished it nonetheless. Pressing his nose into Harry's hair and inhaling sharply, you knew how bad things were when it was teenagers that made the most sense. If there was one thing he did know, it was that life was too short, sometimes extremely short for some. His list of regrets was longer than both his arms, but he didn't want Harry on that list. Ginevra Weasley stared at what was to be her wedding dress, which was just the dress she had worn to the Yule Ball dyed white. Her parents absolutely refused to take anything from Dumbledore, but it didn't escape her notice that he wasn't exactly offering them anything, not even to save face. No, he was making her parents sweat without having money and going against him, no doubt. At least that's what her parents thought. She was getting married today, in her back garden with family only, no friends, no beautiful corsage dress she had imagined. Her bouquet consisted of flowers that had been picked by her mother not even a few hours ago. The shoes had also been turned white for the purpose of this farce of a wedding. Nothing had turned out how it should have. Today was the day she should have been becoming Lady Ginevra Potter, not Mrs. Ginevra Dumbledore. A shudder of disgust coursed through her. She couldn't help it, she was being forced to marry a very old man, would be forced to. No, her mum had said he would figure out a way so they didn't have to, and if it had to happen it would only be once. Afterwards she could take potions to aid her getting pregnant, which she would have to, seeing as it was a contractual obligation. The only way out of it is if she was physically unable to get pregnant due to a medical issue. Considering the fact she was a Weasley, she wouldn't be holding her breath for that kind of miracle. Really, it may have well been a funeral, there wasn't a happy face in the house at all, but she took solace from that. She would have been furious with anyone pretending this was a happy day. She wasn't happy. She was supposed to be rich, supposed to be happy. She could have made him happy. She knew how to seduce men. She would have ensured Harry loved her completely, and never thought of straying. Of course the fact she would have was completely irrelevant. Harry wasn't a man, and he was a virgin and blushed so easily. She needed a man, just not someone like Dumbledore. The minister is here with him, Fleur said, her English becoming a little more perfect over time. She and Bill had planned on marrying here, but considering it was being sullied by this, she thought perhaps somewhere else would be more appropriate. She never thought she would see the day that Bill's little sister would marry before him, neither had Bill really. Everyone in the kitchen looked out to see Fudge with Dumbledore. Ginny, go upstairs and get dressed, hurry along now, Molly said, grabbing the dress and shoes before she ushered her daughter up the stairs and into her bedroom. Her face a grim line of concern and barely concealed sadness. Unfortunately they had learned there was absolutely nothing they could do for her now. I can't believe this is happening, Ron admitted, a grimace of disgust on his face that he just couldn't hide. None of us can, Bill replied, staring at his youngest brother sadly. At least the others had jobs. With this latest business he was worried for Ron. Despite the fact the newspapers had reported that the Weasleys weren't to blame for what had happened, due to the potions Dumbledore had administered, he feared that it wouldn't truly change people's opinions. His and Fleur's engagement had been sullied due to this. It wasn't fair on his fiancée, but thankfully she understood and hadn't called it off when all this happened. Excuse me, Arthur sighed as he moved towards the door and opened it, allowing Cornelius Fudge and Dumbledore admittance into his home. He had sent them both a slip of paper so they could see past the Fidelius charm and into his home. As soon as they were gone he would renew it so that Dumbledore could not come back. He didn't trust him. Good afternoon, he said with forced friendliness, but he knew they would understand why he was under so much pressure. I assume the wedding will be held outside, Cornelius said, remaining professional. Before they came in they had both seen a white gazebo, with a fire roaring in the middle of it, with a few tables smattered out for the few guests that would be here for it. It is, my daughter will be down in a few minutes, Arthur promised. Why don't we all make our way outside now? It was much too crowded in the house. Hell, it was crowded enough when it was just his immediate family without their partners and everything with them. He refused to even look at Dumbledore. Then, without waiting on anyone replying, he moved outside and began to walk over to the gazebo. He certainly needed some fresh air before he did something he would seriously regret, or maybe not. The others automatically began to follow, seating themselves around the white chairs and tables. Cornelius Fudge looked very uncomfortable being there, but he did begin to regain his composure when Percy Weasley began speaking to him. It was much easier to talk about work than think about what he was going to be doing soon enough. Marrying a 16-year-old girl to a 100-year-old man, it was enough to give him nightmares. He was just glad he hadn't had children of his own, although through no choice of his own. No, he had a grown nephew and niece who he had spoiled all his life, and was content enough with that. Mum, I can't do this, Ginny said, trembling in front of her mother dressed in her wedding attire. Her brown eyes filled with tears that refused to fall. She had cried so much that she just couldn't cry anymore. Ginny, you must, Molly said, her voice filled with warning. Your magic, she shuddered at the mere thought. Never mind seeing it happen. It's not the end of the world. You can have the children and divorce as soon as you can. I'm sure that's what Albus plans. As horrible as he has been, there's no doubt this is horrifying to him too. Ginny bit her lip savagely. She really didn't want to do this. Oh, Ginny, sweetheart, he will be in Azkaban soon, then you can come home, Molly said, soothing her daughter. It's just one day, only one day. Ginny nodded without really listening to her mother, her shoulders slumped in defeat. She was then ushered out of her bedroom, and they made their way slowly down the stairs, giving themselves time to regain their composure. The lovely smell of cooked food in the kitchen made Ginny's stomach churn. It'll be fine, Molly insisted, patting her daughter on the arm as they both made their way to the gazebo. Arthur began walking towards them. He would walk Ginny to Dumbledore as tradition dictated. Although she knew Arthur didn't want to do it, he would regardless, as they were nothing if not traditionalists when it came to certain things, certainly not arranged marriages. Molly moved to sit beside Fleur and her eldest son. Charlie gripped her shoulder from his seat next to Bill. Arthur handed his trembling daughter to Dumbledore, giving him a look that stated he would find a way to kill him if he hurt her. Stepping back, he sat to the left beside his wife, tense, grim and haunted already by what he had just done. There wasn't a single camera within the vicinity, no cheering and applause of happy sobs as there should have been. We are gathered here to join Ginevra Weasley and Albus Dumbledore in holy matrimony, Fudge spoke up, doing this as quickly as he could manage, not even trying to pretend this was something anyone wanted. Who gives the woman in marriage this man? I do, Arthur spoke tersely. If any person can show just cause why they may not be joined together, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. Fudge said, tensing as he looked around at the family who looked as if they were gritting their teeth rather harshly. Do you, Ginevra Weasley, vow to take Albus Dumbledore to be your husband, to love, to cherish, to obey, to remain faithful, forsaking all others, keeping yourself onto him until death do you part? Fudge repeated the lines that were required, showing none of his queasiness. Ginny swallowed thickly. It was a vow, she wouldn't be able to take another until Dumbledore died or they divorced. If she did, she would lose her magic. She felt defeated, and how she hated how her life had turned out. Knowing she had no choice, not willing to lose her magic. She managed to croak out a weak, "I do," and magic swirled around her, holding her to her word. "Do you, Albus Dumbledore, vow to take Ginevra Weasley to be your wife, to love, to cherish, to remain faithful, forsaking all others, keeping yourself onto her until death do you part?" Fudge said, giving the sentence as Dumbledore had demanded it. Dumbledore inwardly nodded his approval at the words. He would not be obeys a 16-year-old girl no matter what the occasion. She would be obeying him in all ways. He had to get something from this after all. "I do," Albus sighed sadly, looking defeated and worn. "Exchange your rings to bind the vow to you," Fudge said, looking as though he wished to be anywhere else but here right now. Albus removed 2 rings from his gaudy yellow and fuchsia robes. They were plain wedding bands, absolutely nothing special. He quickly put the ring on her finger, absently noticing how soft they were. Immediately he strengthened his mental barriers. He was not going to think on that, not here and not now. His reputation was in tatters as it was, but he would soon get it sorted out. He left his ring in his palm, waiting for her to play her part, not making it easier on her by doing it himself. Ginny grudgingly caught on and picked it up, wrinkling her nose at how it looked. She'd wanted a beautiful diamond engagement ring in the Potter wedding bands. That was what she should be wearing, much to the jealousy and envy of everyone, not wearing a single gold wedding band by Dumbledore. Merlin, she should have been a lady, her life was so messed up. Grimacing at the feel of the old wrinkled hands, she pushed the ring on his finger before dropping her hands and face to stare at the floor as everything became too much for her. May these rings be blessed as the symbol of affectionate unity. These 2 lives are now joined in one unbroken circle. Wherever they go, may they always return to one another. May these 2 find in each other. May they grow in understanding and in compassion. Fudge rushed in a hushed voice until the magic swirled around both figures, completing the marriage contract between them both. "Congratulations, you are now husband and wife." Everyone remained standing or sitting, not sure what to do now, since this was never going to be a proper wedding. Fudge startled them all by apparating away, causing them to all look at the space where he had been. "Let's have dinner, shall we?" Molly said, standing up and moving towards the house. Fleur, Hermione and Ron followed her to help her get all the food out of the house. Carrying 2, they magically levitated the rest, moving back towards everyone without a word. The plates floated over to the tables, and everyone claimed a seat of their own. It had to be the most awkward dinner and least uneaten meal Molly Weasley had ever cooked and hosted. "I apologize, I must return to Hogwarts. I have much to do before my court date tomorrow," Albus said, standing up, after over half an hour of playing with the food he had no intention of eating. Staring at them chidingly over his half-moon glasses, it was their fault he was being put in this position after all. "Do take care, I fear that Voldemort might step up his attacks due to my current predicament. Especially Hogwarts, it might be vulnerable to attack," laying the blame at their feet without outright saying anything. Judging by the steel look in their eyes, they had understood all too well. Hopefully it would work, and guilt tripped them into retracting the charges against him. "We must go," Albus informed his new wife, placing his hand on his shoulder. Turning to face him properly for the first time, she glared at him in frustration and anger. It was all his fault. If he hadn't bloody tempted her, and allowed her to go about things the way she was originally going to, this would never have happened. She would have quite happily seduced Harry until she got him eating out of her hand, then began dropping hints about eternity bands and wedding rings and an actual wedding. "Do you not wish to say goodbye?" Albus replied smoothly, gripping her arm just a little bit too tightly. She wouldn't get away with that impudence for much longer. She would learn what it was to be a wife, cooking, cleaning, keeping him happy. If he had to have her and besmirch his reputation, he would get something out of it. A child would be the best way to go, a continuation of the Dumbledore line. A baby always made everyone happy. Not that he particularly cared for one, but regretfully the contract he was stuck in demanded it. Molly swept forward, jing her daughter again, whispering into her ear so only she could hear, "It will be fine." She wasn't sure who she was trying to comfort at this point, herself or her daughter. It fell flat because they both knew it wasn't going to be, not ever again. Arthur G'd her briefly as well before soothing his wife, who looked ready to have a panic attack. Fred, George, Charlie, Fleur, Bill, Ron and Hermione just stood there feeling useless as Dumbledore put his hands on Ginny and apparated both of them away. "Don't worry, Mum, she'll be back home tomorrow," Fred said soothingly. "Yeah, he won't get away with it," George added without finishing his brother's sentence for once. "Let's get inside, it's not safe out here," Arthur said, shepherding his family backside the safety of the Fidelius charmed home. One member of their family short, the food was left out there at least until Molly remembered a few minutes later and banished it all to the sink, and with one simple charm had it all washing itself and placing it on the rack to cool. Ginny Weasley barely blinked when she was sidelong apparated. She was used to such an occurrence. Being the youngest, she often went with her mother to go shopping, and without all her siblings she had apparated instead of wasting flow powder. She stared at Hogwarts, baffled though. Why had he brought her here? He surely had a house somewhere, right? She didn't want to see any of the teachers, ghosts or house elves. This had been humiliating enough, and the knowledge she would be returning to Hogwarts married was even worse. She almost didn't want the summer to end. She didn't even want to think on what her friends would say. She had heard from them but didn't feel like writing back. Without letting go of her arm, Dumbledore began walking, forcing her to go with him, his grip too tight. "You're hurting me," Ginny bit out, trying to shake off his grip, which was really surprisingly tight, especially for an old man. "Quiet," Albus demanded, continuing on up the entrance hall stairs, taking a left to the closest flow powder, not wishing to walk all the way to his office. He wasn't going to use any of the secret tunnels he'd created from his office to get everywhere he wanted quicker. He wasn't about to let her in on any of his secrets, even if he was going to ensure her silence on all matters. Ginny felt a sinking feeling in her stomach. She didn't know why, but she did. The headmaster, she refused to think of him as her husband, was acting different. Never before had she seen him be this way with anyone. What if her parents were wrong? She thought, beginning to panic as she was forced into the fireplace. She barely heard the words, but she soon tumbled out at the headmaster's something. It wasn't his office. Scrambling away from him, eyeing him as if he was something dangerous, quite an apt description considering there was a reason Voldemort hadn't won against him. Then suddenly she felt herself falling, unable to keep her own weight. She hadn't even heard him utter a spell. Her eyes were wide with fright, fearfully whimpering as he approached her. She almost wanted to believe it wasn't him, that it was someone under Polyjuice Potion. Breathing raggedly, she felt the disconcerting feeling of being levitated boneless. The relief was profound as she was merely placed on a seat. "What are you doing?" Ginny protested angrily, her brown eyes boring holes into the old man. Albus just gazed at her calmly, before moving towards an ornate desk, and removed a square wooden box, which he opened, and within it held 3 vials of potions. Ginny could see them and felt panic beginning to consume her again. What was going on? Why was he doing this? And more importantly, what were they? Plucking the first one from its velvet resting place, he turned back around to face the 16 years old, his blue eyes unusually severe. Ginny could do nothing to protest or fight as he tipped her head back, and opened her mouth. The disgusting liquid slid easily down her unresisting throat, as he rubbed it to ensure it did. His magic began to flow around both of them. She felt it entering her, weaving around her relentlessly. "You will never tell anything or anyone about our private life. What happens between us remains between us," Dumbledore commanded. Ginny's eyes widened again, feeling the magic coaxing around her magical core, understanding what the potion was doing to her now. No, this couldn't be happening. Why was he doing this? What was he going to do to her that required this potion? Yes, she agreed despite the fact she didn't want to. The potion was making her answer. "You will obey my every command," he continued on, not letting up the slightest despite the fear in her eyes. "You will never try to hurt or kill me." Knowing about all her plans, he would have been impressed if it was anyone but him, of course. "Yes," she agreed once more. "I won't." Good, Dumbledore said, relaxing and smiling genially at Ginny. He wasn't about to be embarrassed by his new wife, or worse have her tattling to her mother and family now, was he? Now you didn't eat much, would you like something brought up for you? He asked her, petting at her, watching the disgust in her face with amusement. She had best get used to his touch, for he would be doing a lot more come the time. No, she snapped angrily, gasping at the pain that radiated down her back. What the hell was going on? That's no way to speak to your husband now, is it? Dumbledore said pleasantly enough. No, Ginny whispered in defeat as the spell keeping her lax was finally removed. Strip, said the elder wizard. The potion wouldn't force her to do it. She would learn that it was better to give in and do as he asked, though if she thought the pain was bad now, well, she would learn the bigger the infraction the worse the pain. This outcome hadn't been what he wanted, but at least not all was lost. Ginny lay trying to sleep, but she couldn't, tears of shame rolling down her face. She desperately wanted to go home, to be away from the old wizard. Even as she thought that her body tingled, there was no denying he had made her feel so good, but it disgusted her too. She felt like a whore, her backside hurt like blazes. She'd never let herself be taken that way before today, personally finding it utterly distasteful. She was used to being the one in charge after all. The tables had turned, she had been forced to do things with him, or the pain started up again. She was laying half under Dumbledore, unable to get away from his oppressive presence, his arm wrapped securely around her middle, keeping her tightly confined. She prayed and begged that he would end up in Azkaban forever, so she would never have to see him again. For the first time since this all occurred, she realized what she had tried to force on Harry, and nobody deserved that. Least of all her. She just wanted to have money, to be rich, to have nice things. Was it too much to ask for? Especially after growing up in a family where she only got second-hand clothes. If Dumbledore ended up in Azkaban, she would be able to use his money. He wouldn't be able to stop her. She could get new clothes, and new uniform, as well as new things like scales and books for school. The trial couldn't come soon enough. Wincing once more, she really needed a potion for the pain. If only she knew what pittance he got. Master Severus, you have a letter from the headmaster, Dobby said, his hand outstretched with the aforementioned letter clutched in his hand. He was alerted every time a Patronus or even a letter even went anywhere near Severus' quarters at Hogwarts, despite the fact he wasn't actually there. It was a complicated charm, and how it worked in the time bubble the house elf had no idea and didn't even try to work it out. He had gotten there just in time once to only hear the end of the Patronus message. Since then he always made sure to go the second the charm alerted him. It wasn't so bad now, since Salazar had instructed Severus to put a portrait in his room, and the founder used a series of portraits so nothing was missed. Thank you, Dobby, Severus replied in kind as he accepted the letter, and quickly opening it. He had just gotten back from a Death Eater meeting, and the last thing he truly wanted was to attend an Order meeting next. Fortunately for all of them, the Dark Lord had been in quite frankly the best mood he'd ever seen him. He'd actually been amused, though he didn't seem inclined to plan any attacks on Hogwarts, and for that he was utterly grateful. It had been one of the shortest meetings to date, as he got the information he required without doling out punishments. That probably was mostly why the meeting had been so short. Dobby beamed. It had been a whole since Master Snape had thanked him. The entire time Harry's Mooney had been down, he hadn't once said anything to him, just nodded his head curtly. Harry had done most of the talking. He was extremely glad things were going back to normal. He just had to celebrate, perhaps cooking them a big meal. He didn't let the fact he hadn't said much upset him. He knew most wizards preferred to keep their true thoughts and feelings to themselves, not letting others in on them. Although his old master had been different, he'd only show his feelings at the manor. Outside he remained passive and unaggressive. What does he want this time? Harry asked, his face peering at Severus in curiosity. This was nice. It was good to be able to be close to Sev again during the day and not just when they were in bed. As much as he missed Remus' company, he was glad it was just the pair of them. Sighing inaudibly, he continued to contentedly lay there. I do have to read it first, Severus chided dryly, smirking slightly when it only made Harry laugh and burrow more comfortably into his side. Staring down at the dark hair of Here, his heart jerked slightly. He wondered absently if he would ever get used to this feeling of completeness, contentment, seeing worry, fear and fondness in the eyes of another person. Harry had so many different facets of his character. He was so innocent in ways of UAL contact. Seeing that blush go made him harder than anything else could, with the possible exception of Harry speaking Parseltongue. It had made more than one potion lesson extremely difficult, to say the least, and he was sure Salazar had done it on purpose. Yet he was strong, powerful, and graceful when it came to his own powers. His belief though needed some work. Harry had learned everything he could possibly teach him, yet he didn't believe himself powerful. Severus believed it had something to do with the Dursleys. Nothing he really said broke through. Too long in being told you were useless would do that to you. He wasn't keeping Harry at arm's length, but was reluctant to go further. He didn't understand why Harry would want to be tied down to an old man. He knew some aspect obviously. He could understand Harry in a way his peers never could, but he was far from the most attractive man. Yet Harry didn't seem to care. He could have anyone, and Severus did admit even only to himself he was rather smug in the fact that Harry wanted him, not anyone else. Severus read it, an eyebrow arched in surprise. I think he's finally losing it. You think? Harry snorted in amusement as he read it with his lover. Boyfriend. He wasn't sure which label would suit Severus, but bonded popped up. He still wanted it, but Severus had never brought it up now that Dumbledore had other problems to worry about, and he couldn't be forced into marriage. Does he seriously think having me there would lighten the sentence? Not that Dumbledore had said that. He just demanded that he be brought to the courtroom while Dumbledore was on trial. I think it's more of a game. He's hoping that despite what's happened you will still feel dependent on him and it will show. Severus mused, that, and he probably thinks I have control over you. Albus always did demand I come to each meal. The fact he did not speaks volumes. He thinks by my keeping you isolated you will be grateful to get out. He isn't that stupid, is he? Harry queried, glancing up at Sev, his head cocked slightly, yet despite his thoughts he felt warning bells flare up inside of him. Do not mistake stupid for overconfidence, Severus admonished gravely. He thinks he had everything under control, that the Wizengamot will not sentence him to Azkaban, due to the image he has portrayed to everyone over the years. There is also the knowledge that the Dark Lord won't attack Hogwarts with him there, or so they believe. At any rate, he does not think he will receive a sentencing. You being there is merely an added security measure he has in place to showcase his reach and influence. I wonder if the Hat wanted to put him in Slytherin. Harry chuckled, realizing just how smart that was despite his general distaste for being paraded to the masses and manipulated. Yet he had a feeling that this wasn't all Dumbledore had up his sleeve. He desperately wanted him under control, and Harry not being in his sphere of influence was bound to make Dumbledore jumpy. Was there another reason for him wanting Harry there? I wouldn't be surprised, Severus admitted somewhat distastefully. The thought of Dumbledore in the house of the SS was enough to make him feel sick. It looks like we will be leaving. I have a bad feeling about this, Harry admitted. I haven't always listened to them in the past, but he's up to something more than just using me. I can feel it. He looked away, so sure that Severus would think him being overdramatic, and he wasn't sure how he would take Severus dismissing his feelings so easily. Even if they came to nothing, he just had to follow his instincts, right? They didn't ever steer you wrong. Severus cupped Harry's face with his long nimble fingers and turned him so they could see one another. Then we must be prepared for all that comes our way, won't we? Severus stated, watching surprise and shock filter into those gorgeous green eyes. Did Harry seriously think he would dismiss his worries so readily? How he wished he could kill the damn Dursleys for doing that. He certainly was going to have a long conversation with Minerva once Hogwarts started back up. After all he'd learned, he would be able to get her fired, and would have done so if he wasn't actually fond of her. Or rather, as was Harry was, it had been Harry that was adamant about not getting her fired when he brought up the prospect. Bond with me, Harry begged, his eyes never wavering, gazing at Severus in trust, pleading, love and longing so profound that Severus was unable to breathe for a few short seconds as he stared at Harry, seeing everything as Harry deliberately let his guard down. Proving just how far that trust went, and it was complete. Nothing and nobody could ever say anything to Harry about Severus and have him believe it. Harry, bonding is a permanent thing, nothing can undo it, with the obvious exception when one of us dies, Severus told him, wincing at the nails digging into his chest when he suggested such a thing. Harry was happier to talk about his own inevitable death, but when he suggested his own, Harry couldn't handle it. It's not like a marriage, or magical contract. I know, Harry stated sharply, I've read up on them all. Sev, don't pretend like you don't know I have. Severus wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive if he did. He wasn't going to let Severus try and make him think he didn't understand what he was getting into either. He wanted someone that was his and his alone, and bonding to him he would be able to feel him all the time, and would be able to take some of the pain away when he was cursed. Not that it was a problem since Sev himself had told him he didn't get called often during the school year. If the thought of bonding doesn't sit well with you, just say it, I'm not going to think any less of you. When have you known me to hold my tongue when someone I abhor comes up? Severus sneered just lightly, I am not a Hufflepuff or worse a Gryffindor. Hey, Harry said, shoving him playfully, unable to hide his grin. Severus in his own way had just told him he wasn't adverse to the thought of bonding to him. It was going to be an uphill struggle, but he would succeed. He wanted Severus more than he had wanted anything in his life, even his own parents, and that was saying something. We will. If you say we will discuss it later, Sev, I swear I'll hex you so bad you'll not be able to sit at Dumbledore's trial. Harry warned him, you've not got any excuses this time. Talk to me, you've never had that kind of problem before. You think you can get the better of me, do you? Severus replied silkily, watching as Harry inhaled and shivered at his tone of voice, smug satisfaction thrumming through him. He didn't even need to touch him for Harry to be affected by his presence. I'd like to see you try, little one. Sev, Harry whined, I am not little. As much as he hated being called little one, he also loved it at the same time. No one had given him a nickname in his life, absolutely nobody. There wasn't one for Harry, so his friends hadn't even given him one. Not that he blamed them for that, but it was just so nice to have a nickname. Would you prefer Pet? Severus whispered into Harry's ear, watching as he flushed bright red. It always backfired on him, he thought to himself in consternation as he tried to unobtrusively place one of his palms down on his engorging. He failed spectacularly if the sudden laugh Harry let off was anything to go by. The blush went to extreme heights despite his laughter. Oh, how he wished he could show Harry everything so he wasn't so blatantly innocent. Even his own best friends had probably slept together by this point, considering how many times he'd caught them in the corridors, but before curfew, Hermione Granger would never change. Although he had the best excuse of anyone as to why he hadn't taken on a girlfriend or boyfriend. Too busy figuring out mysteries like that silly cartoon he watched as a child with Lily, Scooby-Doo if he remembered correctly. Then added to the fact he was no doubt scared anyone he got close to ended up dead, which of course was proven correct at the end of his young month's 5th year, when he lost Sirius Black. Many girls had approached Harry during his 6th year, all of them were seen scurrying away like their backsides had been lit afire. Severus inhaled sharply, as Harry stroked his fingers over the swelling lump next to him. Don't, he said, gritting his teeth despite the fact his body throbbed and his mind wanted to take it back. Hissing softly, he pressed both his and Harry's hand down on it, grinding it in a desperate effort to get some relief. Are you sure? Harry asked slyly, his fingers twitching but unable to touch properly due to the fact Severus' hand was firmly pressed down on his own. Harry, Severus croaked, cursing at the fact his own voice rasped. They had gotten well off topic, was one of the last coherent thoughts in his head, as he gave in and allowed his little minx to do as he pleased, moving his hand and dragging it through the silky tresses and just laying his hand there at the nape of Harry's neck with his thumb stroking the side of his face. In a bold move, he moved to straddle Severus, surprised that he was letting him. Despite the fact he had given into his feelings, he had been keeping anything UAL off the table, so to speak. Although it might have had something to do with Remus being there, since he could smell things greater than any normal wizard. He still would, even though he was no longer a werewolf. He could still turn into a wolf though, but it was more of an animagus form. The ritual had twisted it enough so that he was no longer forced to turn each full moon. I'm yours if you'll have me, Sev, Harry said, steadily meeting Severus' penetrating gaze as he slowly began to rock against him, delighting in the low that tore out of Severus' throat. He loved the feeling of power it gave him, that he could reduce Severus to this, that he could see past the walls he'd built up to keep himself safe. Nobody else but him, and it was a very heady thing to Harry, who had never known how good it could feel to have a partner, someone to talk to cherish. His own began to swell rapidly between them. Given the sudden glint in Severus' eyes, he knew he could feel it too. Severus cursed himself for letting it get so far. He couldn't for the life of him put a stop to it, so he wrapped his arm around the back and brought his squirming lover closer to him, and latched onto his mouth in a heated, passionate, exploring him thoroughly. Only once he began to feel light-headed did he pull back, and began to nibble in Harry's throat, feeling each and every shudder that passed through Harry's frame. Delighting in the desperate edge Harry's squirming took on as he nibbled at Harry's ear, his breath ghosting against his neck. Merlin, so innocent yet had a seductive quality to him. Severus, Harry whispered desperately, wantonly, groaning as his head pressed against Severus' shoulder. He wasn't going to last much longer. Quote! Quote. Grinding down desperately, not just trying to get relief for himself, but he so desperately wanted to make Severus come too. His head came up, watching him closely. He wanted to see Severus come. The look on his face even now was more than he let anyone see. Grasping Severus' shoulders, gazing at him, his head was against the couch, tilted somewhat, his eyes closed in obvious pleasure. His throat was bared. Harry couldn't hold his temptation. Green eyes sparked deviously as he licked at Severus' neck, nibbling playfully, before he ate hard against the skin, before moving to his thin lips and ing him some more, swallowing the groan Severus released. The coiling in his stomach was intense. He knew he wasn't going to last any more than a few seconds, but what made him lose himself completely was the red hickey mark that marred Severus' pale slender throat. Digging his hands into Severus' shoulders, his head was thrown back as he arched into Severus, his body out of his control as he surrendered to the intense pleasure of release. In his bliss he heard a stifled grunt as Severus came as well, making him feel smug as he rode on the fumes of such a spectacular orgasm. Severus opened his eyes in time to see Harry fall apart above him. The bite marks stood against his pale skin, marking him. The thought of anyone else experiencing this, seeing Harry lost in bliss, was almost too much for him. There and then he decided that he would bond with Harry, before they went back up to the school. He was at the end of the day a Slytherin, and he was possessive to boot. It was perhaps partly why he had refrained from any UAL activity. Seeing him like this, he knew there would be no going back. Pressing Harry more firmly against himself, unable to help it, he wanted this boy as his and he couldn't care less about anything else. Then, just like a puppet that had its strings cut, Harry slumped against him boneless. Do you, Harry James Potter, wish to bond with me, until death do us part? Severus spoke strongly, despite his nervous he was about this. Summoning a blade from the potions lab, and grabbing it before it got anywhere near Harry. A strong cleaning charm was cast on it, so no harmful residue that could have potentially been left behind would hurt them. Using the knife he carved the rune symbol for eternity on his hand, as well as 2 others, loyalty and love, as the bonding dictated. Surprisingly enough, to bond to someone didn't require, but it did make the bond stronger and enable the easier transition of sharing magic and thoughts, although of course, occlumency did help you to keep them from hearing everything from your partner. Yes, Harry said seriously, sitting back a little but remained firmly on Severus' knees. His hand out, waiting for Severus to draw the runes on his hand for him. Severus took it delicately, his fingers drifting over the scar. I must not tell lies. His black eyes glinted darkly in anger at that. Yet it didn't stop him from quickly drawing the same 3 runes into him as well. Do you, Severus Tobias Snape, wish to bond with me, until death do us part? I do, Severus responded. Bonding was never done in the company of others. Of course, most people usually celebrated the next day. Regretfully, neither he nor Harry had anyone who they could tell. Well, that wasn't accurate, and Harry did have his friends. Still, it wasn't as if they would be celebrating it, but if things went the way he hoped with the trial, he would definitely be celebrating with Harry at least a little. I promise to be faithful, to honor you, cherish you, and make sure all your enemies lay at your feet so you are safe. Harry vowed. His bleeding hand rose upwards, as he swore his vows, so to speak. And I promise to be faithful, to cherish and spend our lives, however it may be, making you see you are worth it. Severus replied. Neither of them was very prepared for it, but that just meant they were completely honest with one another in this, and that was perhaps the best way to go. It didn't need to be anything flamboyant, seeing it was just them. Severus pressed their hands together, nodding briefly at Harry, and then they both began to speak the words that sealed the bond completely. The happiness on Harry's face as he spoke made Severus realize this was worth it. As abrupt as it was, he would do anything for that smile of pure contentment. It was very rare to see him so happy, bedazzlingly happy. Iongo nos pariter semper propens symmetria medes, they both said together as one, and magic flashed out both of them. Harry gasped in shock at the feel of Severus' magic entering him. It was darker than his, he could feel it, but that wasn't unexpected. It immersed within his core, just as he knew Severus was receiving the same treatment. Bit by bit, their magic returned to them, filling their cores back up with their own magic, but it wasn't as it used to be. He could feel subtle differences. Once it was over, he slumped back against Severus, unable to stay upright, exhaustion prominent in every line of his body. Until he knew no more, as unconsciousness claimed him. Severus blinked dazedly, moving to rub his chest where he felt sore, only to realize that someone was lying against him. Harry, the bond, they'd done it. His eyes widened. He was marginally more powerful, but Rowena had been right. They were meant for each other, at least magically, seen as their power levels weren't all that different. Dobby. Severus managed to get out through his parched mouth. What can Dobby do for bonded masters? Dobby asked eagerly, a big beaming smile on his face. He made no attempt to hide his giddiness. His Harry Potter was happy and bonded at last. He had known it would happen. Pepper up potions, some juice and perhaps a light snack, Severus asked, amused by the look on the house elf's face. Right away, Dobby insisted, and scurrying over to the kitchen instead of popping as he normally would. Severus shook his head at the sight, before glancing at the time, sighing in relief when he realized they still had time before the trial. As much as he would like to ignore Dumbledore's insistence, it was best not to rock the boat too much. Especially seeing as he didn't know if the Wizengamot would actually imprison Albus Too Many Names Dumbledore. They didn't have as long as he would like though, but hopefully the pepper-up potion would take the edge off his tiredness. Grimacing, he desperately needed to shower. Screwing up his nose slightly, he slid his wand from his holster and cleaned them both up, removing the sticky messes, although he would definitely need a shower still. Harry, wake up, Severus said softly, knowing better than to shout when Harry was sleeping and vulnerable. His hand once again carding through his hair, smiling slightly at the grumbling as Harry was reluctantly brought out of his little rest. Sev, Harry whispered, wincing at the pain in his hand as he unattached it from Severus, his head arched slightly into the soothing touch of Severus' other hand, though almost purring. Any touch was welcomed. He had gone so long without any kind touches that he could just lay there all day and relish in this closeness with a man he loved. He didn't dare tell Sev that. He wasn't sure how he would take him saying anything like that. We bonded, Harry said in a hushed, delighted whisper. As if he was afraid that it would all be a lie if he said it any louder. We did, Severus agreed. We must get ready for the trial. I'd rather stay here, Harry murmured as he reluctantly moved so he was no longer straddling Severus but sitting next to him. He did nudge his hand so he continued his caresses, smiling slightly at the soft chuckle his bonded let out, but he did continue petting him. As would I, Severus admitted. Thank you, Dobby, he added as the house elf brought the platter towards them and placed it on the table. Stepping forward, the elf passed the 2 potions to them before with a winning grin popped away to give them their privacy. What's wrong with him? Harry asked curiously. I think he's happy, Severus stated dryly. You don't say, Harry replied wryly. It had been a long time since he took even the slightest bit offense to Severus' sarcastic nature, since he had acquired one of his own, but it wasn't so bitter anymore. Drink, Severus stated, handing him one of the pepper-up potions. You know, this potion's supposed to cure symptoms of the common cold, yet people take it when they're tired. I've never understood that, Harry said quietly, as he uncorked it and swallowed it in one go, closing his eyes as steam bellowed out of his ears. Understandably, because it does just that, Severus said, gives you energy as well, to get you through the day. That has something to do with the fact this potion in particular needs a spell to complete it. It was extremely rare to need spells in potions, and he had found that out when he was 10 or so. After being told you didn't need, silly wand waving, it is ironic, you know. Harry grinned impishly, showing Sev that he was only kidding with him. Sev unfortunately still wasn't used to anyone doing that, but he was determined to get him used to it. Indeed, Severus replied, nodding thoughtfully, it was ironic as he had found out the first time he had brewed that particular potion. Shrugging his thoughts off, he drank the potion and didn't even so much as tense as the steam poured out of his ears, causing the uncomfortable sensation of his ears popping many times until the steam stopped. Already he felt renewed. He definitely would have enough energy to deal with whatever came their way at the trial. It was odd, was one of Harry's thoughts as both he and his newly bonded wandered through Hogwarts. He could feel him, like really feel him, not just the general sense of him or his magic more specifically. He could tell with his eyes closed exactly where he was. It was as if he was hyperly aware of his very presence. It made him feel safe yet giddy as well, but that might be because he was genuinely happy. He had bonded with Sev, he'd actually done it. For the first time in his life he had someone that was completely his, who cared for him, made him feel so good, so content in ways he'd never experienced before. He would need to tell his friends. If they found out on their own there would be hell to pay, and knowing Myone, she would figure it out pretty damn quickly. She was just annoyingly amazing like that. Do you feel that? Harry asked, not specifying. Not with so many portraits around, they had no idea how this day was going to unfold. Whether Dumbledore would actually get away with it by being who he was, and what he had done. He sort of wished he could peek into the future and know for himself how it would turn out. He could have asked Rowena, but she hated being put on the spot or worse, asked questions about the future. The future was like water, continuously flowing, never ending, with so many possible ways it could go. Yes, Severus replied impassively, but there was a strange note in his voice that indicated that he was just as surprised and affected by it like Harry was. He was just able to hide it better. His pedantic mind was already wondering how strong the bond would be, if they would be able to feel each other at different ends of Hogwarts, or if it would only grow stronger as time went by. No matter, he would find out quite quickly. At least due to their protected minds, they weren't being overwhelmed by emotions not their own. They remained silent until they got to the entrance hall, and stepped out into the courtyard, the beauty of Hogwarts grounds still as mesmerizing as the first time they'd seen it. It was home to both boys who had never felt safe in their living situations, but it was a testament to their strength of character that they were still standing, albeit one slightly bitterer than the other. It would be amazing if he was sentenced to Azkaban, Harry admitted as they hastily wandered down to the gates, the gravel under their feet crunching. Neither, it seemed, bothered to call upon the coaches, too anxious and needing a way to release it before being stuck sitting for the duration of Dumbledore's trial. This was the only way they could, by walking down to the gates, which took roughly 10 minutes depending on how fast a pace you set for yourself. Just imagine a Hogwarts free of him. Shrugging his shoulders, what's the point of daydreaming about it really? Reality was Dumbledore would probably be back at Hogwarts before night's out. Indeed, Severus murmured quietly, not even going to do the disservice of even trying to lie through his teeth and suggest that Dumbledore would be behind bars. Just wait and see. No, he didn't like lying, and would never lie to Harry, not on purpose at the very least. No, the outcome was unknown to both of them, and everyone that would be in that room. It depended on a lot of factors really, whether Dumbledore's manipulations paid off, whether he had actually paid people off, and those who inevitably had to dole out the punishment, his fellow Wizengamot members. Hold on, Severus said, taking a hold of his newly bonded once they got to the gates. No more putting it off, it was time to face the music. He apparated them to the atrium at the Ministry of Magic, which was quite packed, and he was honestly surprised he'd been able to apparate into it without ending up bumping into someone. What didn't surprise him was the fact everyone knew and wanted to see Dumbledore on trial. Contrary to popular belief, Dumbledore wasn't exactly as well loved as most students believed. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if most wizards and witches here were salivating at the idea of Dumbledore being taken down a peg or two. Bloody hell, Harry muttered, looking around, hunching down, unconsciously flattening his hair down to make sure it hid his scar, as if that would help. Everyone knew what Harry looked like, scar or not. Something that didn't seem to sink into his bonded, who just tried to avoid bringing any attention to himself. Let's go, Severus stated sharply, loathing having so many people around him. With that in mind, he grasped a hold of Harry's upper arm and strode through the crowd, waiting impatiently at the desk so both their wands could be registered. The wizard was so flustered with everything that he didn't bother with their names, just registered their wands and let them continue on their way. A bit of good news really, it meant nobody realized Harry was here yet. It wouldn't last long unfortunately, but by then he hoped to be in their seat and safe from any stampeding crowd. It didn't take Severus long to get them both to the courtroom that Dumbledore had informed him his trial would be taking place in. Taking a deep breath, which wasn't noticeable to anyone if anyone had been there other than Harry of course. He yanked open the door to find it pretty packed apart from the first bench, which was usually reserved for witnesses for the defense. Irritated, he walked forward, making sure that Harry went in first, before sliding along the bench himself. He thoroughly ignored all the looks coming their way, reminding himself absently that they didn't know about their bonding. It was just the usual annoying stares Harry had to endure. Thankfully, they didn't have to deal with it long, seen as the doors began opening again, this time with ministry officials who looked grim but ready for what lay ahead. Behind them the other doors opened, admitting the Wizengamot members in their rather colorful plum robes, around 50 of them if Harry counted properly, all taking their seats, all of them older than him by at least 50 to 60 decades. Every single person on the Wizengamot held the real power in the magical world. Even the minister himself wasn't all that powerful. He had to answer to the Wizengamot, and any legislation that passed needed at least half votes to be in its favor. They were pathetic sheep too, though. They'd gone on with an underage trial for underage magic, having him on trial, but it wasn't just for one thing, it turned into all he had supposedly done over the years. He curled his lip at them, watching many of them startle at the look before Harry turned away, utterly disgusted by their very presence. He could hear them whispering but paid no mind to them. He wouldn't have been able to hear them anyway, he was too far away. Who were they? Harry asked, noticing that they stood out from everyone else in the room. Firstly, they were wearing Muggle clothes, leather of all things, with only a cloak to show that they were in fact wizards. If they were, he thought apprehensively, seeing the curve on their ears, like Dobby's ears. They were wearing weapons. 2 had a quiver for bow and arrows, and 3 had swords running the length of their tall legs. Others wicked-looking daggers, and all of them had some sort of wand holster on their arms. It didn't look like any wand holster he had ever seen. Who? Severus inquired, removing his gaze from the minister, having been reading his lips while he conversed with Madame Bones. He was adept at lip reading. Admittedly, it wasn't perfect per se, but he was able to deduce what they were talking about, and it was handy when the other Death Eaters used silencing charms. He, however, had a much better charm that prevented anyone from reading his lips, and he'd created it when he was 16 years old. Them, there in the corner just by the door, Harry muttered, twitching when they looked straight at him. Their eyes were purple, electrifying purple, swallowing thickly, not above admitting that they scared the hell out of him. He didn't back down though, despite the fact his instincts told him to. One in the front quirked an eyebrow, as if he was curious, but that look morphed into confusion when Harry scratched at an irritating itch along his face, revealing the still fading runes on his hand, something no human would have seen, but they were no humans. Severus zoned in on them, shock blooming in his back eyes as he grasped a hold of Harry's wrist. Turning to face the teen, he revealed just who they were. "They are the Vendicatori," Severus stated dryly. "Vendicatori? That isn't Latin," Harry said, shaking his head. He didn't know who they were, but obvious Severus did. "No, it isn't, it's Italian. It means avengers. They are assassins, for the Italian ministry. I suppose you could compare them to the Unspeakables, but our people are nothing on them," Severus whispered, aware that they could probably hear every word he spoke. Seeing Harry still had questions, he pressed further. "They are high elves of a sort, half-elf, half-wizard or witch. They're lethal. Their magic is very different to our own. They can do all magic without a wand, also ground people's magic and still use theirs. Before you ask, no, nothing like house elves, although they do come from a branch of the line somewhere." "Why are they here?" Harry then asked, "And why are they looking at me?" He thought angrily. "I am unsure," Severus admitted, but the feeling in his stomach wouldn't abate, especially seeing how they were looking at his bonded, confused, surprised, and he was sure there was disappointment lingering in the leader's eyes. Perhaps this was the bad feeling Harry had earlier. Harry met Severus' eyes, which were filled with anxiety and apprehension. He just wanted to get the hell out of there. All Severus could do was squeezing his arm reassuringly, both of them then refusing to look over at the group, but the cool stare couldn't be totally ignored, unfortunately. Just then Albus Dumbledore was led into the room, looking slightly less graceful than ever, but his head was held high, eyes sparkling as always in that mysterious way that could infuriate or make someone beam at him in equal measures. The sparkle got just a little bit more cheerful when he saw the group standing at the side of the room. The look they gave him dimmed it considerably, somewhat confused. Negotiations had been going so well. They got Harry for however long he was in prison, which he still didn't believe he would get sentenced actually, and in turn they would cooperate and help end the threat that was Voldemort in turn for Harry completely, but only once the war was truly over. He needed training, and who better to than assassins? They would turn him into the perfect killing machine to end Voldemort. Of course, they wouldn't get Harry after the war, since he would not survive. He would see to that. He couldn't let anyone get the upper hand. Like it or not, anyone that had Harry could have political clout, and he couldn't have that in the hands of assassins after all, could he? So, the only way they could get out of the contract was if Harry didn't survive, so it was simple really. Or it should have been, but the looks on their faces didn't bode well at all. "Did you see that?" Harry muttered, his eyes narrowed in on the short interaction between the so-called Avenger assassins and Dumbledore. "They're up to something. What are they going to try now?" A note of panic sliding into his voice, which he inwardly cursed himself for. "I did," Severus whispered deeply, his black eyes flashing dangerously. What the hell had Dumbledore done now? What were they up to? Narrowing his eyes, he cocked his head just a little and began to realize something, that they weren't happy with Dumbledore. Had he lied about something? Could the elves realize they were bonded? His eyes widened slightly. Of course, they would know, they would be able to sense it. Nothing could break their bonding, not even half-blood high elves. Had he truly tried to marry Harry off again after the disastrous failure from before? "I'll be right back," Severus said, standing up. "You are not leaving me here by myself," Harry hissed angrily, sliding along with him, a determined look on his face. Severus stood for a few seconds before reluctantly conceding the point. He'd rather have Harry with him. "Come," he stated. He quickly made his way over to the high elves, able to look them in the eye due to his tall stature. Harry on the other hand grumbled about everyone around him having giant blood one time or another and being annoyingly tall. "Where are we going?" Harry asked, blinking at Severus' chuckle. "You ask me that now?" Severus sounded thoroughly amused despite himself. Yeah, bad timing," Harry shrugged, "but I trust you, you know that." He whispered so low that nobody could overhear it, with the obvious exception being the high elves. Severus just continued walking without saying a word. He knew Harry trusted him a great deal, and sometimes he cursed Harry's trusting nature. Although a great deal of that trusting nature was now gone, due to all the hardships he'd faced, only a few people still had Harry's full trust, and he didn't know how or why, but he was one of them, and he swore he would do everything in his power to protect that. "We need to talk," Severus stated, "if you don't mind," he added to the others who had tensed, no doubt at his sheer audacity. What could he say? He was very good at reading people, and they were shocked at his frank conversation with the so-called leader. The leader glanced at the suddenly apprehensive headmaster, before looking back at the blank-faced wizard before him, and nodded his respect and agreement. "I believe you are correct on that front, young wizard. Perhaps out of prying sight might be best. We each take someone to even the odds." Yes. His English was very good, but his accent was present, indicating he spent probably all his time in his homeland. Harry suppressed his amusement by biting his tongue hard, trying to contain himself. It was no laughing matter, but Severus being called young wizard was just bloody hilarious. Severus himself didn't even give anything away that either said he was annoyed or pissed off either. "Indeed," Severus replied smoothly, knowing that it wasn't a suggestion. There was no way he would leave the room without at least one other person with him. Not only was he not stupid enough to face two opponents on his own when he didn't know just how good they were at dueling, but he probably sensed their magic. They all probably did. Neither he nor Harry was slouches when it came to magical powers. Adriano, follow me, the wizard who Severus and Harry still didn't know the name of, before both swiftly turned and exited the room in a military-like fashion. Severus and Harry shared an amused look before they followed them. Severus kept Harry close, his sharp eyes cautious, his fingers twitching ready to get his wand out of his holster in a second's notice should the need arise. Adriano was watching him like a hawk, but stopped quickly when the leader spoke Italian rapidly and in just a slightly angry undertone, but he couldn't say for sure since Adriano remained completely impassive. They continued walking in utter silence after that, making their way towards the cafe, for both work and public use. The two took a seat without glancing up, so Severus and Harry followed, Harry more out of curiosity and not wishing to remain behind to worry in a courtroom full of people. I think perhaps introductions are in order. Yes, the High Elf said, my name is Amadeus, my companion here is Adriano, his purple eyes friendly enough but his body remained stiff and aloof, very much like Severus in fact. Severus cocked his head to the side, curious to whether Amadeus was using the old term for companion or just using it as way of friend instead. They had no tells, no matching rings or bracelets, which of course was one of the ways to show you were married. I am Severus Snape, the wizard beside me is Harry Potter. Harry Potter Snape, he thought, mentally correcting himself. His full name would be Harry James Potter Snape, while his name was actually Severus Tobias Potter Snape. The wizard. Amadeus echoed, a very slight frown on his face. He was fast becoming very confused with the situation he had found himself in. Especially this pair, one minute they looked as though they didn't care about one another, but the way they spoke sometimes said they did, now him so casually saying, this wizard, as if he wasn't bonded to him. Muffiliato. Severus cast wandlessly, his index finger pointed out and suddenly a bubble obscured them so nobody and nothing could overhear them. The elves had tensed once again at the sight of wandless magic. They weren't used to meeting normal wizards with the ability to freely use their magic without a wand. At least not with spells they didn't know, mere lighting spells, sure, small things. What do you know of the troubles in British magical world? Severus demanded without too much bite. I did my research, Amadeus replied impassively, but the way he said it implied he was insulted that Severus thought he was in the dark. I bet the information you got regarding Harry Potter was from Albus himself, since there is barely a scrap of information regarding Harry other than his OWL scores and a court transcript, no doubt. Severus said, eyeing them shrewdly. They didn't give normal tells away, which did make it annoying. Everything about Harry had been a closely guarded secret. Only 2 or 3 people even knew where Harry grew up. Each test Dumbledore put Harry through had never been reported. Hell, they didn't even know about the fact he prevented further petrifying by slaying a basilisk. The students spoke of it, but the adults probably thought everything was exaggerated due to the fact Harry was a hero, and they worshipped him, when it was convenient, of course. You do realize I am sitting right here, Harry said wryly, rolling his eyes. Unfortunately he was all too used to it. All right, I'll bite. What exactly did Dumbledore tell you about me? Amadeus and Adriano stared impassively at each other, almost as if they could talk to one another without speaking, pretty much the same way Harry could with Severus and his best friends. Amadeus then began to talk, telling them both about everything, how Albus Dumbledore had gotten in touch with them and proposed an alliance between them in exchange for one of their most powerful wizards. Then going on to explain everything he had told them about Harry, which was surprisingly accurate bar a few details. Harry had been manipulated into those confrontations, not willingly gone into them. Also he refrained from telling them how close Harry had come to dying on numerous occasions. The thing that decided Amadeus on it was the fact Dumbledore was so well accomplished, and the Tri-Wizard transcripts verified a good deal of the information. There's a bloody transcript for what happened during the Tri-Wizard tournament. Harry asked Severus, shaking his head in irritation. It was the first one in a long time, and all others had been recorded for historic benefit. How do you think we still know exactly how many people has died during the thing? Severus informed him dryly. You've broke quite a few records, Harry. You are going to go down in history for doing a lot of things, not just the night your parents died. I haven't broken many records, Harry said, mostly uncomfortable. They were making him seem different and he didn't want to be different. No. Youngest seeker of the century, youngest participant of the tournament, youngest winner, Severus listed off, probably the only student in Hogwarts to be called before the Wizengamot for accidental magic, the only survivor of the killing curse. You have the highest scores for your defense against the Dark Arts and Charms exam, beating out even Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore. I only won because I had help. Crouch was helping me all the way through the damn thing to make sure I won. It doesn't really count, and Cedric should have won. I was put in against my will. I didn't really accomplish anything. Harry argued. He may have assisted on a small level, but the tasks alone were done by you. Severus stated sharply. He couldn't believe Harry still didn't know his own worth, especially after all he had accomplished. It seemed they would need to talk some more. He hadn't realized he still felt so negative to some things. I think we are forgetting the most important detail here, don't you? What exactly was the plan? Harry asked the High Elves suspiciously. What had they planned for him? He knew whatever it was, he'd need Severus to stop him from strangling the wizard in that courtroom. His glared further when the High Elves glanced at each other once more. To train you for the upcoming war our way, Amadeus, deciding to leave the most important detail out. He had been very surprised to find the wizard he had looked up on trial himself. Apparently the news hadn't reached Italy, so whatever it was, neither he nor his squad had any idea. What exactly were you getting out of it? Harry pushing further, realizing things were being left out. Severus himself barely refrained from nodding. It was his exact thought and Harry just bet him to the punch, so to speak. A powerful wizard to join our detail. You act like you do not have a clue what is going on, Adriano pointed out, his blank expression never wavering. That's because he doesn't, Severus replied bluntly. Dumbledore isn't the man you think he is. Do you even know why he is on trial? We are unaware, Amadeus admitted, extremely disgruntled. It does make sense why he wanted us to appear at this day and time. And you were going to what? Just apparate out with me against my will? Harry uttered bitterly. The look they gave each other made Harry realize he was more than likely correct. So it was what changed your mind? They didn't change your mind, they realized you were bonded, newly bonded, Severus deduced. And nothing is more important to High Elves than bonded couples, especially their own. That's what he made you believe would happen. That one of the most powerful and talented wizards would bond to one of your own, isn't it? He was his, and he thanked Merlin he had bloody bonded with him, listened to his feelings rather than squabbling over his thoughts and gut feelings. Of course it is, Harry snorted derisively, exactly what the old fool would do, had already tried to do and failed spectacularly. I apologize, I was under the impression that it was a mutual agreement on both our parts, Amadeus admitted, causing Adriano to twitch at the pronouncement. Giving Amadeus what Harry suspected was an incredulous look, shocked at his apology perhaps. You don't exactly strike me as the trusting type, Harry said pensively. Both of you have your magic ready to strike, and it hasn't even let up once since we began speaking. Have you actually met Dumbledore in person? Has he given you a trinket, maybe? Food? Drink? Severus sat up noticeably straighter, inwardly cursing that he hadn't even thought of that possibility himself. He gazed at them intently, noticing the barely concealed worry behind their purple eyes. They had received something. I would suggest you head straight to St. Mungo's and move quickly, Severus stated sharply, then get back here so he doesn't get away with it. Adriano stood immediately, just as the others burst into the cafe, and together they all disappeared on the spot, able to get through the wards the ministry had up to prevent apparition. Blink and you would have missed it, but neither Severus nor Harry had blinked. Well, I'll give them one thing, they're fast. Which means I wouldn't have had a chance, Severus replied stoically, and it didn't sit well with him. For some reason they had even been able to hear all this over his spell unless they could communicate telepathically. They could have taken Harry and he would have been helpless to stop it. Why do you think Dumbledore wanted them? Harry pointed out, he was losing me, he was getting desperate enough to turn me into an assassin, and I don't get it. I mean, Sev, did he seriously expect me to go quietly or remain quiet? It's madness. What the hell? Harry clenched his teeth and fists together as he tried to contain himself, and he was failing rapidly. You said it yourself, he's getting desperate, now do. You think you can control yourself and go back? Severus stated sharply, knowing it was the only way to get through Harry's anger. He had spent 2 years in that chamber with Harry while the outside world only a summer passed. He knew him as good as he knew the palm of his own hand. I want to see that bastard go down, Harry hissed through gritted teeth, his green eyes gleaming viciously. He calmed with just a touch from Severus' hand to his. Do you think they've been tampered with? And better yet, if they were, do you think they'll return or just go home tail between their legs? Too embarrassed to admit they'd been had. That played on my mind, I'll admit. Severus nodded his agreement that they might flee home, then admit they had been tricked by anyone when they were renowned assassins, heroes depending on your perspective of them. We can only wait and see if we find out. Let's go. Harry sighed. Most of his anger had tapered off. I wonder how long the interrogation will last. If it was anything like his farce of a trial, it shouldn't take too long. Unfortunately, that was too much to hope for. He had a feeling it was going to be a very long day. Then back to chamber for a few days before they returned for good, settled back into normal Hogwarts routine, and he was going to miss the quiet chamber a great deal. Severus didn't bother to reply, he just cancelled his spell as he stood up, and they both walked quietly back towards the courtroom they'd been in 15 minutes prior. He certainly hadn't expected all this when Harry had asked who the High Elves were. Nonetheless, it seems Harry's instincts were sharper than ever. Severus made sure that he entered the courtroom first, catching everyone's attention including Dumbledore, but his face wasn't happy the slightest. In fact, he was shocked when he saw Harry walk in beside him once more. Harry, over here, Ron whispered, pointing to seats next to them. Yes, he'd saved one for Snape as well. He knew Harry wouldn't be able to come alone. Ron, be quiet, Hermione whispered, nudging him, as the Wizengamot tittered in annoyance at anyone talking and worse interrupting. Harry nodded at them, as both hastily made their way to the seats. Harry let Severus go first, knowing he wouldn't want to be stuck sitting next to Ron, or Ron wouldn't want to be stuck next to his teacher. He grinned wryly as he took his own seat. This was going to be so much fun explaining everything to them, not. He knew they would grumble, maybe get angry, but they would come around. It's just the way it was between the three of them. Their friendship was solid, nothing, and he meant nothing could break it. They would all die for each other. Hermione leaned over Ron and whispered everything that they missed since it started. They'd just interrupted the discussion of the usage of Veritaserum apparently. That's them about to decide now, she added, looking up at the Wizengamot before turning back around in her seat upright. Severus and Harry shared a look before glancing at the Wizengamot, wishing to know the answer. Severus knew they didn't normally use Veritaserum during trials, but this wasn't a normal trial, and Dumbledore wasn't just an average wizard. Then again, for all he knew, they had changed the rules and it was now required to ask for the usage now. He wasn't a lawyer, he didn't keep up with the ministry or the laws of trial and interrogations, which were always updated rigorously during wars and battles. Of course, Harry was probably largely unaware of this due to the fact they couldn't even go through the farce of daring to use it, knowing the truth would come out, and the fact he was underage. Nobody underage were supposed to consume the potion, it wasn't good for their health. It was why he had insured. Harry only ended up ingesting water when Umbridge had demanded a vial of the potion. We concede to the need for Veritaserum, the new chief warlock insisted, glancing at Dumbledore, his face revealing nothing on whether this was hurting him to do this to a friend or whether he was reveling in it. Dumbledore paled drastically, unable to hide his fear. Not all the masks and manipulations in the world had prepared him for this. Meanwhile, a ginger-haired teen beside her mother smiled. There was no getting out of it now, Dumbledore, he was going down. She would be free of him. She shuddered anew just thinking about it. Merlin she heard in places she didn't want to think about, and the damn potion prevented her from disobeying him. She would be forced to visit him every Sunday, unless someone found out about the potion and stopped it. It was better than living with him, she knew that already, and it hadn't even been anyone's definition of long. Dumbledore saw red. He couldn't believe they were going to use Veritaserum. If he protested, they would assume he was guilty and push for it, but he couldn't sit back and say nothing. It was illegal without consent. He should know. He was the most prominent of the Wizengamot, the most important member, the chief warlock. None could compare to him in his wisdom over the years, not even the pathetic replacement who dared to look him in the eye as he gave his assent to use the potion. More infuriating was the reappearance of Potter. The assassins were supposed to take him. At this point the entire magical world was relying on Potter to end the threat that was Voldemort, so if he suddenly disappeared it was a sure way to avoid a sentencing. They would need him, greater than ever. For who else could keep Voldemort at bay other than the only wizard he feared? Who else could find Harry other than himself? Nobody. Potter wasn't supposed to be here. Absolutely nothing was going the way he predicted, and quite frankly he was livid. Has a new law been passed that I am unaware of? Albus asked, a look of curiosity on his face, as he gazed at the Wizengamot members as though speaking to them as equals and not currently on trial. I haven't missed a single meeting, and as the chief warlock I have a deciding factor on new laws that are to be passed. Enough. We are on trial here. The minister shouted, demanding their attention, his hardened yellow eyes, covered with wire-rimmed glasses, looking around the room. Quite irritated, as always Dumbledore was making this about himself. How long does it take to get seen in St. Mungo's? Harry whispered so lowly that the Wizengamot couldn't hear him. The minister and Madame Bones were currently taking in hushed tones as well. It depends, an emergency is seen right away. Ron was the one who answered surprisingly, like Dad, they took him through right away, but the time I broke my wrist flying when I was a kid I waited an entire hour, but there was a big accident that day I think. The flow network blew up and hurt dozens of people. Blew up? Harry asked wide-eyed, gaping. It can blow up. Suddenly he was glad he had only accidentally shot through the wrong gate due to his mix-up with the words. Diagonally instead of Diagon Alley. It was a malfunction. Someone purposely put something in the flow network that wasn't meant to be there. Nobody was charged or caught. They also don't know whether it was meant to be a joke gone wrong or not. At least I don't remember anyone talking about it. Nobody died, but they did get a fright and some broken bones. Ron informed them, Hermione listening eagerly, just as surprised as Harry and wanting more information. Was it in the newspaper? Hermione whispered urgently. Yes, of course. Ron gave her a confused look. Why? Wouldn't something that important be there? Oh, Hermione murmured, making a mental note to look up the Daily Prophet after she got the date that Ron was hurt so she could see it for herself. Harry and Ron shared amused looks before their attention was once again turned to the front of the courtroom where Dumbledore and the minister, as well as Bones and the scriber, were situated. They must have called for an orar, since one entered the room and headed straight for Scrimgeour, who handed over a vial with clear liquid in it. Veritaserum, Harry mused seeing it, so I guess he hasn't won the argument. There was never a chance of that happening, Hermione said, shaking her head. Agreed, Severus said smoothly, stifling his amusement at the look of apparent shock on the girl's face. Honestly, the amount of times he knew she had stuck up for him, Harry had regaled him of all the times, you'd think she would know that it was part of his persona. She knew he was a spy also, which probably gave away more than he was comfortable with. Unfortunately he'd made a decision to show the mark to Fudge like an idiot while Harry was present. So of course, he would tell his friends, but at least they had the brains not to spread it. They weren't in the order, so he wasn't protected by the oaths they would have been asked to make. He thinks he will though, Hermione admitted, shaking her head in disgust. He wants us to join the order. He's requested, as in his office the first night back at Hogwarts with our answers. The way he spoke, it was obvious he thought that we would say yes. He's just trying to manipulate you into joining by using us, Ron muttered disdainfully. He's disgusting. It isn't enough that he's destroyed my sister's life, whether she was part of it or not. I know, but she's a teenager. Dumbledore's an old man, he should have known better. I set it on fire. I have no intentions of joining. I'd rather not lose my family, and Dad will disown anyone that choose Dumbledore over us, even Percy's home and bloody hell. It's as though Dumbledore was the cause of all the problems between my brother and parents. He didn't hold the same anger at Percy as he used to. He was merely letting it go, knowing that's what Harry would do, had done in the past. Although if it came to it he would pick Harry over Percy if he tried to make him choose again. It's what he does best. Truthfully, his machinations are becoming pathetic, Harry replied, a dark look overcoming his features. What have we missed? Hermione whispered urgently. Have you ever heard of the Vendicatori? Harry asked grimly. Hermione gasped in awe. Yes, they're Italian Avengers. Assassins, Ron corrected her. You know about them. Hermione and Harry asked in unison. Well, yeah, Ron said, shrugging his shoulders. Charlie and Bill told me about them. Severus chuckled at the twin looks Harry and Hermione were supporting. It was amusing. So what about them? What does Dumbledore have to do with it? Ron asked. Hermione nodded beside him, more interested in her friend than the trial at the moment. He tried to barter me to them, Harry stated, a low growl working its way out of his throat. Fortunately it didn't go the way Dumbledore planned. They're on their way to St. Mungo's to get checked. If he's messed with them, then he should prefer Azkaban. They're ruthless. If he's started some international incident, they'll have no choice but to punish him to the fullest extent of the law or risk a war. With Voldemort on their hands, they won't even contemplate the idea of dismissing the claims. Ron muttered, shocked. I almost can't believe he would be desperate or stupid enough to pull such a foolish stunt. Then again, this is Dumbledore we're talking about. Exasperation clear in his voice. Indeed, Severus muttered so low that only Harry could hear him, giving him the answer to his thoughts and worries. But why? Why would he risk it? Hermione wondered, completely bewildered. It was beyond her scope of understanding. Think about it, me going missing from the trial. Would they really risk locking up the only other person they believe could control Voldemort? Or have the best chance of finding me? Harry murmured. True, he does have international connections, with who he is, but it's utter madness, Harry, going so far just to keep you in line. Hermione scoffed at the very idea. They'd learned a long time ago when Harry wanted to do something he would do it. Nothing, and she meant nothing, could stop him. Surely Dumbledore had realized that little piece of information too. I never said it wasn't. Harry shrugged helplessly. His gaze drifting to Ginny momentarily. She'd married the old fool the other night there. He shuddered inwardly just thinking about it. She didn't seem perturbed, just the usual girl he was used to, sitting watching what was going on curiously beside her overprotective mother smothering her. It was something at least, that Dumbledore wouldn't touch her, and he wasn't that sort of man. He might be many things, but he was far too old to even think of something like that, never mind achieve it. She was finally going to understand what it was like to enter an arranged marriage without feelings coming into it. Maybe one day she would be able to apologize and actually mean it, who knew? He certainly didn't, and he was also not sure if he could ever forgive her. If Sev had anything to say about it, he probably wouldn't either. He had to stop himself leaning against Severus like he did in the chamber, by reminding himself exactly where they were. Silence. The next person to speak will be forced to leave the room, Madame Bones told them in her usual stern voice before elaborating on why. The Veritaserum is now in effect. You could see it was. Dumbledore's twinkle was now absent and his face blank, showing no sign of emotion, but his body was tense, as though he was attempting to fight Veritaserum or worried about the questions, a valid fear for many who ingested Veritaserum. They always thought they could beat it, or better yet work their way around the questions and avoid imprisonment. It was honestly exasperating how many suspects ended up yelling that it was tampered with, that they were innocent after the effects had worn off. What is your full name? Droned Minister Scrimgeour, gazing at Dumbledore dispassionately. This part was the most boring of all procedures within the courtroom. Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Albus said emotionlessly, but even behind that all could imagine the smugness behind the forced pensiveness that he was displaying. His full name and achievements were much larger, and he always put it down on official correspondence. It drove everyone he dealt with in an official capacity crazy. Cross out the headmaster, Madame Bones demanded of the scribe. The 18-year-old quickly did as asked, with eagerness as they all were when they first began their jobs at the ministry. I think we can get on with it now, don't you? Scrimgeour grumbled. Madame Bones gave him a pointed look. What is your date of birth? She asked Dumbledore. They were going to do this properly, no room for leeway so he could get out of it. Scrimgeour must have understood, since he did look at her quite apologetically with a nod to say silently that she was correct. August 2, 1881, Dumbledore informed them blankly. Despite the potion, he felt very angry in his heart that they would dismiss his title so easily. He was the headmaster of Hogwarts, the best there ever had been, and ever would be. They wouldn't dare to dismiss him so easily. He was all that stood between a peaceful school and complete anarchy that Voldemort's supports would cause. Then the inevitable invasion of Voldemort himself to take over the school. No, they wouldn't remove him. He would get a slap on the wrist. They would see he was doing what was good for the rest of his world, their world. He would have preferred if the Veritaserum hadn't been used so his reputation wouldn't take a knock. Now we may continue, Madame Bones stated to Scrimgeour, evidently not too scared to stand up to him when the situation calls for it. Did you knowingly put the Agetto potion into something of Arthur Weasley's? Amelia questioned. Agetto, Harry echoed. He was good at Latin but he hadn't heard that phrase before. You'll know it better as reprimo, it means to control, Severus replied immediately, his gaze never once leaving the spectacle in front of him. Most people didn't even bother with the official names anymore, just translated it to English and used that instead. That particular potion was created a long time ago, so the Latin was slightly older than the one they used today. Yes, Albus admitted, his blue eyes flaring very slightly. Calm down, Arthur, please, Molly begged, gripping her husband tightly as he glared furiously at the old man. When? Scrimgeour then inquired, ignoring the Weasleys as well as the tittering of the Wizengamot over the pronouncement. July the 1st, Albus informed them. Why? Amelia asked. Arthur is a good man, weak in some parts, but I knew he wouldn't do what was necessary for the good of the magical world. Albus replied blankly. Molly pursed her lips, wanting nothing more than to jump over to the old fool and strangle him for what he had done to her family. She couldn't strangle herself after all, but it was taking so long to get her family back to normal, if it ever would after this horrifying incident. She knew she was to blame as much as him, and that self-loathing would remain long after the event was forgotten by nearly everyone. Her husband wasn't weak, not to her, just because he loved her that wasn't weakness, that was strength. The biggest strength one could have was for their family. For only then could they be truly capable of miraculous feats. After all, what wouldn't you do for family? And what did you demand him to do under the effects of the potion? Commanded Scrimgeour. To sign a marriage contract I had drawn up for Harry James Potter and Ginevra Molly Weasley. Albus told them. Why? Amelia Bones inquired. I am Harry Potter's magical guardian. It was perfectly within my right to arrange a marriage that I approve of. Albus found a way around it. Why was it so important that they marry? Scrimgeour, realizing something wasn't quite right with the question or the answer. The Weasleys are light as they come, the prefect family, to ensure that Harry doesn't stray from his true path. Albus informed them, still working his way around it. I'm going to kill him, Ron hissed, his fists balled as he stared at Dumbledore in raw fury. Calm down, Ron, don't get us thrown out. Hermione hissed quietly, clutching his hand, giving him a soft understanding look. Considering his anger issues, this little outburst was nothing. Thankfully for all concerned, Ron had begun to control his temper. It had truly hurt him when he let his jealousy and anger cloud him during his 4th year at Hogwarts when Harry needed him. It took a long time for their relationship to repair. Now they were best friends again, and Ron was as always determined never to let it happen again, which it almost had during the summer before 5th year. They'd stupidly listened to Dumbledore and almost destroyed it all. Harry had been so furious, quite rightfully, when they realized how it looked. After that they'd all made a promise to put each other first. His true path. Scrimgeour muttered, exasperated. What exactly do you consider his true path? To be the hero everyone needs, loves, looks up to. He should put his unnatural desires aside. His attitude was unbecoming, and we couldn't have that. He needed to become who he was meant to be, and it had to happen before Hogwarts year ended. Albus informed them. It was Sirius Black's influence which furthered his sense that he was right to prevent Black's release for the greater good. He himself had done the same with his unnatural feelings, albeit only after the damage was done. Harry stiffened, his jaw grinding painfully as he understood what Dumbledore meant. It was his turn to stop himself going after Dumbledore and using all those wonderful spells he'd learned these past 2 years in the chamber. With sheer force of will, he put his mind shields at their greatest and tampered down his anger. He refused to let Dumbledore get the better of him. He was better than that. Plus he wanted to have the satisfaction of seeing him go down. In fact, he begged for those assassins to come back so Dumbledore couldn't be allowed to go free. Merlin, he prayed for it, because he wasn't returning to Hogwarts if Dumbledore stayed. He'd just have to take his NEWTs and get the hell out of there. He wouldn't put himself in the line of fire anymore. The words coming out of Dumbledore's mouth cemented that fact for him. He didn't like the thought of leaving Sev, but he would find a way to stay with him, maybe flow over when he wasn't working. Staying in the chamber was out of the question. He was already 2 years older than he should be. The Wizengamot will now deliberate, Madame Bones shouted so she could be heard from the entire Wizengamot. Those of you who wish to leave, please do so in an orderly fashion and we will be reconvened within 20 minutes. Almost as soon as those words were spoken, the Wizengamot left through one of the doors that Harry hadn't noticed, as did many people in the courtroom. Quite a few of them he would bet were reporters. Unnoticed Dumbledore was carted out as well by the Aurors. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked as soon as she would be able to be heard over the trampling of feet. Her brown eyes looking at him in silent concern. She wasn't sure whether Harry even knew he was gay. It's not something you tell someone before they figured it out. All that would lead to was heartbreak and denial. "I'm fine," Harry told her honestly, giving him a half-hearted grin. "Are you sure?" she asked softly. "I mean, did you understand what he was implying?" Trying to soften the blow. Harry snorted at her approach. "Hermione, don't worry about it. Honestly, I have a lot to tell you, but not here." His green eyes earnest as he gazed at his best friends. Hermione let out a relieved sigh. At least she wasn't going to have to spell it out to him. She was dying to know what he meant though. What did he have to tell them? Giving Ron a curious look, she could see he looked just as eager to learn what it was as well as her. They both knew he wouldn't reveal anything unless he was sure the area was secure, and the ministry courtroom definitely wasn't. "Harry, would you like something to eat?" Arthur asked, gazing at the teenager cautiously, not sure if he should even approach him, but he did in the end. The cautiousness became warily, as Harry's green eyes just stared at him, like he was being judged, and he hated that Harry felt the need to be that way with them. Ron nudged him, giving him a nod as if the youngest male Weasley understood Harry's penetrating gaze, whereas Arthur did not. "Are you going to the shops or ministry cafe?" Severus inquired smoothly, joining the conversation. "Just up to the cafe. I have no Muggle money," Arthur said, so surprised that he said what he was thinking. "Then let me join you," Severus stated, standing up, and Arthur just nodded as both of them exited the courtroom, giving the youngsters time to themselves, sort of. Arthur was obviously still off kilter by Severus' attitude by the look of things. "What the hell?" Ron gaped at their backs. The sight was just so weird it would have been funny if it wasn't so shocking. His dad and his hated professor walking side by side inside the ministry of all places. Harry laughed. "He's human too, Ron," Harry said seriously, despite the amusement dancing in his eyes. He wondered how Ron would react to the fact he and Sev were bonded of all things. He hoped Ron wouldn't get melodramatic on him, try and get him to choose. He didn't want that to happen. Ron wouldn't like the outcome. He loved Sev, wanted to spend the rest of his life with him, however short it may be if Voldemort did kill him. "I didn't say he wasn't," Ron muttered almost petulantly. "He did act different," Hermione conceded, gazing shrewdly at Harry. "Yeah, he did," Harry said, nodding his head. "How has your dad been?" He changed the subject. "How's everyone?" He noticed Molly had left with Ginny. "Feeling screwed over, furious, not that I blame them. Mum's blaming herself and Dad's worse. He's so angry, I mean I'm not used to seeing him that way, but on the other hand he's become stronger, you know." Ron felt it difficult to explain. "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," Harry murmured quietly, nodding his head. "He doesn't know I told you, does?" "No, you asked us not to," Hermione quickly replied. "Dad would feel better if I did though," Ron suggested. "Only if Dumbledore gets at least an entire year in Azkaban. By then I'll be out of Hogwarts," Harry said firmly. "Thanks, Harry," Ron said gratefully. Harry just nodded. "Has everything else been okay? You know, with him?" Ron asked, aware that Harry had been spending time with Snape, Professor Snape. Merlin, he was mentally correcting himself as if he was afraid Hermione would somehow hear him. "Yeah, great actually," Harry replied, grinning widely. "Better than great in fact." Ron frowned, but they were quickly distracted by the doors opening, and the Weasleys plus Severus returning, their arms laden with food. Which of course, quickly took Ron's thoughts right off what he was thinking. In fact, everything was forgotten in the face of food. The meals was quite quickly distributed between the group, with a "be quick" look on their faces. Eating wasn't normally done in the courtroom, so they'd best have everything eaten or put away by the time the Wizengamot returned with their decision. The sandwiches and large cauldron cakes and flasks of pumpkin juice were quickly demolished by the hungry group just in time for the back door to open and the Wizengamot to return. Then almost at that exact moment the officials returned as well. The only sound other than the patter of feet was the grunt of pain Dumbledore let out when he was shoved roughly into his seat, a disgusted look on his face as he stared at the aura briefly. Amelia frowned as reports and others began to pile in, unimpressed. They had been forewarned about the time they needed to return. Clearing her throat loudly, giving them a gimlet-eyed glare causing them to hurry up a little more. "What is the verdict?" Madam Bones commanded, turning to face the newly appointed chief of the Wizengamot, who stood up as she spoke. "We find Albus." The newly appointed chief paused as the doors banged open violently, causing the room itself to shake on its hinges, something that shouldn't have been possible since magic couldn't be used in the rooms. Cries of shock penetrated the room after they'd gotten over the shock. Plenty ones were drawn to the direction. They found 6 very pissed off Vindicatory standing there, ready to raise hell. "Stand down or we will be forced to defend ourselves," the leader, Amadeus, demanded, his badge held up for them to see. Not that they needed it, since most people there were aware of whom and what they were. "Isn't there a better time to do this, gentlemen?" Scrimgeour asked, sliding his wand up his sleeve, but even an idiot saw his fingers were just itching to get it back out. "We are in the middle of a trial." Stating the obvious, he had also seen them earlier, so they were very much aware of this as well. "Exactly why we interrupted it. Now this is dealt with." Amadeus put a folder up for him to see, his purple eyes flashing furiously, nostrils flaring, and he was barely containing his powerful magic. "I've already spoken to my boss, and he is more than prepared to come here with the entire weight of the Italian ministry behind him and deal with it himself." Scrimgeour gaped, his yellow eyes wider and more cat-like than ever. "That won't be necessary," he managed to choke out, stepping forward, a silencing spell flashing up as he approached the group with Amelia Bones. "May I?" he asked for the folder, utterly bewildered about what on earth was going on now, and why these people were threatening war with them, the UK Ministry of Magic, of all things. "Just when I was beginning to think they wouldn't show up," Harry said, leaning back, looking greatly amused by the spectacle. "Oh, the look on Dumbledore's face, it's bloody priceless." He chortled gleefully, smirking at the old fool when he looked over at him when he heard him laughing. He didn't even bother to react when the old man glared. His time was up and he damn well knew it. Harry just sneered vindictively. "You've had your time, old man. Don't expect any visits to Azkaban." Everyone who had come to the trial to watch it waited for over half an hour on pins and needles for word. After the assassins had returned, everyone important within the ministry had left the room with them. The Wizengamot then packed out a few moments later. Even Dumbledore had been put back in his cell for the foreseeable future, while they worked it out. Now everyone left behind was speculating outrageously, wondering what the hell was going on. With one exception to the rule, or rather one group, who just sat there with knowing smirks or smiles of vindictiveness. "Ronald, do you know what is going on?" Arthur demanded, seeing the look on his son's face. It wasn't a look he was used to seeing his youngest child with, that sort of vindictiveness. He was growing up, seeing the world for what it was, and he'd never wanted that for his children. He'd protected them as much as he could, while giving them rules, such as never trusting things that could think for itself. Not that it had worked fully, since one way or another each of his children had done something he'd warned them against. None worse than his daughter, who had been writing to Voldemort for an entire year, and it almost cost Ginny her soul and life. "Sort of, you'll figure it out quickly enough, Dad. Just think about it and what lengths Dumbledore will go to do anything," Ron said solemnly. "They're here because of Dumbledore." Ginny gaped, but her brother just ignored her as if she hadn't spoken. It hurt every time he did that. She should be used to it. He'd done it practically all summer. All her brothers had really. Even Bill, Charlie and Percy didn't speak to her other than to express their disappointment in her. She might be getting to stay with her family, but they didn't feel like family right now, maybe except her mum, and she hoped it would change soon. She couldn't take much more of her own family hating her so horridly. "What has he tried to do this time?" And how do you know? Arthur asked, his gaze sliding towards Harry, and he closed his eyes in tiredness, having a rough idea but not wishing to voice it. Did his depravity know no bounds? He was supposed to be the leader of the light. It was a testament to how far he'd fallen that hardly any of the Order was here this day to see his sentencing in passing. Stupid old fool, Arthur muttered disgustedly. How much longer do you think they'll take? Ron asked. He was hungry. The sandwich had barely taken the edge of his hunger. He was used to a meal at lunchtime, so obvious a small sandwich wouldn't fill him up. He didn't think his mum would be cooking, but he could get home and make himself something to eat, for both himself and Hermione. It could take all day, Severus replied smoothly. It just depends on how much our ministry argue on the terms the assassins and Italian minister have set. Only a fool would argue with them, however, and Scrimgeour isn't what I would call one. With a little luck it shouldn't take too much longer. It's already lasting longer than I assumed. It's been nearly 45 minutes now, Harry pointed out. If it were any other trial this room would have been empty already, Hermione said. As educational as this actually was, she was getting a little annoyed and bored herself. How long do you think they'd been about to give him before they were interrupted? Harry smirked. I was thinking that myself, he said, giving a rare laugh. But no matter. His sentencing, no matter what, has probably just got exponentially longer. Severus, finishing Harry's thoughts. Yup, Harry chortled. He was finally free of the old fool, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Thank Merlin he had noticed them, and better yet brought it to their attentions. To think he had assumed they'd return to Italy with their tails between their legs. Oh, he had gotten them so wrong. They were back and demanding vengeance with the likes he had never seen in anyone other than himself. Good, Molly stated firmly, holding her daughter closer. It was no less than he deserved for destroying her family. Glaring at those who were trying to listen in on their conversation, the press weren't exactly friends right now. In fact, they were ripping her family apart. Although she was somewhat surprised they hadn't started anything yet, perhaps they were realizing that they'd had no chance against Dumbledore. Do you hear some of their wild speculations? Harry whispered to Severus, his green eyes filled with mirth. It was hilarious because they were so well off base that it showed just how stupid they could be. They seemed to think the Italians wanted Dumbledore to help them, not make sure he got sent down for a long, long time. Honestly, they'd been raging for Merlin's sake, furious beyond belief, and they were idiotic enough to believe they wanted Dumbledore out of prison. Severus gave a single nod, his lips twitching just slightly. Here goes, Ron said, knocking Harry's arm with his elbow as the minister and Madame Bones entered the room. They were alone. Where are they? Hermione muttered, frowning in confusion. They wouldn't just leave without judgment being passed, would they? Unless they had no choice. I can't see it, Harry mused thoughtfully. They might have taken Dumbledore already though. Then a large cacophony of noises started. Everyone other than those on the front row began demanding answers, and it wasn't solely the reporters. Harry and the others were only able to make out a few of the questions, as they overlapped each other so badly that it was damn near impossible to understand them all. What's going on? Where's Dumbledore? What happened? Why were they here? Is the trial over? Has the sentencing been suspended? Due to new evidence, Albus Dumbledore, sentencing has been changed, Madame Bones reported. The verdict the Wizengamot reached of 3 years in Azkaban is now null and void. What does that mean? Arthur demanded, standing up, his face grim. Nobody could blame him for speaking up or being so curt with them. He was the victim in all this after all. Even the reporters silenced under the flare of Arthur Weasley's magic, which was saying something since he was always mild-mannered. Do not stress yourself, Arthur, he is being punished, Bones informed him quietly, standing right next to him. More than you could have fathomed. Then what's with the stalling? Molly asked, standing at her husband's side. The Italians are returning with binding cuffs, Scrimgeour grunted as he took a seat. Binding cuffs. The binding cuffs. Severus rasped out, stunned to the core. Amelia Bones nodded, as did the minister, confirming that yes, it was the ones he was thinking of. Good, Arthur said smugly. Now Dumbledore was truly getting what was coming to him. Wait, I've never heard of binding cuffs. What are they? Harry asked, put out that there was still something he didn't know about. There's a reason for that. They've only been used 5 times in all of history, and in fact there was talk about using them to keep Grindelwald contained. Severus said in his normal teaching voice. The Weasleys, Hermione and Harry were enchanted, and they wouldn't have been surprised if a reporter or two was listening. In the end it was deemed too inhumane to do so, and he continues to live out his sentence in the prison he built. The cuffs have more than one purpose, but their primary purpose is that they bind someone's magic, leaving them nothing more than squibs. In fact, there's just enough juice left behind to ensure they live a magical life. In other words, they live just as long as they would with full access to their magic. The secondary, they're adapted to one area, which means once they're on he won't be able to get out. Nobody could help him escape by getting him off the island. He'll be glued to the spot, nothing and nobody will be able to move him. A force field would stop it. Just the 2 purposes? Hermione inquired curiously, her eyes alight with wonder. She wanted to know everything, but if information was as rare as she thought, she suspected she wouldn't be able to find a book that contained anything on them. She would definitely give it a try though, and when she put her mind to something she always succeeded. That is all that's known, Severus replied wryly, surprised that she wasn't protesting to hell and back. Hell, she even wanted to free the house elves for Merlin's sake. She had a very big sense of right and wrong. To know she wasn't protesting now for this said a lot about her state of mind and how she felt about Dumbledore on a whole. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more spells on it than I know. As you know, back in the day they had the most lucrative means to ensure prisoners received hell as long as they lived. Look at the Dementors. If that was just the one thing we still have from our past, it says a lot about the system they had in place. Just as Severus stopped talking, the Wizengamot re-entered the courtroom, and retook their seats, all looking incredibly pale. It was one thing to be locked in Azkaban after all, but with the cuffs preventing even a mediocre shield, not Patronus, just a mind shield, against the Dementors. Needless to say, Dumbledore wasn't going to last long there at all. He had truly chosen the wrong people to mess with this time. The fact it had happened at all left them terrified of what he had done in the past. What if they had all been victims of his schemes? Or imbibed with the potion at some point? Quiet down please, or we will be forced to evict you, Amelia demanded just as the Auror brought Dumbledore in once again. The Auror, Proudfoot, was quite irritated. He wasn't used to having to bring the prisoner in and out of the courtroom so many times. Usually they were escorted and then out, whether it was outside the building with their wand or to the unspeakables to transport the convicted to Azkaban. That, and he missed out on all the good stuff. He was so curious about what was going on. Instead of getting to observe, he was having to sit by the cells to await summoning. He shoved Dumbledore into his seat, as if he was the cause of all the problems, which to be fair he was. Just look at him, Harry said, gazing at Dumbledore, who looked quite frankly downright nervous. He'd never seen that look on his face before. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes what he's brought down upon himself by trying to get out of this. Indeed, Severus muttered sardonically. Although I do have to admit I'm surprised Professor McGonagall isn't here, Harry added quietly, purely as an afterthought. She was always the first to defend Dumbledore or be there for him. It was actually to the point of creepiness actually. She couldn't see a single flaw in the old man. There was only one thing that could blind someone to the extent she was, especially with how smart she was: a potion or unrequited love. Someone must remain at the school, Severus replied immediately. Even during the summer. Harry turned to gaze at Severus in curiosity. Even then, Severus answered right away. Usually it's either the headmaster or deputy. The head of houses can do as an emergency, but it's safer with one of the headmaster mistresses remaining within. Especially during war was left unsaid, but those that heard thought it. Oh, was all Harry said in reply, keeping his mouth closed as Madame Bones gave him a look that said, "Keep quiet or else." She did look quite stern with that damn monocle on her face. Giving her a nod and apologetic look, she in turn smiled just slightly before turning back in her seat, waiting for the assassins to return. As before, the Vendicatory made a grand spectacle entrance, much noisier than Dumbledore's dramatic entrance but no less theatrical. They had with them a foreboding black wooden box, with magic coating every inch of it. Now the box itself was in no way screaming dangerous. Perhaps it was because they knew what was inside of it. However, those with the ability to actually sense or better yet see magic knew just how dangerous it was. Their own magic reared back protectively, warningly. There were quite a few people in the room with that ability, including Albus Dumbledore himself, who also reared back and attempted to stand up only for the manacles around the chair to bind him, preventing him from escaping. "Bloody hell," Harry hissed out, pressing himself back against the bench the closer the Vendicatory moved forward towards Dumbledore with it, which was incidentally closer to him than it had been at the door. "What's wrong?" Ron asked concerned. "You can't feel that," Harry blurted out incredulously. "My magic feels like it's ready to attack something, like that time it did with my aunt, accidental magic, here, at my age. I don't think I can stay here." His every instinct was screaming at him to leave, to get out of there. How the hell could Amadeus stand being so close? As soon as they're placed on his wrists that feeling will disappear, Amadeus said soothingly, his voice rumbling slightly, his purple eyes filled with understanding. He wasn't surprised Harry was so affected. He could feel the teenager's powers, and it was immense, just like Severus to whom he bonded. "Get those away from me," Albus snarled, sounding like a rabid dog, his blue eyes filled with fire and desperation. He would be damned if he went down without a fight, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't going to be much of one. He was tied up in chains quite literally. He couldn't believe they were going to put those cuffs on him. He had prevented them from doing as such to Gellert, and he'd demanded them destroyed. They should have been destroyed. Amadeus ignored him, shoved the box to his nearest friend and comrade before grasping Dumbledore's wrist violently, giving no room for leeway. Grasping one of the cuffs, ignoring the feeling it induced in him, and with force he got it around Dumbledore's wrist and pressed his magic into the cuff, murmuring the password under his breath. Nobody, not even the rest of his group, could hear it. Only he and the Italian minister would know. The other wrist got the same treatment, regardless of the threats and bodily movements Dumbledore sent his way. Once the oppressing magic had finally weakened as it took hold in the older wizard, did he straighten up and step back. He seemed utterly unaffected, but Harry could see the sweat glistening at his brow. "Thank Merlin for that," Harry rasped out, realizing he was holding Severus. He quickly let go, giving him an apologetic look. Severus didn't want anyone to know, so that's the way it would remain. "My own, do you think you could duplicate them with spells that aren't illegal?" Harry whispered right into her ear. "All those kinds of spells are, Harry, I mean they take away your magic," Hermione whispered back, glancing into his green eyes. "But I'll look, once we return to Hogwarts I'll look through the library." She didn't need to be a genius to realize why he wanted them. "I will also ask some others," Harry replied, before ending their conversation, no one the wiser. Well, he would bet Severus had probably heard a bit of it, him his damn bat hearing. He would be asking Salazar as well. Hopefully he would no longer, and more forgotten ones that hadn't been stamped illegal. He didn't want to go to Azkaban for saving his own neck after all. Hermione threw him a curious look, wondering what he meant about some others, but she didn't ask anything. Instead she watched in satisfaction as Dumbledore deflated before her eyes, looking like he'd just had the life ed out of him. She shook her head, utterly disgusted. There had been a time when she desired desperately to be like him, to be smart, strong, and powerful, to make a difference, to make change. In fact, she had been so sure he knew what he was doing that she'd failed her best friend. She had been such an idiot. Now the old wizard was getting exactly what was coming to him, and for the first time her own morals and beliefs remained quiet. "Albus Dumbledore, you've been sentenced to a life imprisonment in Azkaban prison, in solitary confinement in subbasement, where you will remain until your death," Minister Scrimgeour intoned, giving the verdict instead of the Wizengamot. There was total silence after the pronouncement, even from Dumbledore. "The subbasement is where the Dementors spend most time," Hermione informed both Ron and Harry, just in case they didn't know. "Solitary confinement. Does that mean he won't receive any visitors?" Ginny asked, her voice blank, as if her very sanity didn't depend on the answer. It did. She didn't want to visit Dumbledore, but the potion was going to force her. She couldn't willingly go to St. Mungo's and demand a test. She tried that only to fall over in agony. Thankfully her mum hadn't been in the room. The potion, or whatever it, got into her mind and stopped her doing things that went against what Dumbledore wanted. "It only means he won't be with anyone else, in a small cell without anyone nearby. It means the same in the Muggle world," Hermione stated. "He'll still be allowed visitors." Ginny just nodded as she withered inside. She had to get out of this somehow, and she just didn't know what to try. She felt cornered and hated that fact. Her life was so screwed up now. You need me. Dumbledore suddenly snapped out of it, as if the shock of having his magic ed away was finally fading. Take him down for processing, Madame Bones barked as she stood once more, rubbing her temples. She really didn't want to listen to Dumbledore ramble on. He'll kill you all, hear me. Dumbledore's face went purple as he glared murderously at Amadeus when he was silenced without so much as a silencio. Let me do the honor, Amadeus said smoothly. Auror Proudfoot will accompany you, just being professional gentlemen. We need one of our own to sign off on it so he can be transferred. Amelia informed him, slightly more relaxed now that Dumbledore couldn't speak. Slinking down on her seat as they began to leave, this had been one hell of a day, not one she'd forget in a hurry. Just like that, the reporters rushed from the room as if the Grim was on their heels, trying to be the one to get it written out first, to be the first to publish it. The rest of them moved at a more sedate pace, quite happy to take their time. We must return to Hogwarts. Minerva wishes to know how it has gone, no doubt, Severus replied, and since I'm the only teacher here, I assume she'll be waiting. He probably already told her that he had demanded his presence, and as always he would appear and do anything for the old fool, or so she would believe. Harry understood the real meaning behind it. He'd endured company long enough. He wished to exit stage Severus as quickly as possible. He had no doubt he was actually speaking the truth though. Professor McGonagall was probably waiting for them when they returned. I'll see you both when Hogwarts starts back up, Harry promised Hermione and Ron, giving them a smile to show that he was genuinely fine. I guess you won't be on the train, summarized Hermione. No, there's no point, Harry said, shaking his head. You're both probably head boy and girl anyway and will be busy the entire trip. Actually, we aren't there late, either that or we didn't get picked, Hermione confessed, not as devastated as she would have been a few years ago. Everything is behind this year. There's a staff meeting regarding it tonight. The letters will probably find their recipients come morning. Severus informed the teenager calmly. Now let us go. Bye guys, Harry said, waving away. It's over, it's finally over. You know, I thought I'd be, I don't know, more excited. But honestly, I feel relieved and tired. It's not what I expected. After everything he's tried to do to you or successfully done to you, I am not surprised. Severus replied, as they swiftly walked through the halls of the ministry. What you've seen is nothing to be excited about. Justice has at long last been served. Yeah, Harry murmured in agreement. His shoulders felt as if an entire weight had been lifted from him. He accepted the flow powder Severus handed to him and stepped in one of the fireplaces at the atrium. It was time to go home now. Well, as much of a home as he had, Hogwarts was it for now, but wherever Severus was, that was definitely his home. The two men appeared back at Hogwarts. Harry stood a bit away from Severus for appearance's sake, which he was quite frankly getting a little tired about already, and they weren't fully back into the swing of things yet. He could only imagine how he was going to feel in, say, 7 days' time. He couldn't deny that part of him just wanted to remain in the chamber. Screw everything else. Why did his life have to be so damn complicated? He'd just gotten bonded. He should be celebrating, but no, heaven forbid should that be normal about him. He would just have to be content with the fact Albus too many freaking names Dumbledore was out of his life for good, which would mean he could actually have a decent year at Hogwarts for once. True to their prediction, McGonagall was standing at the front doors of Hogwarts. Her sharp penetrating gaze found them the second they landed. Her old wrinkled face became desolate when she saw that Albus wasn't with them. She quite accurately guessed what had happened. He had obviously been found guilty. She stood there for 15 minutes as both Severus and Harry walked all the way from the gates to the school doors instead of getting one of the coaches. Severus, what happened? Minerva asked as soon as he was within speaking distance. I think perhaps this is best discussed somewhere much more comfortable, don't you? Severus suggested, feeling just a little sympathy for his coworker. She had always been one of Dumbledore's most staunch defenders and did indeed consider the older man a very good friend. Now she was suddenly going to be thrust into the spotlight. forced to take over from Dumbledore and become the headmistress. It was going to be a difficult time for her, he was sure. It didn't help that Hogwarts was starting up and she wouldn't have a chance to come to terms with everything. How long? Minerva demanded, her eyes filled with fire. Harry stood back just a little, observing the scene. He wasn't really 17 years old anymore, and it was odd, aging without the world aging with him. He wasn't a teenager, he was a grown man. At least he wasn't trapped in a teenager's body. He just looked like he did, but as the year progressed he was determined to gradually remove the glamour, keeping his appearance a secret. Nobody in their right mind wanted to walk around with a body that was sick-looking and emaciated, especially not when they had a body they could be proud of, and Harry was very much proud of the progress his body had undertaken in the chamber. "I think I'll just leave," Harry said, feigning awkwardness, when in reality he actually wanted to watch the conversation, but he doubted McGonagall would allow it. She still saw him as a kid after all. "Hogwarts letters went out, they'll be in the dungeons for you," Minerva told Harry curtly, glancing at him very briefly before she turned back to Severus. "Very well, let's retire to my office," she finally answered him, looking even more concerned with the fact Severus was beating around the bush, which he rarely did. He normally just told you how it was, whether it would hurt you emotionally or not. It was just how he is. "Return to my rooms, Potter, and finish your homework," Severus told Harry in his normal no-nonsense teacher voice. "Yes, sir," Harry murmured, sliding around both of them and wandering down to the dungeons. He didn't even bother to look back to see if they were still there. Severus would tell him everything that had happened, he was sure. It felt odd going this way. He was so used to just automatically heading for the chamber when they came out for however brief a time. As soon as he reached the door, he opened it, the warded rooms granting him immediate access, since he was keyed into them. He looked to the owl chute, and found quite a few letters there. Wandering over, he bent down and grabbed the small bundle of letters. Most of them were for Severus, of course, but as he flipped through them he found one he suspected to be from Remus and his Hogwarts letter, which he realized was heavier than normal and had 2 small lumps inside. Putting Severus' letters on the table, he sat down with his 2, opening the Hogwarts one first. Right away 2 badges fell onto his lap. The red and gold Gryffindor head boy badge was recognizable, as well as the Quidditch captain badge. Harry groaned. He hadn't thought for a second he'd receive either of those damn things. His last year at Hogwarts was going to be tough enough without the added responsibility. Although the perks of being head boy did have its advantages, he would have his own room for one, which would help him be able to visit Severus without having to answer a million questions about where he'd been or snuck off to. Being Quidditch captain, though, he wasn't even sure he wanted to play Quidditch his year. While it was fun, it would definitely take up too much of his time. Although most of his classes would be a walk in the park now, homework he doubted he'd even need his books to help him write it out. "Damn," Harry muttered, putting the letter and badges on the table, gazing at them thoughtfully, weighing the pros and cons of keeping them and returning them. Despite the fact he had learned so much, he still had quite a bit to learn, although maybe not when it came to potions. Salazar and Severus had put him through the ringer getting him to master standards, almost brutal to begin with the information they'd packed into his mind. Despite weighing the pros and cons of it all, he still wasn't able to make up his mind. Rubbing his eyes, feeling tired, tomorrow night the world would be back to normal again, at least for him and Sev. They'd be back to Hogwarts full-time with absolutely zero time in the Chamber of Secrets. He would miss it down there. Standing up, he entered the kitchen, and spelled the kettle on, and warm. It didn't take long to whistle. He grabbed a cup from the cupboard as he thought on everything they needed to do, including getting a large frame for the Founders, which would be placed in the Great Hall, another here, probably above the fireplace or something. Hands stretched for the coffee and sugar and stirred the water in absently. It was going to be a shock to everyone when they interacted with the Founders. Every preconceived notion they had would be shot to hell. His certainly had been, although it might help stop the damn prejudice or the fighting between the houses. Grabbing the milk, he poured it in the cup and put it away again. Shuffling back through to the living room, he sat back down, flicking his hand towards the fireplace and causing the logs within to catch on fire. The flames spread rapidly around the log, and before long beginning to cast a warm heat around the room, primarily in Harry's direction due to his closeness. He curiously thought on where to get the picture frames. Would there be others down in the bowls of Hogwarts? Where Dobby had gotten the original one of the Founders. No, wait, the room of lost items. There would surely be portrait frames there if all else failed. That room was packed to the gunwales. Honestly, it had everything, even dead creatures in all sort of corners. Minerva waited until they'd both sat down in her office and had put out some refreshments. She was sure Severus hadn't had anything to drink since going to the ministry, and he was probably dying on a coffee. As soon as he got comfortable though, she pounced, unable to keep quiet any longer. What happened? I know you want to believe in the best of him, but you were wrong. They had all the proof they required to send him down for a long, long time, Severus informed Minerva. A glint of pity in his eye. It had always sickened him how people could believe in the old fool so much. He'd thought he'd get enjoyment in seeing just how duped they'd been, and as it sank in, but right now he didn't feel that. It wasn't only Harry who was feeling different to what they always assumed. Truthfully, he never believed such a day would come, and now he had to deal with the aftermath. Minerva gasped, clasping her hand over her mouth, eyes astonishingly large, and filling with tears she determinedly never let fall. Disbelief was thrumming through every pore of her body. She didn't want to believe a word Severus said, but she also knew that he would never lie to her, not about this. Especially not about this. No, she whispered, horrified. She couldn't believe it. Severus merely stared at her in quiet contemplation as he occasionally took a drink of his coffee. The warmth of the brew helped ease the coldness of sitting in a courtroom for hours, which nobody needed told was actually quite cold. Tell me what happened, from start to finish, Minerva demanded, straightening up, her upper lip becoming stiff. She wasn't a Scotswoman for nothing. She'd been through worse, and she would be damned if she let anything defeat her. Not even a man she'd admired her entire life. No, she would wait until she'd been told everything, then think it through. Severus quirked his eyebrow. Are you serious? He asked her dubiously. Did she really want to know exactly what Dumbledore had confessed to? The newspaper would cover it much more spectacularly than him and in greater detail. I want an accurate version, Severus, not a dramatized one from the likes of the Daily Prophet, Minerva sniped in annoyance at being questioned. Very well, Severus grudgingly agreed. I'll give you a cursory version, not too quick, but enough detail for you to get the picture. All right, Minerva reluctantly agreed to his terms. She wanted to know, so she had to agree. She wasn't about to listen to the Daily Prophet. She had to have the real thing in her mind before she even approached that newspaper tonight. There were hardly any Order members there, although if you count the fact the Weasleys had resigned, then none were present during his trial. Severus blatantly ignored the guilt she was expressing over Dumbledore being alone. Harry grew curious about people's presences within the ministry, and when he asked me who they were, I was astounded to say the least. Never would he admit to have been quite terrified and shocked at the same time. Who was there? Minerva asked, baffled as to what Severus could be referring to. The Vendicatori, Italian assassins, Severus replied, his lips twitching just so, remembering the look on Dumbledore's face as his magic was bound. Why on earth would they be there? Minerva, her bafflement continued on. She saw no reason for the Vendicatori to be there. Albus hadn't associated with them. They didn't come to Britain often. In fact, the last time they'd ever left Italy was when Grindelwald was in full power. Everywhere had been sending their best to try and stop him, yet apparently they'd been at a trial. Had they been trying to help Albus? That's exactly what I went to find out. Apparently Albus had given them permission to take Harry with them, train him. In turn, I get the impression he was to be bonded to one of them, their leader, I assume. I think it was his way of ensuring that he didn't end up in Azkaban. There was no way they would have put him behind bars if Harry disappeared from under them. They wouldn't risk Voldemort all out attacking with the only people that would fight him gone or imprisoned. Severus responded, after talking to them and them realizing Harry had nothing to do with the agreement Albus and the assassins made. Harry asked them why they'd so readily trusted him. Because they were sitting with us and their magic was ready to strike out should anything happen. Then he asked them if they'd received anything from Albus, and judging by the look on their faces the answer was a resounding yes. Minerva closed her eyes tiredly. What on earth had Albus been thinking? Doing anything to Arthur, or worse, the Vendicatori. She honestly wanted to go to him and demand answers. What was so important that he felt the need to use such illegal potions on the Weasleys to marry Harry to Ginevra? That had backfired on him spectacularly. He'd been forced to marry a teenager girl in retaliation. What made him think he could do it again without further consequences? Merlin, she could only imagine what they had demanded in retribution. The Italian minister was known to be quite an adversary, willing to go to any length for his people. It was too bad that their own minister wasn't the same. They left for St. Mungo's immediately, probably getting in touch with their minister as they did so. We went back to the trial. They were deliberating on whether to use Veritaserum. Albus protested. Quite frankly, it was the final nail in his coffin and the trial hadn't even started properly. In the end it was decided they would use it. Everyone agreed. Severus stated, continuing his tale despite Minerva's despair. She had asked for the truth, so he was giving it. "Dear Merlin," Minerva murmured, her hands shaking so badly she had to put her cup down lest she scald herself with the burning brew. They'd used Veritaserum, which basically meant he truly was guilty. She couldn't hope and pray they'd made a mistake. He admitted to his crimes. He wanted Harry married to Ginny Weasley to keep his unnatural desires in check and to keep control of him, Severus stated, barely concealing his anger. The damn old fool. Unnatural desires. Minerva gaped, stunned to the core. She hadn't been under the impression that Albus cared about someone's preferences. Indeed, Severus muttered frostily, still angry beyond words. It had been simmering under the surface since he heard Dumbledore utter it, and talking about it was bringing it out full force. That's all. He did this because he thought Harry was gay. That making him marry Ginny Weasley would make it so he was actually straight. Minerva was so enraged that she'd slipped into her Scottish accent. Who knows what the old fool really thought? Severus replied, his tone grim. He had seen Albus work his way around the words. They hadn't gotten the entire truth from him, but he was out of the way now. That was all that mattered. Did he do something to the Vendicatory? Minerva asked, already suspecting the answer. Severus had all but actually said he had. Oh yes, just as they were giving the verdict they stormed back in, threatening the minister with an international incident if he didn't deal with it right there and then. Severus told her, hiding none of his satisfaction. They were gone for nearly an hour deliberating, which I'm genuinely surprised took so long. And what is the verdict? Minerva inquired tiredly, picking up her coffee again and sipping it. Thankfully her hands didn't shake this time. It was to be 3 years, but with the new information brought forth, and probably at the Italian minister's demands, he received life imprisonment, solitary confinement with the bonding cuffs on. Severus revealed, his lips twitching at Minerva's cup nearly falling in her shock. Harry had reacted very badly to them. He had felt it through the new bond, but due to his control over his magic and emotions he'd been able to remain calm. BB bonding cuffs. Minerva stuttered, her eyes extremely round as it sank in. She winced. Nobody, and she meant absolutely nobody, wanted to think of those. The thought of being cut off from magic would scare the hell out of anyone. But to someone as powerful as Albus, it would be torture at its greatest. He's already been transferred to the island. You'll probably get a notification that you are now Hogwarts headmistress, Severus informed her. Yes, I realize that, Minerva told him, her lips pursed. Everything had been delayed for weeks due to everything that had been happening. Now one day before Hogwarts started back up she was informed she had to be headmistress. She would need to find a transfiguration teacher fast. Until then she would need to play the part of headmistress and transfiguration professor. Thankfully she knew quite a few people from the transfiguration community. She would be able to find someone willing to teach. Have you at least managed to get everything done? The students haven't even been able to get their school things due to the letters not getting sent out in time. Severus asked. Diagon Alley was going to be packed today with everyone trying to get their items they'd need for school. I sent out the 1st through 3rd year letters yesterday morning with the warning that they should go for their items immediately, otherwise the alley would be flooded. I've sent out 4th through 7th today. It was the best I could do. Minerva admitted gloomily. The students had been writing her for weeks asking when their letters would come. I alerted the apothecary to have double of everything as well. No doubt he wouldn't have time to reorder everything before the students needed them, Severus informed her. He had thought ahead when Harry didn't receive his letter. He had no choice really. Some of the students had an extremely important year. The last thing they needed was quizzes until they had every ingredient they needed. Even the school cupboards only had so many, there wasn't enough for all the students suddenly needing supplies. Thank you, Severus, Minerva admitted. She was glad at least someone was helping even just a little. She would need to put her feelings aside and get everything done for the students. They came first, as they always had as far as she was concerned. And in future, Minerva, when a student comes to you with concern, no matter how unconcerned you are, you would do well to at least check for their peace of mind. Severus admonished sharply, gazing at her in warning. Minerva startled at that. What is that supposed to mean? She didn't understand what he meant. Potter's first year, Severus smoothly replied, as he stood, getting ready to leave, and you've wondered why he never comes to you. Or any teacher for that matter before swooping headlong into danger again. What's the point in telling a teacher anything? They don't bother listening. That is what you basically said to him instead of brushing him off. Worst of it was she had never apologized to him for not listening. If you had listened to him, things might have turned out very differently. Although he doubted Black would still be alive unfortunately, the only way it would have turned out any way favorable is if he and Harry had gotten on and the teen had trusted him to make sure Black was all right. But there had been no trust, so despite the fact he had made sure Black was safe, it had turned on its head and quickly. He had just opened the door when he heard Minerva's voice again. He was 11 years old. Minerva stated sharply, not liking being judged at least of all by Severus. I went to Albus and told him what happened and he reassured me that the stone was safe. Indeed, and look how well that turned out. Severus pointed out, turning back to stare at her. Once he was proven right. Did you even feel the slightest bit guilty, or were you just too ecstatic that your house would win the cup? He was 11, manipulated into seeing his parents' killer and having to fight for his life because his teachers had ignored him. Speak to my Slytherins, they know they can come to talk to me about absolutely anything. Minerva opened and closed her mouth silently, angry, ashamed and surprised at Severus' unwitting coming to the defense of Harry. Did you even apologize for being wrong? For not listening to him? Severus pointed out, a knowing look in his eyes. With that he opened the door and wandered out without another word, leaving Minerva to stew in his words. He'd been dying to say something since he actually learned everything, and the only reason he was able to calmly discuss it was because he'd been told 2 years ago now. The last of the holidays had gone by extremely quickly, to say the least. Neither Severus nor Harry had returned to the chamber, deciding to remain in Severus' quarters, and get reacclimated to life. There was a sense of solitude and quietness in the chamber that they were going to have to go without. Admittedly, it was probably more of a loss for Severus, who was a hermit by nature. He preferred his own company, or rather used to, since he had Harry now and they were bonded. Chamber or not, both of them continued their training. They were adamant, to say the least, that neither would get rusty during the new school year. They didn't know when or how Voldemort, as Severus says, the Dark Lord, would attack. Should we go and get the portrait and put it up? Harry queried as he wandered through, closing his book as he did so. Severus looked up the question, registering, it will be the last time we get a chance to before the students arrive. Severus nodded, giving his approval of that idea. He closed the Potioneer magazine and stood up. There was nothing pressing to read in the magazine anyway, he'd read it twice already. All right, Harry agreed. Putting his book on the table, he followed Severus out of his quarters, their fingers brushing against each other. Or tried to follow Severus out, but for some reason his bonded had stopped moving. Glamour up, Severus said, his lips twitching in amusement. While it would be hilarious to see everyone's reactions to Harry's new and improved look, it would come with questions that Harry didn't want to answer. If it got out, they would destroy the chamber just to get rid of the time bubble. It was illegal after all. Nearly all magic was considered dark or illegal these days. It was a damn shame, but there was nothing anyone could do. Seeing Harry return to what he used to be made him shiver a little, feeling revulsion crawling up his spine. He had to mentally remind himself he wasn't attracted to children. Harry was no longer a teenager, and he was a grown man who Severus had come to love fiercely. He didn't care what others thought, and even if word got out they were bonded, Harry was 17, technically to everyone else anyway, so they were doing nothing wrong. Oops, Harry muttered quietly after using the spell to achieve what he desired. Only then did both of them leave Severus' quarters, their fingers slipping from each other's as they separated. It is wrong to hope Voldemort attacks soon. I just want it over with, Harry sighed, as they speedily made their way up the stairs, making their way directly to the chamber's hidden entrance. This has been a constant battle for you since you were 11 years old, it's little wonder you're tired of it. I would be as well, Severus stated. Each year the Dark Lord tried something, or a Death Eater, he thought, thinking of Pettigrew. So no, he wasn't the least bit surprised that Harry wanted it over. Truth be known, he wanted it over with as well. He'd endured enough suffering through the Dark Lord, he didn't know what he would do if he took Harry from him as well. It was why he had toughened up their duels. He had to give Harry a realistic as possible experience for when he went up against the Dark Lord, and to his everlasting pride Harry could more than hold his own. Giving back as good as he got, and he prayed it was enough. I expected something along the lines of "be careful what you wish for," Harry said, grinning, his voice only slightly teasing. There is that, Severus stated. I think you know that for yourself by now. He just didn't want to think on it. Harry just snorted at Severus' words, but he could tell Severus didn't want to discuss things like that. Come on, Severus said, when Harry began to lag behind just a little. I'm coming, Harry answered, automatically walking quicker to keep up with Severus' long strides. He was almost running actually. What's wrong? Have you remembered something you need to do? As far as he knew, they had nothing to do until the Hogwarts Express came in. Nothing, I just want to avoid any conversation or explanations as to why we are anywhere near a girl's bathroom should anyone be nearby. Severus answered honestly, opening the bathroom door, and as soon as Harry entered he closed the door again. We've never been caught before, Harry pointed out. Open, he hissed. Other times we either had the cloak or the map with us, there was no chance of someone finding out, Severus replied sardonically. Today we have neither, and the teachers are all more active during the day. The students return, especially Minerva, even though she now has a different set of duties. Speaking of that, who is the new Transfiguration teacher? Harry asked, as he slid down the pipe, grimacing as he always did when the feel of fish bones crunching under his feet. The water immediately saturated his shoes. Merlin. How the hell had Salazar Slytherin not thought of a more pleasant a way to enter his own chamber? When again he probably had. It might just not be possible to access through it anymore with all the changes that Hogwarts had gone through since his time. He would have to ask him. Severus quickly joined him, smoothly standing up and not ending up on a heap of fish bones. I haven't spoken to Minerva regarding the new teachers, it's not something I'm interested in. I just hope that she has done sufficient background checks. Remus is the new defense teacher, Harry pointed out with a frown. Had they not discussed that? Judging by the surprise on Severus' face, they had not. At least it's one less teacher I must worry about being on the wrong side, Severus admitted, but very grudgingly. That's it, Harry said, surprised. As they both walked through the chamber, both of them could do it in their sleep. It had become second nature to them. It's about survival now, Severus said, his tone dark. The world is going to be a very dark place, and it might be that way for Hogwarts too. Yeah, true, Harry agreed, his green eyes dimming in solemnity. Open, he hissed once again, opening the second entrance, the SS clanging loudly as it went around. It is hard to believe Dumbledore was the only real reason Voldemort didn't attack the school though. Don't doubt it, Severus said seriously. I don't, Harry replied, hissing the last password out to gain them entrance to the place they had called home for years. This was where they had first seen each other for their true self. Masks had been stripped. Where they spoke their real thoughts, fears, desires, the horrors they'd seen and endured. This was where Harry and Severus had fallen in love, where they had bonded. It would forever hold a special place in their hearts, and it would devastate them that they could no longer call it their home. Together both Severus and Harry worked in tandem getting the frame off the wall. It would soon be taking up a place of pride in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Where it should have been all along. They were the founders of Hogwarts. They'd built the school from the very ground under their feet with their bare hands while defending it from pilfering thieves and bandits who knew that the founders were magical and what the place was going to be used for. Despite the difficulty, the four of them remained alive, strong and built the magnificent structure that was Hogwarts so generation after generation of students could study in her halls without fear of discovery. The founders, despite the falling out, couldn't be prouder to see what had become of their school. Although the circumstances that had occurred, like the wars, had them foaming at the mouth. None of the founders were in the portrait at the moment, so without needing to explain anything, once it was off the wall, Severus levitated it, and both of them began their journey back. All books and everything from within the chamber had been packed up, leaving it bare. Instead of feeling a sense of nostalgia as they left, Harry and Severus just felt heavy at heart. Once they got to the pipe, they realized that the frame was just too big, and they didn't want to risk actually casting magic on it to alter it. The frame was old enough as it was. A silencing spell over it was different to shrinking it, it could change the innate magic in it. "Dobby," Harry called, there was just no way to safely get that thing up the pipe. "What can Dobby do for Harry Potter, sir?" Dobby answered, "And Master Snape," Dobby added, seeing that Severus was with Harry as always. He was back to Master Snape now. Hogwarts was officially in session for the house elves and teachers, even though the students didn't arrive for a few more hours, and they were all busy getting ready for them. Giving the dorms one last clean up. "Take this up top for us, we don't want to risk breaking it," Harry asked, as Severus levitated it down so the house elf was able to take a hold of it. The frame completely obscured Dobby, all that could be seen was his fingers and feet, as he kept a good grip of it until they were both gone. With that, they both expertly got up top themselves, before canceling the spell they'd used. "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said gratefully. "Can Dobby do anything else to help?" Dobby asked. He was their house elf, not Hogwarts, not that anyone other than the house elves were aware of that fact. "You can pop us to the Great Hall, near the teacher's table if you have nothing to do," Severus stated, even though it was supposed to be more of a question. This was guaranteed to make sure he didn't come upon the teachers. He just wanted to avoid everyone for a few more hours before his life became long and tiresome. It would also be bothersome and cumbersome when it came to being able to spend time with his bonded. Which he knew would quickly piss him off and make him more unpleasant to be around. Yes, he knew the others could barely tolerate him, but that didn't bother him at all. In fact, it amused him to no end, especially when they made idle conversation with him when he had no desire to speak to anyone. Dobby didn't hesitate to grab hold of their hands, and pop them straight to the Great Hall, knowing that they would call if he was needed. Dobby left them to put the portraits of the founder of Hogwarts where it rightfully belonged. Yes, he knew all about that. He was a house elf. People spoke when they were there as though they were blind and deaf. Although Harry and Severus weren't as bad, they did talk when Dobby was around, and Dobby would never betray that trust. "Permanent sticking charm?" Harry questioned thoughtfully once the frame was situated right in the middle, where they would be seen and could see everything. "Absolutely," Severus declared resolutely. He liked knowing that it could never be removed, that at least one portrait of the founders would always be safe and in the open at Hogwarts. The future generations all deserved the ability to see the founders themselves, talk to them, and revere them as he and Harry had been able to do for years. Harry grinned almost savagely, thinking pretty much the same as Severus. No headmaster would ever interfere with the portraits of the founders again. They would take their rightful place in the most magnificent room Hogwarts had to offer, and the Great Hall to him was a magnificent splendor that would never diminish over time. The spell was cast, and it would last forever, as the name itself indicated, permanent. "There," Harry said, stepping back, chuckling a little, thinking of the others' reactions. Oh, how he wished he would be there. "Mr. Potter," Phileas squeaked out in surprise. The small wizard was standing at the doors, his luggage floating behind him, quite shocked to see a student at Hogwarts. It wasn't done very often. "Professor," Harry said, giving him a single nod. Phileas glanced at Severus before returning his attention to Harry. He had grown quite a bit over the summer holidays. "I see you've had a considerable growth spurt." Harry blinked. "Yes, Professor," he replied. It was the one thing that couldn't be covered by a glamour. Height couldn't be changed no matter what you tried. He was, however, surprised that someone had noticed, but when you were as small as his charms, Professor, he guessed that he would notice it first and foremost. "I hope you had a quiet summer, Severus. I shall see you at the feast tonight." Phileas managed to collect himself. He was deeply curious as to why Harry was there. You as well, Phileas, Severus replied with genuine kindness. He was one of the few teachers here at Hogwarts Severus actually liked and could have spirited debates with. As Albus in his office, Phileas queried, I have a few things I need to discuss before the students come. He spoke cheerfully as always. Phileas didn't miss the glance Severus and Harry shared, which made him feel a little bit on edge. Evidently something had happened. Where exactly did you go this summer, Phileas? Severus questioned him, suppressing his amusement, his lips twitching only marginally. With the tournament, Russia and America for most part, why? Phileas inquired, dead flashing over his face. I am not going to like this, am I? I think it's best you speak with Minerva, you'll find her in her office, Severus informed him. Her office in the headmistress' office. I see, Phileas sighed, wondering what the headmaster had done this time to get Lucius Malfoy's hackles raised enough to have him suspended again. How did you do this year? Severus asked just as Phileas was turning to leave. I had a good tournament, second place this year, he said proudly. Now if you'll excuse me, I want to get up to date before the students arrive, so he had at least a few hours to compose himself. Indeed, Severus nodded his understanding, and with that Phileas left the great hall, his things still floating behind him. Or more accurately, above him, since he was short. He noticed the change in my height. Harry muttered incredulously, shaking his head. He's very observant, probably the most observant teacher next to me, Severus told him. He hadn't been surprised by his colleague's words. Nor would he be surprised if Phileas realized Harry was wearing a glamour, and quite quickly too. Thankfully, he knew Phileas was very discreet about that sort of thing and wouldn't get Harry into trouble. So will he realize? Harry trailed off, but he knew Sev would understand. Perhaps, Severus admitted, it looks as though they aren't coming back any time soon. Let's go, giving another glance to the portrait before he stepped down and away from the teacher's table. The magic in the portraits allowed the people in the frames be pulled to the other frames, so it wasn't as if the founders could get lost trying to find the chamber, although the thought did amuse him so. It's that I won't be there to see their reactions, Harry admitted, almost pouting, but he was definitely too old for things like that. Severus chuckled dryly. I'll let you see the memory in my pensive, he promised his bonded. Brilliant, Harry said excitedly. Severus had been in a stunned silence for ages afterwards, while Harry had been quite happy to talk to him. Harry couldn't blame him. He'd been revering Salazar Slytherin for decades, while he'd only been aware of his existence for 6 years at that point. He'd only vaguely been aware of them, he'd never really read upon them, knew anything about them, other than the fact Godric had a sword and Salazar was a Parselmouth. That had been as far as his knowledge went. The teachers here were probably the same as Sev. He hadn't had quite the opportunity to see Sev either, since he'd been temporarily sidetracked. Harry bounced impatiently as the Hogwarts Express pulled up at Hogsmeade, his green eyes glancing at each window that passed, wondering which one his friends were in. They knew he was here, so he didn't have to worry about them leaving for the coaches without him. He waved to everyone who said hello to him as they passed, ignored the sneers and snide remarks the seventh-year Slytherins made. Harry, Hermione called, peering out of end cart, waving him in her direction as she levitated her trunk beside her. Hey, where's Ron? Harry called, as he made his way through everyone, which wasn't as easy as it looked since they were all lined up for the coaches. He's coming, Hermione replied. How are you? I'm fine, Harry grinned. He was glad to see them. It felt like forever since he'd seen them last. Are you the new head boy? Hermione asked, giving him a look. How did you know? Harry blurted out in surprise. He had decided to just accept both the head boy responsibilities and Quidditch captaincy. With everything, he felt as if it was probably best. Minerva had enough on her plate without him throwing the badges back at her. Crap, he just thought of her as Minerva. Severus was rubbing off on him. He better not do it in class or he was done for. Probably lose 100 points if he dared to call her by her first name. Oh wait, he wouldn't have class with her. Well, that was only a small relief. Well, it was pretty obvious. The head boy didn't come to the compartment, and I suspected it was you 20 minutes into the ride. Hermione shrugged. How did Ron take not being the head boy? Harry inquired. He knew he wouldn't get it. Hermione laughed a little. He doesn't want that sort of responsibility, not on top of any WTs too. Yeah, Harry said with a tense grin. So what was it you wanted to tell us? Hermione commented, as they began moving wanting to catch a coach. Not here, Harry said right away. Honestly, he hadn't wanted to tell her in a courtroom filled with people. Why would he want to tell her here amongst the nosiest people on the planet? All right, when? Hermione queried, as she got her trunk onto the coach, looking behind her for any sign of Ron. His red hair quickly gave him away as he ran over to them, dragging his trunk with him instead of levitating it. Why don't you and Ron join me in my new room? I've not even seen it yet, Harry suggested. Merlin he'd missed his friends, but he was anxious about how they would take his bonding. He didn't want to have to choose between them. Ron and I will be in mine most of the time, Hermione said, her cheeks tinged red when she realized what she'd practically admitted. How far away are the rooms? Harry queried, not even blinking at what Hermione said. He'd suspected they'd do that. The dorms were too crowded after all. Just down the corridor from each other, Hermione informed him, just as Ron finally barged into the coach. Hey, Ron said, grinning at them, sorry about that, I was with Ginny. She's not been feeling well. Mum asked me to keep an eye on her. Despite the turmoil the family was in, Weasleys stuck together, so he looked after her, however reluctantly. How is she now? Hermione asked merely out of politeness. She's with her friends, Ron shrugged. She's been feeling sick. They're taking her to the hospital wing when they get to Hogwarts. Ah, well, Poppy will make sure she's fine, Hermione replied. So what were you guys talking about? Ron asked, eager to change the subject. Just to meet up Harry in the head boys' suite later, Hermione commented. He has something he wanted to tell us. Well, what is it? Ron asked, as always impatient. Later, it's not something I want anyone to overhear. Harry explained. Please, he added, knowing Ron would sulk. Ron sighed. Oh, all right then. Thanks, Ron, Harry said, knowing how hard it was for him. He was growing up, and for that Harry was glad. Since he was 2 years older than Ron now, he didn't want to get into it regarding childish things. You won't have long to wait, and he also hoped Ron accepted this. He didn't care if Ron and Severus never got on, but as long as he could accept the bonding, Merlin, it would take a miracle, he knew, but he didn't want to have to choose. Think we'll have a quiet year? Hermione asked, hopeful. Harry burst into peals of laughter, wordlessly shaking his head. No, hell no, there was no way Voldemort wouldn't attack. Ron grinned at Harry's merriment. He didn't laugh like that often. It was nice to see. It was rather infectious, but he'd already been amused by what his girlfriend had said. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hermione sighed morosely, trying to stop her lips from twitching. Harry had changed. He was different. She wondered what had caused it. Would it be what they were finding out tonight? Severus, do you have a minute? There's something I would like to discuss with you, Phileas told the Stoic Potions professor, staring up at Severus. My office, he suggested. With that, the smaller wizard began to move around the teachers and through the great hall. The students had already left and the teachers were just getting ready to do their nightlight rounds before they were back to a normal routine of teaching students once more. Severus curiously followed his colleague, wondering what on earth he could need to discuss with him so urgently. For such a small wizard, he couldn't half move quickly, Severus thought to himself wryly, as he matched his strides keeping up with Phileas. Phileas' office was on the west side of the 3rd floor, 2 doors from his classroom in actual fact and 2 levels below Ravenclaw's common room. His office and quarters were located in an optimal position so he could get to the common room quickly if there was any need for it. Severus' curiosity turned to caution as Phileas closed his door and proceeded to place quite a few safety measures on his office. One to prevent any eavesdropping devices from working, another to stop any recording equipment, another to silence the room so nobody could hear them, and one to keep his door closed no matter who tried to get in. Severus atomically had his wand in his hand, watching Phileas with suspicion. Never in all his years of conversations with Phileas had he gone to such lengths. He wasn't paranoid, or at least he hadn't been, thought Severus, relaxing only a little when the wizard ignored his reaction and sat down, his fingers interlocked as he gazed pensively, trying to figure out the best way to broach a topic he felt was obviously hard. Well, spit it out, Severus stated, sitting opposite Phileas, getting impatient with the continued silence. It was highly unnerving. What is going on between you and Harry Potter, Severus? Phileas asked, his eyes clouded with confusion. He knew something was happening, he just didn't know what. Meaning? Severus asked stiffly. He'd evidently underestimated Phileas a little. He'd known Phileas was smarter than anyone gave him credit for, but what could he know? I can't explain it completely, Phileas huffed in agitation. He wasn't used to that either. Severus' lips twitched. No, it wasn't something even Phileas would think up. It is not amusing, Severus, Phileas exclaimed, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Then explain what you do know for a fact. Severus finally relented and said, taking pity on his longtime colleague. Mr. Potter has somehow gone through his inheritance, something that only happens after someone turns 17. There is no short-circuiting the process, not unless a new spell has been invented. His powers have grown exponentially and only over a summer, something which is impossible. He has the magic of a 20-year-old wizard who casts a lot of magic. Phileas calmed marginally and explained everything in a rational manner. He also has some very complex glamour on. I've never seen anything quite like it. To top it all off, you're both bonded. You have his magic on you, and he in turn has your magic on him. Your own magic has increased marginally. You were both quite near equally matched in powers, now it's evenly matched. Severus arched an eyebrow, definitely underestimated him. How on earth had he figured all this out in such a short amount of time? Obvious Phileas was keeping some whopping secrets to himself as well, which he was growing curious about, he'd admit. There's only one person I can think of who has gone through this in a remotely similar manner, Phileas added thoughtfully. Severus sat up straighter. And who might that be? Staring intently at Phileas. Hermione Granger, of course, Phileas explained. The Time Turner, Severus said, nodding his understanding. Yes, her magic grew twice as stronger in the year where it would have taken 2. She also went through her inheritance sooner. Technically speaking, her tracer should have been removed sooner since she was already 17. Phileas explained. A whole year of using a time turner, potentially 8 hours a day, depending on how many classes were doubled. He wasn't aware of how many classes that had been doubled for the 13-year-old. She was a Gryffindor and he hadn't approved her usage of one. In fact, only Dumbledore and Minerva had. The rest had been most vehemently against the idea of a child using such a dangerous item to go back in time for such a frivolous reason as taking extra classes. They'd been ignored as always, and Dumbledore had ensured Miss Granger had what she wanted. And how exactly can you see magical cores? Severus asked, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He was almost 100% nobody knew, especially not Dumbledore. Such a gift would have been used to the maximum, especially by a wizard who used people. Perhaps Phileas understood Dumbledore's character and decided against putting it on his resume when he applied for the job. What do you know of my ancestry? Phileas asked, wondering if Severus knew or not. Severus frowned. Now that was definitely not the subject he'd suspected to be brought up. You won't offend me with your guesses, Severus, I am asking. Believe me, I've heard them all, Phileas added, giving a small smirk to the wizard sitting opposite him. He knew out of all the people in the magical world, Severus would keep it quiet. He was just that sort of wizard. Many students, including myself when I was younger, conceded the possibility that you might be part elf, either that or had elf blood in your family line. Severus said slowly. He had in the past considered the possibility, but he'd been 11 years old. It hadn't been something he'd thought on for such a long time. Correct size, different creature, Phileas said, knowing he didn't need to say anything further for Severus to join the dots. He was one of the most intelligent men he'd come across. An intelligent man who had been through a lot and made a few bad decisions with logical reasonings he'd liked at the time. A goblin, Severus said almost immediately as he joined the dots. Goblins had the ability to see magic. Most assumed the wards surrounding Gringotts were the reason they seemed so smart and able to detect when someone wasn't themselves, but it just wasn't true. Something he had figured out quite accidentally. Well, not so accidentally. He had been curious about the wards Gringotts had up and cast a spell to see. The only ones on the building were actually security wards. Yes, Phileas nodded, and he had many abilities that he wouldn't have otherwise due to his goblin ancestry, and he didn't see it as a hardship, he saw it as a gift. And Dumbledore didn't know? Severus asked, doubt coating his voice. Oh, he knew, Phileas said quickly, he just wasn't aware of my abilities. I do not like to broadcast them. Yes, but why? Severus inquired, his gaze solemn and intense. He honestly wanted to know why Phileas would hide his abilities. It wasn't something people tended to do. As you know, the goblins distrust Dumbledore, with good reason it appears now. Phileas sighed. A relative of mine attended school with Dumbledore, and they knew what he was like. How he surrounded himself with those who were magically gifted, all the while helping those who were, let's just say, not popular and magically weak, gathering reverence as he went along. I grew up reading books that showed Dumbledore as this brilliant man, but on the other hand my family disliked him. They weren't impressed with my desire to join the Hogwarts faculty, let me tell you. I continued to see those two sides even as I worked here. It's why I tended to take a backseat, refusing to join the order. I wouldn't blame your family for hating Dumbledore. He promised for years to change the laws on creatures, yet he never did, not a single legislation. The only good thing he ever did, if it could be considered good, was let one werewolf attend Hogwarts and later become employed. Severus conceded, seeing their point of view. So Phileas wasn't in complete shock over what had happened to Dumbledore then, and his insistence of not joining the order despite how beneficial he would have been made sense. And he would have been beneficial, even without knowing he could see magic. He was one of the best duelers in the world. He proved it every year, working in the dueling champion circuits. Phileas just smiled in amusement. He'd heard it all before from his family. You always seemed very close to Dumbledore, Severus. I have a feeling that you aren't exactly reeling from the information that's poured out. Phileas said thoughtfully, tapping a bell on his desk, and almost immediately a tray of goodies and a pot of coffee and tea with all the extras was on the table. You've either never trusted him one iota or you've had longer than us to process the information. He may have well known for quite some time before the trial. 2 years, Severus confirmed Phileas' suggestion. Phileas' eyes widened. 2 years. He choked, closing his eyes and nodding. Well, that definitely explained everything strange about Harry's magic. Ah, so the glamour is to hide Harry's age and no doubt sudden health. Which no doubt after 2 years he would look healthier than ever if Severus was involved. But how? Even the duration of a summer isn't enough to have 2 years go by when using a time turner. He did the math mentally again to make sure he was right, and of course he was. This is something that cannot get out, Severus warned. You have my word on a vow that anything discussed here tonight between us will remain so. So mote it be, Phileas said, and the magic flared to life around them. It wasn't an official vow, but it was an oath, and it had bound him to his word. Time bubble, Severus answered, his voice unconsciously lowering at the forbidden magic. Phileas' eyes widened. You created one. Such magic was damn near impossible to cast. All time bubbles had been destroyed, completely leveled, and all books pertaining the subject had been taken and burnt by the Aurors back in the day. Only a few survived, kept within families and kept a grave secret in fear of it being taken away and them arrested. Phileas wouldn't be surprised if there was one book hidden away in a vault in the Ministry. The Unspeakable surely had the right to study all magic. Severus shook his head. No, he hadn't. Then there is still one in existence. That survived the Ministry's purge. Phileas was envious that Severus and Harry had been inside of it. The magic, its creation, was a wondrous thing, and for a Ravenclaw there was a thirst to see and examine it for himself. Where? Phileas asked, mesmerized. Think it through, Severus said, pouring himself and Phileas a coffee. Knowing by now how Phileas liked it, they had worked together for years after all. Well, you rarely leave Hogwarts, so I don't. Hogwarts. There's one here, Phileas asked when it clicked. But where? Surely it would have been found by now. Even now we do not know the entire ins and outs of Hogwarts. I'm sure only the Founders have ever known every single nook and cranny of the school. Severus stated. The Founders still hadn't returned to their portrait. Everyone had been curious about the appearance of a portrait in the Great Hall, since there were no other portraits there, but seeing as nothing was in it, that curiosity had waned pretty quickly. True, there are many places that we've been unable to find. Phileas admitted. Rowena's study and many, many other places he wasn't interested in is the thought of finding Rowena Ravenclaw's study. They say all her scrolls and books were still somewhere within the school, untouched all those years. Spells she'd invented, journals detailing all her visions, maybe even a prophetic writing or two, and all her things just waiting like treasure to be found. Phileas had a feeling that Severus wouldn't disclose its location, and quite frankly Phileas didn't blame him, he doubted he would either. Now that is putting it lightly, Severus answered, drinking his coffee. He would need to do his rounds soon. Harry was currently explaining everything to his friends, and he honestly didn't think they'd react well. It was going to be a difficult year for Harry, while his friends tried to come to terms with it all he believed. Mr. Weasley, while he had grown up some, still had a lot to go through before becoming an adult. He was definitely going to be the more vocal one of the both. I would offer you something stronger, but it's a bad idea at the moment. We must get together at the weekend and truly celebrate your bonding, Severus, Phileas firmly told him, knowing that he probably hadn't as of yet. Perhaps, Severus conceded. I have to admit I am stunned that you bonded with Harry. It's the last person in the world whom I would have guessed if I had only seen some sort of ring or cuff that's associated with a bonding and tried to work it out. Phileas admitted, digging for more information now, and shamelessly so too. He knew it, both of them did as a matter of fact. Phileas also knew Severus would never ever bond with someone out of necessity. No, they definitely cared for one another deeply. Severus would never endure a bond for anything less than he loved someone. His reticent nature wouldn't allow someone into his personal space otherwise. Are you really digging for information on my love life, Phileas? Severus asked wryly, leaning back against the chair. His black eyes were actually gleaming with amusement. I know how private you are, Severus. I am merely curious as to how it came about, Phileas admitted. You have to know it will be on everyone's mind. A few might even be brave enough to ask outright. He didn't want the details, he was just curious how it came about. You have to remember 2 years have passed for both of us, while a single summer has passed here, Severus answered. In that time we learned a lot about each other. Preconceived notions were shot to hell and we began to care for one another, he said resolutely, determined not to say anything else. No, I simply meant how you managed to find this bubble and why you were both inside it. Phileas corrected Severus' assumption. Ah, well of course, it's an understandable question, Severus said, lips twitching remembering the early days. Harry came to me when he realized nobody would give him training. He offered me something I couldn't quite turn down for help, a very rare and priceless potion ingredient. It started out as training and progressed from there. As long as you are both happy, it definitely doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. But no, I am happy for you, Severus, Phileas said honestly. He'd always thought Severus would remain alone and that had saddened him. He hadn't let anyone in, go figure, if anyone could it would be Harry. Thank you, Severus replied, warmed by his declaration. I assume you are keeping it quiet. Phileas prompted, placing his empty cup on the table having drunk its contents. Yes, nobody knows, although Harry is telling his best friends right about now, Severus explained. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Phileas letting it slip. Ah, well, to be a fly on that wall, Phileas chuckled, just imagining Ronald Weasley's reaction, for it was sure to be priceless. Just then a piece of parchment pinged into existence on his desk. He noticed it was from Poppy, who on Earth could already be in the hospital wing. Opening the folded parchment, his eyes widened in astonishment and his stomach did rebel a little at the thought. Problem? Severus asked, frowning, seeing that it was obviously something concerning, judging by Phileas' reaction. Mrs. Ginevra Dumbledore is pregnant, Phileas said, using her appropriate title as it was on the paperwork. She'll need to be excused from a few of my classes this year. And in none of mine, Severus pointed out, his lips twitching slightly. Something good had come out of it then. Only you would see the upside, Severus, Phileas chuckled. It's hard to believe that he would give her the potion to get her pregnant so soon. She's still in school, Azkaban or not. It's truly dreadful. Her schoolwork is going to decline painfully, under the impression that Dumbledore had used a potion. Perhaps she wanted it over with. Severus suggested. Who knows what stipulations are in the contract? For all we know, she had to get pregnant within the first year. Nobody other than Dumbledore and the female Weasley. Dumbledore should know the contents of the contract, perhaps even the Weasley parents. Magic always found a way to punish those who interfered with the purest magic one could achieve. What was certain was that Ginevra Weasley was a money-grubbing child, who was now being forced to deal with magic called karma. Honestly, if he didn't know the Weasleys were penniless, he would have called her a spoilt brat. Perhaps, it's still a little concerning. She's barely past her 16th birthday, Phileas sighed, shaking his head. It had been one hell of a day, was all he could say. Dumbledore had destroyed her life, her prospects. When he died, she would never marry. Nobody would want to marry her. She was a pariah by all social circles. He had noticed everyone avoiding her in Gryffindor except two of her closest friends. Her earlier paleness was obvious now, but why was a mystery. She must have known she was pregnant. Perhaps it was sickness. It was possible. All right, now will you tell us this mystery of yours? Hermione asked from where she was sitting in the sitting area of Harry's rooms, which by the way was the mirror image of her own. In one door was the bathroom, the other was the bedroom. Outside here was the sitting room, which was quite large and comfortable with a fireplace that was crackling merrily. Yes, don't keep us waiting, and it better be good, Ron said, grinning in amusement. I need you to be with me on this, Harry said, his tone almost desperate. I don't want to have to choose, and I don't want to endure you saying I've been duped or having to go through all the name-calling. Hermione gripped Ron's hand, knowing that Harry never dramatized things. If anything, he did the exact opposite. This was obviously something big, and Ron never did well when it came to big secrets or announcements. Go on, Harry, Hermione said, squeezing Ron's hand in warning. She just prayed he kept a level head. I'm bonded, Harry told them, watching their reactions anxiously, knowing it was only going to get worse. Ron choked in shock, staring blankly at Harry. That was a hell of a commitment to make to someone at their age. Hermione's eyes scanned Harry's wrists and fingers. She found no outward sign of any bonding. You didn't bond properly, she questioned, pointing towards his hands. We did, Harry explained, we just haven't gotten around to getting a matching pieces. I don't want to do it until after the war. Well, that's understandable, Hermione conceded, but why have you been so secretive with us about it? You've hardly been out of Hogwarts. Who could you have spent time with enough to develop feelings for? Ron cried out. Hermione, check him for a love potion, will you? He whispered to his girlfriend, truly concerned for him. It's a teacher, Harry said, rolling his eyes at Ron's statement to Hermione. Oh, Harry, Hermione groaned, leaning back, her head hitting the couch with a thump. Ew, Ron grimaced. Come on, you're having us on. They were all old, really old. Ron, I finally have someone who cares about me for me. Please don't ruin our friendship over this, Harry warned him, which caused Ron to sober up completely. But everyone here's really old, unless it's the new Transfiguration teacher. Ron asked, holding out hope. No, Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead in agitation. Whoever it is risks getting sacked for this. You're barely 17 and they have to be at least 10 years older than you and your teacher to boot. It's unethical, even by wizarding standards. They'll believe you're being favored and force you to stop taking that class or think you've been unfairly graded. Is that really your only problem with the fact I'm bonded to a teacher, my own? Harry asked hopefully. Hermione's face twisted as she thought about it. If you are happy then I'll try to understand. I'll hold you to that, Harry pointed out. This isn't the worst of it, is it? Ron said glumly. He was stalling, so obviously the worst part would come next. Wincing as Hermione's grip tightened, bloody hell, his woman was strong. It's Sev, Harry murmured quietly, cringing as he waited on the inevitable explosion. Wait, Sev. As in Severus Snape, Ron shouted, trying to stand up only to be yanked back down, his face going red. His best mate was bloody bonded to Snape. Bloody hell, Harry, he thought in dread. I love him, he loves me, Harry said. He helped me more than I can explain. He doesn't care about the title of the boy who lived. He cares about me. He knows my favorite foods, colors, knows more about me than anyone else except you guys. I'll even let you run all the tests you want. I'll even swear a vow that I was the one who asked him, I was the one who initiated it, and that I love him. He gets me. I'll never find that in someone else, especially not in anyone my age. But Snape. Ron whined, hating himself for it, but bloody hell, of all people, Snape hadn't even crossed his mind. He would have preferred Professor McGonagall, no, Headmistress McGonagall now, over Snape. You've only seen the teacher side of him, Ron. I've seen the man under the masks he wears, and he's under as much stress as I am with the war, maybe more so. Harry informed him calmly. But Snape, Ron repeated himself. Harry laughed. Ron was going to be fine, he would get over it. He wasn't roaring in anger and vowing never to talk to him again, and Harry took that as a very good sign. He was trying to understand, and Harry was really happy about it. I think I understand what drew you both together, but it's only been how long? Hermione asked, aware of the time bubble. 2 years, Harry confessed, removing his wand and letting the glamour drop. Bloody hell, Ron yelped, seeing his best friend's real look for the first time. 2 years, Hermione whispered, gaping in shock. Yeah, I've been training a lot, a whole lot, Harry informed them. I learned everything I need to take him on. I finally have a chance to survive this. His tone was filled with relief, and both friends heard it. Oh, Harry, Hermione said sadly. She'd had no idea how concerned he was over that. She should have seen it, should have done something, anything, like help him train, continue the DA or something, just anything to help. I'm so sorry, I should have helped. I needed expert help, Harry said, shaking his head. You were good, but I needed someone who could show me how to truly duel. Voldemort has so much more experience than me, but Sev helped, he's given me a way to survive. Merlin, he was so glad they were at least accepting it on his behalf. Either that or it hadn't sunk in yet, maybe it was a bit of both. That's true, Hermione said. Oh, did you hear the news? News? Harry asked, surprised by the abrupt change in subject. Yeah, Ginny's pregnant, Hermione said. Can you believe it? Her education was completely ruined, and it was all she was going to have. Harry winced. How are your parents taking it? They don't know yet, Ron grimaced. They're being called in though, and Poppy is going to tell them. Ginny isn't happy at all. Bloody hell, Harry muttered, saying Ron's most favorite phrase. Yeah, Ron said glumly. Ginny swallowed thickly, staring down at the letter from Madame Pomfrey. She was to make her way directly to the hospital wing where the conference was being held between the healer and her parents. They were going to be so angry again, not that they'd stopped being angry, they had just began to patch things up a little when Hogwarts started. In her other hand she held the document for spousal visitation right to visit Azkaban. She literally had no control over herself when she wrote to the clerk at the ministry for a copy. Even in Azkaban she couldn't get away from him, he had ruined her life in more ways than one. The thought of going there and seeing him terrified her, he terrified her. To make matters worse, she had no new books or uniform for this year at Hogwarts. She had to get to Gringotts and get some money, she had to get something out of being married to Dumbledore, and she swore she'd make Dumbledore pay for doing this to her if it was the last thing she did. If he thought she'd just totally roll over for him, then he didn't know her very well. Sighing softly, she left Gryffindor common room. She had been hoping to see Harry and find out why Ron lied about Harry being gay. She didn't believe it. She had seen the way he looked at her, and he wanted her, just like all the other boys, who were all avoiding her like she was diseased now. It was probably a good thing. She didn't want to think on what would happen if she slept with any of them. Even looking at a boy with a single lustful thought caused intense pain to radiate down her back. The boys weren't the only ones avoiding her, everyone was, and only 2 friends had spoken to her, and agreed to keep an eye on her when Ron asked. She hadn't wanted him to leave, she wanted someone who cared nearby. Her friends had asked her dozens of questions about Dumbledore, things she couldn't answer, literally. When it became obvious she wasn't going to talk about it, they grew bored. As soon as she was in the hospital wing they'd vanished. Only now was she beginning to realize just how truly lonely she was. Ginny's face flushed red when everyone gave her a wide berth. With glaring disgusted eyes, she had to bite her tongue to stop herself from shrieking at them. They needed to get over themselves and focus on their own boring lives. They had no right to judge her. She had done nothing wrong other than to try and make a life for herself, one worth living in, not like her mother and father. Living in the Barrow of all things, it was nothing more than a chicken coop, just like Draco Malfoy liked to say to her and her brothers all the time. Nonetheless, she was very glad when the hospital wing came into view, to get away from the judgmental prying eyes of all the people within Hogwarts aged 11 and up. For all of a few moments before she realized who would be there in a few moments, if they weren't already. She was going to be blamed for something she hadn't done, and she couldn't tell them anything. She couldn't tell them what a perverted, disgusting, insane sycophant Dumbledore was. Wincing in pain, she couldn't even think badly of him without feeling it. She had to look through the library and find whatever potion he'd forced upon her. This was completely unbearable. If she could figure out what it was, she could get it out of her system and reveal all. "Ah, Mrs. Dumbledore, come take a seat. Your parents are on their way," Poppy said, gesturing her through to her office. "Please don't call me that," Ginny grimaced. It made her remember the night she'd rather forget. "That is your name," Poppy replied, but nonetheless gave her a sympathetic look. "Call me Ginny, please," Ginny begged, as she followed the healer through to her office, looking around curiously. She'd never been there before. There was a large frame there. She wondered if it was a relative of Madame Pomfrey's or one that had been installed before she worked there. Then, before Ginny knew it, the flow network in the healer's office was flaring brightly. "You called for us, Poppy. Is everyone all right?" Molly asked, busy brushing the soot from her clothes, not seeing her daughter right away. "What's happened?" Arthur asked, glancing at his daughter questioningly. She didn't meet his eyes. This was going to be a long meeting, he just had that feeling. "Have a seat," Poppy said, sitting down herself, used to the awkwardness when it came to parents worrying or the silence due to fear and worry. "Ginny, what's going on?" Molly demanded of her daughter as soon as she was sitting, clutching Arthur's hand tightly. "Your daughter was violently sick on the train. Ronald was concerned and asked her friends to bring her up to see me." Poppy informed them, having to use her son's name so she knew which Mr. Weasley she was speaking about. "I did a basic scan and an explanation became apparent. She hasn't been sick before. If she's eaten something then we would all be sick surely." Molly explained, worried that everyone was coming down with something. It couldn't be her food was always thoroughly cooked, and no, it must be something else. Arthur closed his eyes, his posture one of complete defeat. He put the pieces together, and why Ginny was there and why Poppy was explaining. Ginny was obviously pregnant. She was 16. What had she and Dumbledore been thinking? He should have put his foot down and refused her the potion to get her pregnant. There was nothing in the contract that said she had to get pregnant right away. There was absolutely no excuse for this. "Molly, your daughter is pregnant," Poppy said, confirming Arthur's worst fears. "No," Molly cried out horrified, staring at her daughter as if she had never seen her before. "You silly girl, why would you take the potion so quickly? You were meant to finish your Hogwarts education. It's all you have, do you understand? It's all you have, and we will never be able to afford private tutors to see you through your NEWTs." "I'm sorry," Ginny said, tears brimming in her eyes as hatred spun through her. Her own mother didn't think twice. She actually thought she would get herself pregnant. She'd been having for years. She knew the spell to prevent herself getting pregnant for Merlin's sake. Her dad taught it to her when she was 11 years old, as was customary for pureblood families when they were giving their son or daughter the talk before Hogwarts. "I'm extremely disappointed in you, Ginevra," Arthur said sadly, still looking defeated. "You should have discussed this with us. You are far too young and obviously immature for this." "How long will she be able to stay at Hogwarts?" Molly asked Poppy, twiddling with her apron anxiously. This wasn't the way she'd envisioned becoming a grandmother, that was for sure. "The teachers have already been informed. They will hand out the dates where her presence will be unsuitable in class, and she cannot attend any potion lessons, so her participation in that will have to be written and theory work." Poppy went on to explain, "It's during her 3rd trimester that her magic usage should be kept at a minimum, especially in case of it acting out. So as soon as she reaches her 3rd trimester she will have to return home until the birth. Since I know you won't be able to afford Street Mungo's, I am volunteering my services to care for your daughter and her child." "Oh, thank you, Poppy," Molly said, lifting her hand and squeezing Poppy's, her eyes conveying how grateful she was. She absolutely refused to take a penny of Dumbledore's money, not even for that. she'd rather sell her precious family heirlooms than take a single canute from him. She would get out Ginny and Ron's old baby things, they would be just fine. The clothes she could start knitting, her and Arthur would just have to save up for the essentials the baby would need, like bottles and dummies and the likes which couldn't be knitted or retrieved from storage. They were having trouble getting by, she felt as though her daughter was doing this to further punish them. It's absolutely no problem, Poppy said in sympathy, patting her hand back. She knew they wouldn't be able to get money together so soon for a healer to check the baby, not with all the problems they'd been facing lately. She also knew they were too proud to take any money from their children. They would need all the help they could get, and she honestly didn't mind helping them. What about anti-nausea potions? Molly said, speaking mostly to her husband. I'll see what I can do, Arthur admitted very quietly, but of course Poppy heard it was a small room. Don't worry about a thing, I'll have the potions brewed for her, Poppy quickly interrupted. How? Molly asked. She was a healer of small children. There would be no anti-nauseous potions here that are given to pregnant witches, just the normal kind which Ginny most certainly couldn't get. Severus has never let me down in the past, Poppy admitted. She gave extra potions to those in serious need of it. A healer she knew in Nocturne Alley even sometimes asked Severus to brew a cauldron full if someone was in desperate need. She always said she'd pay him for his time, but he never accepted the money. For brewing the potions, of course, since the ingredients were from the store cupboard, which usually discarded dozens upon dozens of unused ingredients that were no longer usable. He won't mind? Arthur asked, looking relieved. Buying even a single week's worth of those potions would have left them with nothing until his payday. I'm sure he won't, Poppy replied, ignoring the snort that came from Ginny, finding it highly insulting, but she was used to the students' ways when it came to Severus. They were truly ignorant on how protective he was of his students. Thank you, Arthur said gratefully, still feeling like a failure that he couldn't prove his family with the basic things. It wasn't a new feeling either, he was pretty much used to it. He would have been happy to stop at 2 children, but his wife had wanted a daughter, a big family, and he could never deny her, and she in the end got the daughter they both wanted, who was turning out to be more trouble than all their boys combined. Shall I leave you to have a private talk? Poppy offered them. No, Arthur shook his head immediately. He couldn't talk to his daughter right now, not the way he was feeling, perhaps when he and Molly had digested the news properly. No, we have to go, he added lamely. Of course, Poppy said, nodding seriously, seeing through the lie but also realizing that they needed time to come to terms with the latest blow life had delivered them. Feel free to leave anytime you wish. If there are any more questions you need, you know where to find me. And I don't just mean about the baby, Poppy added, offering Molly and Arthur someone to talk to about things. Molly gave a small smile to Poppy before both of them were leaving through the Flow network without even a goodbye. It showed just how affected they were, since both of them were usually very vocal during the beginning and end of any meeting, no matter what it pertained. Ginny simply watched them leave, feeling bereft. Despite everything, she loved her parents and brothers very much. Even though they were ignoring her, she just knew things would go back to normal. Everything always did. She just couldn't wait for this whole thing to blow over. You best get back to your dorm, Mrs. Dumbledore. You have a very short window before you're out after curfew, Poppy said after glancing at her watch. Once she had done so, she exited her office and flicked out her wand and cleaned the hospital wing, sanitizing it as she did every night before she retired for the evening. The same was done for the bathroom. There were a dozen showers and toilets in each stall, all cleaned as well, and since that was where there were a lot of germs festered. Once her work was done, she noticed that Ginny was already gone, which meant she could lock down for the evening. A spell was cast so she knew if anyone needed her. Once it was done, she gratefully made her way to her quarters. Harry was very surprisingly one of the first people up the next day. He wandered into the empty great hall with a shark-eating grin. All the while causing his teachers to speculate what on earth was going on. They'd never seen Harry act that way and they were all curious. He simply had the cat that ate the canary expression on his face. It is disconcerting, isn't it? Minerva said. He truly is his father's son. Now Minerva, just because he's grinning it does not mean he's like James, Phileas admonished. If you'll remember, Lily used to get like that as well, he felt the need to point out. That she did, Severus replied, and he was having a hard time keeping a smirk of his own absent from his face. Harry was waiting on pins and needles for the founders to make their appearance. He seemed well rested, though that was good. Harry had gotten used to having someone there for him at night if he had nightmares, which were admittedly happening less and less during their time in the chamber, but they still happened. He had missed him a great deal last night, more than he had anticipated and a lot more than he would ever admit. "What on earth is going on here?" was yelled so loudly that the teachers jumped in fright, some even squeaking, which they would deny to their dying breath. Salazar Slytherin had finally made an appearance. Harry fell off the bench from laughing so hard. "Mr. Potter, I trust you have an explanation for this," Minerva stated, standing up, lips pursed as she stared at him in disappointment, very grateful for her concealing nature of her robes at this very moment. So he was the one responsible for putting the portrait there. She had been grilling all the house elves over this. To say she was extremely unhappy was putting it mildly. "Mr. Potter was just following my orders," Salazar said haughtily, giving the screeching harpy a glare. "And just who might you be?" Minerva demanded as she turned around. "Lord Salazar Slytherin," Salazar informed her sternly. So far he wasn't satisfied with this new headmistress. Minerva and the other teachers, with the obvious exception of Severus, promptly found their jaws unhinged, as they stared at the portrait, utterly stunned. I, Minerva mumbled, trying to find something to say. "Anything. May I ask why you haven't made an appearance before now?" "Lord Slytherin," the Hufflepuff head of house, Sprout asked with reverence and awe. Yes, she was a Hufflepuff, but that didn't mean she wasn't in awe at seeing one of the founders of Hogwarts before her. Wondering if this was the first time since their death, or if it was the first time anyone could remember in recent times. Salazar's gaze shifted towards Sprout and his eyes gleamed with approval. At least the old ways and respect weren't completely forgotten. He was extremely glad to hear it, although he wished the headmistress would be a little more respectful running his school. "Dumbledore banished us. We have been laying forgotten for a very long time as our world declined," he stated, his tone filled with disappointment. "But he only took over as headmaster," Minerva protested, "or tried to at the very least. He was not a headmaster at the time, he was a student within Hogwarts walls." Salazar cut her off in annoyance. He would have been rather proud of the sneakiness Dumbledore showed if it hadn't affected him and the others for so long. It was a move he could see himself making, or as Harry would say, a Slytherin move to make. A once proud name reduced to someone being sly and devious, or worse, doing something wrong. It pained him immensely, or used to, until Harry pointed out the name was remembered, when it could have been nothing but a blot in a book. He had to concede defeat on that. It was very true. "Now, Salazar, no need to be so unpleasant," Rowena chided, causing Phileas to squeak in astonishment, and almost pass out. "Ah, you must be the head of my house, Phileas Flitwick. It's very nice to meet you." And that did it. Phileas passed out in shock. "Harry, what on earth is going on?" Hermione asked, perturbed by the teacher's actions as she walked into the Great Hall. Quite a few others were just behind her, all wandering to their own tables, but remained standing, craning their necks to see what had got the teachers into frenzy. "Bloody hell, my own," Harry muttered, turning around. She had surprised him. "Well?" Hermione asked impatiently, noticing the portrait which she could just make out over their heads. "It's the founders of Hogwarts," Harry informed her, amusement still thrumming through him at their reactions. He'd never seen them so utterly stunned. He wondered if they would react the same or even more shockingly when they learned about his and Sev's bonding. "What is?" Hermione asked, confused. It didn't immediately click even for the brightest witch of their generation. After all, she had a tendency to believe what she read, and she had read there were no surviving portraits of the founders of Hogwarts. "They are talking to the founders of Hogwarts. They're in that portrait over there," Harry explained calmly, and he was calm. He was actually enjoying himself. He'd had Rowena, Helga, Salazar and Godric to himself for 2 years. It was time for the other students to be enlightened too. What the founders would tell them would turn their world upside down as well as their beliefs. Heck, they might just be lucky enough to save some of the Slytherins from making the worst mistake of their lives by taking the mark. "What?" Hermione croaked out, her brown eyes astonishingly large as she stared at Harry, then at the teachers' heads, then back again. The urge to make her way to the head table and see for herself was strong. She had so many questions suddenly rattling around in her head. I know, look at the teachers' faces, Harry chortled. He observed that many of the students were now in and gossiping with each other. Had they heard what he said or just speculating? Professor Flitwick had been revived by Sev, he knew because he could feel his magic. Is it really them? Hermione asked in awe. Yeah, it's really them, Harry nodded. It's really who? Seamus asked. Standing beside him was Ron, Neville and Dean. They'd all obviously come down to dinner together. It's the Founder's portrait, it's been found at long last. Hermione told them breathlessly. You're joking. Ron blurted surprised, bloody hell. Where do you think they were? Dean questioned, still looking over at the teacher's table by leaning on the bench. Down at the bowels of Hogwarts, we passed them. It was right next to the fire trap in our first year. Harry told Hermione. To think they were right there and we didn't even notice. Man, Godric Gryffindor is over there, Ron said. Merlin. Yup, Harry said, sniggering softly before reclaiming his seat, not as interested as everyone else for obvious reasons. Do you think the teachers will let us talk to them? Hermione asked reluctantly, taking her seat. They aren't here all the time, so I can't see why you won't get a chance to talk to them. Maybe after dinner. Or after lunch, Harry suggested. After breakfast the students were first to leave, but lunch was quieter. Not all the teachers attended and not for as long as the students, so lunch was in fact the optimal time to talk to them if someone wanted to. Glancing in confusion at their sudden tense bodies and grim faces. Hello, Harry, Ginny said, standing behind him. Well, that explained it, thought Harry wryly, feeling anger pouring through the bond before it tapered off. Sev was still furious with her. What do you want? Harry asked icily. She should just be grateful she was in a public setting, really. I think we should talk, don't you? Ginny said after gathering her courage. I don't think we have anything we could possibly discuss, Harry stated sharply. Ron coughed, not because of the way Harry was talking to his sister, in fact she probably deserved worse, but because Harry sounded so much like Snape that it was disconcerting to say the least. He grinned sheepishly at Harry when he turned to stare at him, probably trying to figure out why he'd coughed so suddenly without reason. Surely you can spare a few minutes. Just to listen at least. Ginny begged, looking pitifully at Harry, as everyone began to file in for breakfast. Looking stuck between wanting to watch the teachers or Ginny making a fool of herself. They were all painfully aware of Harry's temper, and wondered if he was going to lose it. He certainly looked like he might. You should go before you make things worse, Ginny, Hermione urged the 16-year pregnant teenager. It's not just you you're looking after now, you have a baby on the way that needs you to remain calm. Hermione. Ginny whispered, horrified, looking around the hall, and like wildfire the news was going around the students, all whispering to one another until every single student there knew what Hermione had just said. Go, Hermione stated, trying to protect Ginny from all the truth Harry would lay bare at her feet, and he would have no qualms about doing it here in the Great Hall in front of everyone and making it 10 times worse for the girl. Come on, Ginny, Ron said, grabbing her arm and guiding her away from Harry to sit at her own seat, which by the way was caused the others to move down further away from her. Ron grimaced, feeling a little sorry for his sister, before he straightening up and moved back towards his own year group and sat down next to Hermione and Harry. Ginny, however, was determined to talk to Harry, sort things out. She was so sure if Harry came around the others would too. That would lead to things getting back to normal even sooner. If her friends saw that Harry didn't blame her, well, the others would realize she was blameless too. Seeing the head boy badge on him, she realized she'd have her opportunity. She knew where they were, and she'd been in them just last year. Her trysts weren't sorely with the Gryffindors after all. Are you going to help the first years to their classes, Harry? Hermione inquired, her head girl badge shining brightly on her uniform. Yeah, why not? Harry shrugged. At least that meant the first years would all get to their classes on time. That reminds me, Ron, would you help me with the Quidditch stuff? What, like co-captain? Ron asked, surprised, so much so that he didn't immediately dig into the food that appeared for them. Ignoring the word stuff, Quidditch wasn't stuff. Yes, Harry agreed, seeing no problem with that. While he was paroling the halls and that Ron could deal with getting the team sorted. It would definitely take a lot of his plate. He still wasn't sure he wanted to waste his time with Quidditch this year, but he did like flying, so he was going to see how it went. He might even just give the captaincy to Ron and just be the flyer. Again, he would just see how it went. Harry quietly snuck out of Severus' quarters, his cloak wrapped tightly around himself to keep him from being seen. To top it off, he had a silencing spell woven around his legs to prevent any sound from coming out, mostly the sound of his feet obviously. It was still a bit early, breakfast wouldn't be served for at least half an hour. It gave him enough time to go up to his new rooms, which he hadn't spent any time in yet, and shower and get a change of clothes. Normally absolutely everyone would still be sleeping. It was 6:30 in the morning, but one glance at the Marauders map proved him completely wrong. There were an amount of clusters of dots moving around the Great Hall. Harry should have expected it. Really, how often does one get a chance to talk to the founders of Hogwarts? Harry cursed inwardly and pressed himself against the wall as a group of what Harry suspected to be third-year Slytherins came around the corner, completely forgetting that he was a head boy and had every right to be wherever he wanted when he wanted. "Can you believe what Salazar Slytherin said to that mudblood?" Braddock said in half reverence, half in utter disgust. "I don't want to say he's wrong, but he's wrong," Astoria Greengrass proclaimed, her head jutted up in frustrated annoyance. She couldn't believe what Salazar Slytherin had said. "He has to be. He wanted to be rid of those filthy mudbloods. He's probably just been warned to play nice or get set on fire." Pritchard insisted, trying to come up with an excuse as to why his hero would utter such disdainful words. He didn't want them dead, he just hadn't wanted them to attend Hogwarts due to something that happened back in his time. Such poppycock, it completely destroyed everything his father had told him, and he was going to write home and get an answer. "I don't think you can set fire to portraits that old," Braddock admitted, scowling petulantly. "That, and it's probably harnessed to Hogwarts itself. There had to be a reason he's defending them." Astoria protested, a shudder of disgust crawling up her spine just remembering the words that spilled from Salazar Slytherin of all people. Harry unconsciously relaxed as the group finally passed his hiding spot, sighing in relief, ruefully shaking his head, realizing as head boy he could be down there whenever he wanted, although the invisibility cloak kind of gave away the fact that he was up to something not exactly duties-wise. So the Slytherins were in denial about Salazar's words. He wondered if they'd remain that way or if it was just the shock of the situation talking. It had taken him a while to warm up due to his own beliefs, mind, so it could be. He wondered if Salazar would be considered a traitor to his own house by the end of the night. The notion did cause him to snort in amusement as he began walking again, made quick work of the stairs and peered into the Great Hall and grinned. They were pushing and shoving at each other in an attempt to get their questions answered. He waited a few moments, suspecting that Godric would put a stop to it. A large smile spread out on his face when he heard his booming voice halting the students' words. "That is enough," he boomed, his annoyance obvious, and the students all at once fell silent. Sniggering quietly, Harry reluctantly backed out. He probably should have just showered at Sev's and got Dobby to go for a change of clothes, but oh well. There was no point to shoulda, coulda, woulda now. He would just need to keep it in mind for tonight and all other nights he was down there. He slept better when he was with Sev, his nights weren't plagued with nightmares, and somehow he kept them at bay. It wasn't as if he was missing anything. The others were probably just asking all the most boring, inane questions possible. Unsurprisingly, both Hermione and Ron were amongst the others there, right at the front in fact. 2 staircases up, Harry veered off towards his rooms. The head boy and girl rooms were on the 3rd floor. It made things more equal for each of the students that were chosen, 3 floors below Gryffindor and Ravenclaw Tower, and of course 3 levels up from the dungeons. The best part about it was the fact he'd been able to choose his own password, and he had, and guaranteed nobody would ever get in even if they tried. Removing his invisibility cloak, he bundled it up under his arm, ready for that shower. "Basilisk," Harry hissed out as he approached the portrait. He had changed the portrait to that of one with SS, so he could actually use Parseltongue, thanks to Salazar revealing how to remove the portrait and activate it so he could use it. It clicked open for him, and Harry entered and closed it behind him. He looked around curiously. The large living area was done in green. Who had been the last head boy? Percy then. He was drawing blank. he assumed it was a Slytherin judging by the decor, but Harry had no intentions of changing it. He kind of liked it, although it would probably shock Ron and Hermione at first. He flung his cloak onto the couch. Moving forward, he opened one of the doors and found a large bathroom that put the prefect's bathroom to shame. One massive tub that was truthfully bigger than a swimming pool, a large see-through glass shower stall, shower, and to his right next to a toilet. He stared longingly at the tub. Now he would have loved nothing more than to fill it up and bathe. Unfortunately, he was down to 20 minutes before he would need to be down for breakfast and then to class for the first lesson of the year. Sighing grudgingly, he moved towards the showers, stripping as he went, until he stepped into the shower and moved aside and put it on, letting the water warm up before he stepped under the spray. Remembering he had not had a chance to unpack anything, he wordlessly summoned his shower bag, opening the glass shower door in the process, not wishing to shatter it with him in it. He had acquired decent shower things this year, and he hadn't had to buy what he could with the remains of his money. Or rather, Dobby had gone out and purchased them. He hated using Dobby for everything, but the house elf truly loved doing things for him. He could clearly see that. Harry opened the zip and brought them all out, putting them into their allotted slots. He wasn't going to have to pack them up every shower anymore. He dropped the bag, which only had his deodorant in it, outside the shower and quickly cleaned himself efficiently before stepping out and grabbing a towel from the rail. Wrapping it around himself, he picked up the bag and moved out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him, failing to realize his clothes were no longer in their discarded spots, and made his way to the only other door, knowing it was his bedroom. He smiled when he noticed his uniform laid out for him. It seemed as if Dobby was already at work. Drying himself off, spending more time on his hair than anything else, spelling it straight, he tied it up, and put his uniform on, and noticing that the head boy badge was gleaming on his lapel. Stepping in front of the mirror before regretfully applying a glamour that couldn't be removed by anyone other than the caster, concealing his age, his better health, and his bonded ring, which he had been given last night. It was elegant and simple, just typical Severus, and he wouldn't want him any other way. The absolute proof that he and Sev were bonded. He wouldn't need to feel through the bond to know. There was evidence now on his ring finger where it would stay. Giving the map another glance as he picked up his bag, which was spelled so it was lightweight and held all his books for this year. That way he wouldn't receive his timetable, then have to rush up to his dorm and grab what books he needed. Hermione wouldn't need to either come to that, she'd been doing it since 5th year, not that he or Ron had noticed at first. By the time he returned to the Great Hall, his bonded and the rest of the teachers were present, and his fellow students were all sitting down eating breakfast. Harry ambled over to join his friends. The smell of breakfast was making him exceedingly hungry. Then the same look appeared on his friends' faces again as it had last night, added in with utter exasperation just as he was about to swing his leg over the bench. It was the only clue he needed to know that Ginny was once again about to bother him. A hand pressed down on his shoulder and he shrugged it off in annoyance. "Go away, Ginny, we have nothing to discuss," Harry said through gritted teeth, and that was his good mood blown to smithereens. All the in the world would never enable him to stand in the same room as Ginny and talk to her without being worked up. "Where have you been? You weren't in the head boys' rooms last night," Ginny declared. "I waited outside all night to talk to you. Trying to guess the password for hours too, so she could at least sit inside and wait on him." Unfortunately, she'd had absolutely no luck on that front. Eventually exhaustion had gotten the better of her in the early hours of the morning and she'd returned to her dorm. "What does it have to do with you?" He spat furiously. "I've told you I don't want to talk to you, so you better leave well enough alone." Ginny, Hermione and Ron warned her in sync, both sets of brown eyes warning her that she was pushing her luck with Harry. After what she had done to him, they were quite honestly astonished that she would approach Harry, never mind nose into his business. Worse still, say it where everyone could hear her. "I won't," Ginny insisted. "You can't blame me for what happened, Harry," her eyes becoming doleful and pleading. "It wasn't my fault." The sound of Harry gritting his teeth in the dead silent Great Hall made many people cringe outright in disgust or shiver. "I've seen the original contract that you signed, Ginny," Harry roared furiously, standing up, years of suppressed frustration for him anyway due to the chamber coming to the surface. Turning swiftly to face the surprised girl who took a step back, awareness of his power and close proximity to her as well as healthy dose of fear for him. He wasn't the same boy she knew. The Harry she knew had only ever raised his voice once, just once while at Grimmauld Place before his 5th year. "You're a pureblood. Ron was the one to tell me about reading contracts before signing anything, so it means you knew as well. Don't try and fob me off by saying you trusted them and signed it unknowingly. I'm not an idiot. And how dare you try to pry into my personal life after what you've done? What I do is solely up to me. You'll stay away from me if you know what's good for you," he added with deceptive mildness as he calmed marginally. Realizing they were in the Great Hall, he didn't want to make a big spectacle, or rather more of one than that had already occurred. "But I stuck by you, put my life on the line for you. I know you have feelings for me too. If we can just put the whole contract thing aside and start over just as friends," Ginny said, wringing her hands like her mother did when she was incredibly anxious. Ron groaned and slouched further into the bench, his hands cradling his head as he gave into the despair and sadness. The urge to defend his sister was still there. She was still his sister, but on the other hand he knew she deserved it. She had to learn to stand up for herself and not just rely on her brothers, which is exactly had happened all her life. Fred and George especially had taken a lot of blame for the mischief Ginny had perpetrated during her childhood. She'd tried to trap his best friend, and he'd already let Harry down once. He refused to do it again, he just couldn't. Yet listening to this was awful, and the entire school was getting to hear this, and not just what had been published in the newspaper. It was infinitely 10 times worse. He was grateful for the hand Hermione placed in comfort on his back. He was the only Weasley still in Hogwarts other than Ginny, so he was the only one here to witness this. He doubted his brothers were going to be happy when he wrote home with news of this latest confrontation. Especially when their mum had already warned Ginny about going anywhere near Harry, for Harry's own sake. "Life on the line," Harry whispered incredulously. Somehow it was heard by the entire hall regardless. "Life on the line," he said louder. "Are you forgetting you owe me a life debt, Ginevra Dumbledore?" he hissed, a little too vindictively. "I almost died saving your damn life in your first year. And let's get a few things straight. I don't like you. I have never liked you. You were nothing more than my best friend's little sister. I've never had more than a few minutes conversations with you. I went down there to stop Hogwarts closing and to stop Fred, George and Ron from losing a sister. I could see how devastated Ron was. That is why I went down." Ginny paled drastically. She had forgotten about that, and if he wanted to he could collect it any time he felt like it. Her heartbeat was shooting through the roof as embarrassment and fear co-mingled within her. "I have no idea where you got the idea you can just play with people's feelings the way you do, Ginny. None of your family is like that, but all families have a bad apple or two," Harry said in disgust. "You tried to trap me into a loveless marriage, force me to have kids with you, and make it so that I would never be able to take on a lover while you were free to play around after you had an heir. I'm glad magic chose to punish you the way you would have forced life upon me, but even I wouldn't wish this life on a baby. You're so immature and have desires so foolishly above your standing that it's laughable. You need to grow the hell up. Pass your exams and create a life worth living, not just for you but that kid in there." Harry pointed out, shaking his head. He did feel sorry for the unborn baby. What kind of life was it going to have? With a mother that was ostracized from society. Ginny swallowed thickly. "We can do it together," she whispered, eyes wide. Dumbledore wouldn't live forever after all. Even after she passed her exams she wasn't going to be able to get a job. She would need someone who had money to help her. The baby she didn't care about. If she thought she could she would get rid of it, but just the thought caused agony to spear down her spine. Up at the head table, Phileas, who had been watching the drama unfold, there was nothing they could do unless it turned violent. When he saw her magic spasm, now that shouldn't have happened, he'd never seen the likes before. Staring intently, it couldn't be her pregnancy. Many of his colleagues had been pregnant at one point or another in their lives. No, this was new, and it felt very, very wrong. It caused him to shiver in dread. Something was affecting her magic, her body, but what on earth could it be? "Do you just not understand English?" Harry said, utterly bewildered, so bloody surprised that he couldn't think of sneering or raging at her for her presumptions. His voice did start to get louder and louder as he spoke now. "I have never been attracted to you. I think of you as Ron's little sister. I will never want to be with you, and it has nothing to do with the contract. I'm gay, Ginny, for Merlin's sake. I'm bonded." Now that little tidbit did cause an explosion in noise as everyone began to speculate heavily with one another on who it was. A few Slytherins scoffed, believing Potter to be telling lies. Not many chose to bond anymore. It wasn't done often, and it certainly wasn't by Muggle-raised simpletons, even if they were magically powerful. In fact, there was only one handful of people bonded, and they were all extremely old, great-great-grandmother and father kind of old. All of them had married for love, none of them the heir of the family but the second-born, and relatively unimportant by wizarding standards, especially on those days. Ginny's mouth dropped open in a perfect O shape of shock, not at the gay tidbit, since she had been informed of that, but she refused to believe it. However, it was the bonded business that had caught her so unawares. She could scarcely believe it. Then she noticed his fingers. There was nothing on them, and something inside her completely relaxed. "Harry, there's no need to lie. I understand if this is difficult for you," she murmured softly. She would have to wait some more for his temper to cool down. She was convinced she could make him straight and they could be a family. She wasn't going to give up on her obsession, on her happily ever after so easily or at all. "I wish there was a way that I could get you to forgive me. I acted stupidly. I can only hope one day you can." She loved Harry, always had ever since she was a little girl. There was nobody else suitable. She would have him, and together they would figure out what Dumbledore had done to her, so she could get back to normal. Once again she felt agony spearing down her back, but everyone just assumed she was feeling guilty over what she'd done. Phileas' brow became even more scrunched up than should have been possible. If one had chosen to look, they might have been able to guess he had goblin blood in him. He was becoming increasingly annoyed by this mystery in front of him. A talk with Severus and Poppy were in order. He would never forgive himself if it was something life-threatening that was working to kill Ginny, or worse, her unborn child, perhaps a new spell or charm that had just been invented. The odd thing was it only flared up now and again, and he wondered what made it occur. Judging by the look on her face, it was causing her a great deal of pain. Had she been to see Poppy? Did she already know what was causing it? Harry just sneered at her, green eyes glittering coldly as he removed the glamour on his ring finger and proudly displayed his bonding ring. It wasn't engraved, it didn't hold neither the Prince Ravenclaw or the Slytherin Gryffindor Potter coat of arms or any such variation. It was just a simple elegant gold brand, and even after the war the pair doubted they'd ever buy other ones. They were happy with what they had. While they were proud of the lineage, they weren't exactly boastful. Ginny stared at the hand. The ring gleamed brightly as if it was mocking her. Her heart and dreams shattered into a million pieces. A bonding was so very different from marriage. There was no getting out of a bonding. It was for life, and to bond with someone you must really, really love them. She didn't understand, though. It had been only a summer, 3 months. How could Harry have fallen in love in such a short amount of time? Especially considering he had spent most of his time here at Hogwarts. She didn't even want to imagine how Dumbledore was going to react to this news. She would have to tell him. She wouldn't be able to stop herself even if she wanted to. With that, a heartbroken sob twisted out of her mouth, before she ran in utter devastation. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. He'd let his anger get the better of him, but what did they think he would do? Just let Ginny say things like that to him? No, he had to get through her thick skull. The worst of it was the fact she didn't seem to care what she'd done to him. She didn't care about the fact she'd tried to trap him a loveless marriage with her, just the fact she'd been forced to marry Dumbledore. Hell, she thought that they would still be together and he'd raise Dumbledore's kid. That he'd want her. How could someone be that self-centered or deluded? "Harry, we only have 5 more minutes to eat before class. You should eat," Hermione said quietly, bringing Harry out of his thoughts as gently as possible. She noticed that Ron wasn't even eating. The confrontation had made his appetite non-existent. It was what had made her realize how bad Ron felt, how conflicted. Nothing diminished her boyfriend's appetite, at least nothing had until now. "I'm sorry, Ron," Harry sighed as he sat down. He knew he'd made things worse for the Weasley family, and the family on a whole didn't deserve it. Don't be, Ron murmured morosely. Truth be told, it wasn't that bad for them. The old ways weren't as apparent as they used to be, and he was used to the derision that came his way for being a Weasley and being poor. Although he hadn't much left the safety of the burrow and here he was secluded at school, it might end up being different outside the safety if Hogwarts could be truly considered safe after what the trio had been through of these walls. Who are you bonded to, Harry? Seamus asked, being nosy. Harry could feel the entire table trying to unobtrusively listen in and see what he said. Honestly, it was ridiculous. I can't say, Harry replied a little curtly, trying to fend off any more questions that could come his way. He would never reveal who his bonded was. He wasn't stupid. Not only would Sev be killed as a traitor before tomorrow morning, the Ministry would try and interfere with the bond just because of whom Harry had chosen as his life partner. Why not? Dean asked as he shoveled scrambled egg into his mouth. Use your common sense. Harry's life is constantly in danger. Can you imagine what would happen to his bonded if they knew who it was? Neville chimed in. Is it you, Nev? Seamus teased, his gaze speculative. Harry just arched an unimpressive eyebrow. Gryffindors, they didn't even know the word subtle. They just rammed in trying to get information and always failing. He only wished Sev could hear them. While he might not show it, he would find the entire thing hilarious. Not that there was anything wrong with Neville. He was a good, gentle guy. He had grown a lot over the past 7 years, wasn't quite so afraid of his own shadow, but Neville wasn't anywhere near what he was looking for in a partner. Neville choked. Harry began to slap him a little bit too hard to dislodge the piece of toast in his throat. No, he squeaked out, red in the face. I mean, not that there's anything wrong, you know, with two guys, you know, I mean I don't mind you. Neville, calm down before you choke again, Harry said, amused, his green eyes glimmering in amusement. His confrontation with Ginny forgotten as he watched his friend trying to save himself. Come on, Harry, you can't keep it a secret forever. Seamus whined. He desperately wanted to know. Why should I divulge the identity of my bonded for your own amusement? Harry snapped. So you have something to gossip about? I don't think so. Wow, Harry, calm down, Dean said, as always coming to the defense of his best friends. Calm down. I'm bonded, and none of you have so much as congratulated me. Instead you are more focused on gossip. Shows how you care, really, thank you. Harry stated sharply, grabbing some toast, sausage and bacon and making himself a sandwich before he stood up. Hermione and Ron smiled sadly before moving to follow him, Ron finally copying Harry and taking something to eat. Neville flushed red for a very different reason this time. Shame. It was true, he hadn't even wished Harry happiness in his bonding. Merlin, if his gran was here, she would have killed him for his lack of manners. Standing up, he noticed Luna doing the same thing from the Ravenclaw table, rushing slightly to catch up with him. Together they took off to find Hermione, Ron and Harry, which shouldn't be hard since they had defense against the dark arts first thing today, and to Neville's happiness, Professor Lupin had returned for the year. His last year. He wasn't sure whether to cheer or despair since he'd be taking over the Longbottom estate when he graduated. Taking a year to learn everything, then he would decide whether to go to university and gain his mastery in herbology. His grandmother hoped he didn't. She didn't feel like it was an appropriate subject for Lord Longbottom. That and charms, his grandmother hated those subjects, and if Professor McGonagall was to be believed, then it was because she failed. What's wrong? Luna asked as soon as she stepped beside him, and together they left the Great Hall, hurrying since everyone would be soon to rush to their classes. Nobody would want to ever stand at those doors when the bell rang, otherwise they would be trampled. It's just something Harry said, Neville replied, grimacing in guilt. Do you have an owl order book? Yes, getting something for Harry and his partner. Luna asked knowingly. Yes, Neville nodded. He was hoping it would help Harry forgive him for his thoughtlessness. Although I don't know what to get his mysterious partner. Luna hummed thoughtfully. Get Honeyduke's finest selection, the one with more dark chocolate. Her blue eyes twinkled with eerie otherworldly knowledge. If Harry had been there, he would have realized it was a mirror look that Rowena got sometimes too. The first day is always the worst, Ron murmured as he plonked himself on his usual spot on the Gryffindor house bench. Yawning tiredly, the teachers were running them ragged. They had so much homework to do already and they'd just returned. Why hadn't he done the same as Fred and George and left after his OWLs? Then again, trying to find work while Hermione and Harry were at Hogwarts would have as hard as this year would be, he wouldn't trade it in for anything. I guess Bill, Charlie and Percy weren't exaggerating, were they? He grimaced. You'll need to do a lot of studying. Newts are the hardest. They're called nastily exhausting for a reason, Hermione informed him, in her usual I know better than you voice. Ron rolled his eyes, glancing at Harry in exasperation. Honestly, he loved Hermione, he really did, but her nagging was going to be bloody awful this year, worse than all year, he just knew it. You were able to keep up, Hermione commented. In fact, you got it just after me, after only one try. You aren't trailing behind on purpose, are you? She was aghast at the thought. She knew. Harry had spent a long time training in the chamber, which happened to be a time bubble of all things, so whereas to her and everyone else only the summer had passed, but to Harry years had. There was no way he could still be behind, not with the way Harry said he was training. Harry suddenly found an appetite as he began to scoop up food, acting as though he hadn't heard her. Sighing softly, she shook her head. Harry shouldn't be doing things like that, but at least she knew he could do it and would pass his exams with flying colors. She would need to talk to him about deliberately staying behind. He should show off his abilities, he had obviously worked hard for it. Although if she hadn't known how he was doing it, she would have been very upset that Harry was able to outdo her in most of her classes. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Harry had studied for 2 additional years to get to where he was. Harry jumped, startled, turning around to see Neville staring at him, looking a little anxious. What's wrong? Nobody is bothering you because they still think we're bonded, are they? He asked seriously, giving his dorm mate his total attention. No, nothing like that, Neville squeaked, face flaming red. Gathering up his courage, he thrust a colorfully wrapped package at him. Congratulations, Harry. I'm sorry about earlier. I wish you and your bonded a long and prosperous marriage. I don't know him, so I hope what I did get is suitable. Harry blinked at Neville, almost unable to comprehend what was happening. He truly hadn't expected anything from anyone. Harry smiled at Neville suddenly, a genuine, honest-to-God smile, one that most people didn't get to see. Thanks, Neville, this means a lot, he informed the teenager, although just thinking on Neville's reaction to finding out whom he was bonded to make his eyes twinkle brightly with mirth. Neville was still scared of Severus despite the fact he hadn't taken his classes since he finished his owls. He barely passed, never mind getting the high-achieving results Severus demanded to get into his Newt's class. Severus only accepted the best of the best. It's from both me and Luna, Neville informed Harry, surprised and a little dazed by the time. Harry looked really happy that he'd congratulated him. He was really happy he had done this. Although it had cost him a galleon to have it delivered so quickly, but it was definitely worth it, he thought to himself. Thanks, Nev, Harry said once more, just as sincere as the first time. Ron was staring at the gift, looking rather constipated and torn. He wished he had been able to get Harry something. He didn't like Snape, that probably wouldn't change, but Harry was happy with him and it was customary to give gifts to newly married couples. He hadn't been able to get his best friend anything. Sometimes he really hated having no money and being poor. That's a really lovely thing to do, Neville, Hermione said, giving the shy Longbottom a smile of her own. She noticed the other Gryffindors looking well and truly ashamed of themselves. As they should be, Harry had said it rightfully, they should have been more supportive instead of being nosy. Hell, Ron was being supportive and she knew how much Ron hated Professor Snape. That said it all really. Unfortunately, some of the Gryffindors wouldn't change, she thought, thinking of her roommates, or rather old roommates. Now she had a room to herself and she was ever so grateful for it, otherwise Lavender would have been badgering her all night. Neville just smiled, showing his dimples. He'd only done what a real friend would do. Now this is worth coming to Hogwarts for, Ron said, munching on his food, his eyes still shadowed slightly. Harry chuckled. It's not really Hogwarts, Ron, it's the house elves, and they work hard, he pointed out, as he ate his own dinner at a more sedate pace. Personally, he had loved Mrs. Weasley's meals as much as Hogwarts, even if the memories of the burrow were tainted a little. Arthur had been drugged into doing what he had, while Mrs. Weasley hadn't, and he found himself reluctant to be in her presence again or even trust her. He was glad his friendship with Ron hadn't suffered because of what Ginny, Dumbledore and Molly had done, and judging by Ron he knew the teen felt the same. Hermione beamed smugly, nodding sagely, agreeing wholeheartedly with Harry, although she definitely wasn't going to start spew back up. Not until she was older, perhaps when she got a job within the Ministry of Magic and did it properly. Trying to trick them just wasn't the way to go. She intended on getting a job in the ministry, so she would need to do extremely well on her newts. She knew how difficult it was for Muggle-borns to get jobs there. Most of them were purebloods, but she was determined to succeed. I don't know, Gran's house elf doesn't make food this tasty, Neville said thoughtfully, but she's getting old, shrugging absently. Your Gran or the house elf? Harry teased, laughing in amusement. Both, Neville confessed sheepishly, his sheepish look becoming a smile when Ron, Hermione and Harry laughed. Ah, it's not fair to keep house elves working when they're old, Harry mused. Even horses get to retire when they get too old for long Ardors races. Thankfully Dobby wouldn't have to endure that, since he was in no way going to allow Dobby to continue working the way Creature had been. The poor thing, as vile as it had been, hadn't been in any condition to work. That much had been obvious. We don't use horses to race anymore, Ron snorted at the thought, shaking his head. No, but Muggles still do, Harry pointed out. It's a big syndicate actually, betting on horses and watching them race. Oh, Ron murmured, getting that puckered look on his face whenever he learned something new about Muggles. No matter what Harry and Hermione told him, he still found the Muggles to be a bit strange. Both his friends, though, decided against telling Ron. They would find him just as strange, if not more so. It was soon pushed to the back of his mind like everything else when dessert came. Neville, do you want to join us? Hermione asked him, glancing over at the teenager. He had grown up a lot over the years. He was no longer scared of his own shadow. Where? Neville asked, turning to face Hermione, his slice of toffee cheesecake hovering midway as he stared enquiringly. We're going to do our homework in my room, if you want some peace and quiet to do your own, Hermione said. She had more than Harry and Ron, of course. She loved ancient runes, she really did, but the homework was always more than any other class. Although more importantly, the rooms gave them privacy, away from everyone badgering them. I'm actually going to the library with Luna, Neville admitted, blushing furiously as he plated his cheesecake, grimacing slightly at the sight of Ron scoffing it down like it was going out of fashion. If you change your mind, you know where the rooms are, right? Hermione questioned, eating healthier than the boys. She wasn't used to a lot of sugary treats since her parents had forbidden it, bad for the teeth and all. Neville nodded. He knew where the room was. Ginny stabbed her fork into her food, gritting her teeth in suppressed anger. She should be over there, enjoying married life to Harry, feeling smug and superior whenever someone called on her using her new name, Mrs. Potter, Lady Potter, whenever Harry came of age, being spoiled and having all the money she could spend and all the things she'd never been able to afford. She hated how her life had turned out. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She wasn't supposed to be married to Dumbledore, visiting Azkaban at the weekends, having a baby so soon, or at all. She'd never been inclined to have them, but the money had been worth more points than saying no. Dumbledore's vaults had hardly any money in them. There would be enough to see her a year or so out of Hogwarts if Dumbledore died in Azkaban, which she continuously prayed he could, but that was it. Less if she had to buy things for the baby, which of course she would. Mrs. Dumbledore, follow me, Severus snapped, sounding as foul as ever, the diminutive Ravenclaw head of house at his side. Harry jerked around hearing Severus' voice, his green eyes probing, wondering what was going on. He received a very subtle shake of his head. Severus would tell him later, Harry realized, so he dug back into the remains of his dessert. Where? I haven't done anything, Ginny protested, assuming she was being given detention. 10 points from Gryffindor, move now, Severus said coolly. It wasn't even satisfying the anger that was living in his belly. Even after all that had happened, she was still trying to get to what was his now, and he wasn't giving Harry up. Ginny cringed outright. Not house points, everyone was avoiding or glaring at her enough as it was. She couldn't take them being angry at her for losing points as well. So without having touched her dessert, she had no appetite as of late anyway. She stood up, resignedly following her potions and charms professors. Cursing inwardly, she needed to talk to Harry. By the time they were finished with her, she wouldn't be able to find out Harry's password or follow him. "Don't worry about her," Harry said. "He's not going to do anything," understanding Ron's worry, and it was nothing to do with suspecting Snape was a dirty spy but knowing Severus knew about Ginny trying to get with Harry when they were bonded. "I know," Ron said, watching them leave. There was something in his stomach that told him something was going on. "It's just how often do two teachers come to you and tell you to follow them? I mean, I'd get it if it was Professor McGonagall and Healer Pomfrey, but it's not. It's two heads of houses that isn't ours. There's something going on, Harry, and I have a bad feeling about it." "Good point," Harry acknowledged, turning back to them only to see Professor Flitwick disappear, presumably following Severus and Ginny. "Whatever it is, we'll probably find out sooner or later. If it's something bad, your mum and dad will be contacted," Hermione agreed, ignoring the clattering of utensils as everyone continued to eat or put their cutlery down, having finished like them. "Twice already, yeah, Mum and Dad is going to love that. It wasn't even needed for Fred and George," Ron said, sniggering as he remembered the mischief his brothers got into all the time. "No matter how much they tried. I wonder where they got their mischievous side from. I mean, none of the rest of you are quite so boisterous." Harry mused. He knew each sibling was different, but given how they were raised, shouldn't they have been more like their brothers? And none of them were into pranks. "They take after their namesake," Ron said, snorting in amusement, although he'd hated Fred and George when they were up to mischief. They'd gotten into so much trouble with it all, and they'd turned his Teddy into a spider when he was just a kid, and worse when they'd tried to make him swear an unbreakable vow. Man, their dad had been furious. It was the only time he'd actually doled out punishment. Usually it was up to their mum. Mum named them after her brothers, Fabian and Gideon. They died taking down 10 Death Eaters. They were heroes, he added proudly. He just wished he had known them. His mum got really sad on the anniversary of their deaths though. 10. They must have been pretty damn powerful and smart to accomplish that, although he knew given the right incentive Molly would probably be the same, just as fierce and protective. Then again, Bill and Charlie were powerful. Percy, more knowledgeable than powerful, didn't make him any less an idiot though. Ron, while Harry would never admit it out loud, was pretty ordinary in powers and school work, not like his brothers, and Ginny, he would say despite the fact he hated her guts, was just a little more powerful than Ron and smarter too. As the only female Weasley, not anymore since she was a Dumbledore, she probably had felt she had something to prove. "Bye guys," Neville said, before scampering away, almost tripping over his own feet, causing the trio to shake their heads. It was no longer hilarious but still a little bit funny that Neville seemed to have 2 left feet. Although Hermione and Harry often wondered how it was he could be so clumsy yet an extremely good dancer. Which he was. At the Yule Ball he had been amazing, certainly a sight better than Ron and Harry trying to dance with their own partners. "We might as well get going too. Let's go, Ron." Hermione, as always, had to pull Ron away from the food, but the teen still managed to always grab something to eat, leaving the Great Hall. Ginny walked behind Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick. It didn't take her long to realize where it was they were taking her. Why were they heading for the hospital wing? It made absolutely no sense at all. She had just been there and the baby was fine. She didn't think for a second they were concerned about her. Well, concern was the wrong word for what Severus was feeling, but that was inconsequential. "Poppy," Phileas called as he entered the Mediwitch's domain, closing the door behind the teenager and locking it. They didn't want to be interrupted. "Just a second, Phileas," Poppy called from her office, and a few seconds later, she emerged with a tray with various vials with half-full potions in them. Ginny had never seen anything like them before. The colors were so different from what she usually sees in a potion. It wasn't thick or gloopy, it was almost translucent actually, except when you looked at it a certain way you found a color. "Ginny, would you please hop up on the bed?" Poppy said, using her given name. They had to put her at ease. "What's going on?" Ginny demanded, eyes wide. She felt a strong desire to run and had no idea why. "It's just normal checks for the baby," Poppy lied through her teeth, and hating it, she never lied, but given the circumstances she had to. Especially if what Severus and Phileas suspected was true. They had pulled her aside at lunch and explained what they suspected. Given everything she'd learned about Dumbledore as of late, she too suspected the worst as Phileas had explained exactly what he experienced and saw. "Oh," Ginny said, relaxing a little in relief, "of course it was about the baby, everything was going to be about it now, nobody really cared about her." Glumly she moved over to the bed and sat on it and twisted around until she was reclining on it, grateful that her teachers had stepped aside. She didn't want them to stand there staring at her. Severus stood gazing at the wile cover concealing the girl, for that he was grateful. The urge to strangle her was strong. Harry was his, she would never get her greedy, manipulative mitts into him. To think there would have been a time where he wouldn't have cared about Harry being forced into marriage. Just acknowledging it set a spark of shame racing up his spine. It was utterly ridiculous how much Harry affected him. He missed him. They'd spent 2 years together uninterrupted except with Remus, of course, but now they were back to real life. He hadn't expected it to be so hard if he was honest with himself. While he had shown Harry many ways in which men pleasure each other, they had yet to fully complete the bond, despite Harry's urgings. He had come a long way from the boy he had been 2 years ago. Hearing wincing Severus deduced that Poppy was now taking blood from the teenager, and idly wondered if she had already done the scans yet. He got his answer, no, when he heard her beginning to chant them. He did wonder if the girl even had an idea that they were lying. Then again, probably not. Those scans weren't taught to just anyone, they were solely for those in advanced training, whether it be nearing the end of their apprenticeship or healing mastery. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find the only book those scans were in. They were deeply evasive, showed absolutely everything, from the spells that had been cast on you to each potion they'd taken all their lives along with dates and times. If whatever was wrong wasn't on the list, then they were either wrong or it was completely unknown, but he did believe Phileas. He knew about his and Harry's bonding, could see magic, so yes, he definitely believed him. Severus sighed inaudibly as he slid into the seat, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tonight was definitely going to be a long one. Considering how much homework he knew the other teachers gave out, he wasn't expecting Harry to come down tonight, at least not until late, where they definitely would need sleep. Harry slept better and easier with him there. He wasn't sure why his presence helped, but he probably would never find out. Harry probably didn't even know why. It was just one of those things. "There we go, dear," Poppy said after doing 3 different diagnoses and taking enough blood to check against each potion test. "You can roll down your top and go get some rest, you look exhausted. Go immediately back to your dorm, it isn't good for you or the baby if you don't sleep." Phileas quickly pointed his wand at the door, unlocking it before the teenager would discover it had been locked behind her, mostly out of fear that whatever was inside her would sense their intentions. Phileas had never seen anything like it himself, and he was older than people realized. He had seen and done a lot despite his tenure as a teacher at Hogwarts. "Okay, Madame Pomfrey," Ginny agreed quietly. Her emotions were all over the place. One minute she was really angry, the next she felt so lonely. She didn't like feeling lonely. It made him think on everything she didn't want to, like how it could have been Harry if they were married, how it was her fault, how she maybe deserved it after all. Forcing those thoughts from her mind, she padded around the bed, and without once glancing at her teachers left the hospital wing. Muffaliato. Severus cast immediately as soon as the door closed. At the same time Phileas locked the door so they couldn't be interrupted. Severus flicked his wand at the curtain, causing it to go back to its original position. Then they moved up to the bed that Ginny had been occupying moments prior. "I'm not sure whether I want you to be mistaken or not, Phileas," Poppy said, beginning to put 3 drops of Ginny's blood into each of the vials, which totaled 10 altogether. Phileas just nodded grimly, understanding that she wasn't insulting his abilities but just the thought of yet another person being under Dumbledore's control. Especially not a 16-year-old girl, who was incidentally pregnant. The thought of it, whether they cared or not, made them shudder in revulsion. "Do you want to do the potions which I read over the scan results?" Poppy inquired. Potions were Severus' territory after all, and she corked the remaining blood and placed it safely aside, not sure whether they would need to do any more tests. Severus nodded curtly, unseen by Poppy, but him stepping up and taking the first vial was a dead giveaway that he was indeed doing it. Poppy began to unroll the first of the scans, starting with the more basic ones. The first one gave no indication other than the fact she was pregnant on it. She swiftly banished it before going on to the others. The only sound in the room was the spell Severus was using to activate the potions. Unrolling the last of the scans, her eyes filtered over the information, going past the irrelevant details from when she was a baby, and then she saw it in writing. Well, Phileas, I'm afraid you were correct. I've never seen anything like it, she admitted. It is some form of controlling potion that has a concealing nature to it. The other scans didn't even detect a hint of it. She handed it over to Phileas so he could see it himself. Concealing. I've never heard of such a thing. Phileas grasped the results and began to read for himself. I must admit I haven't either, but it has to have for it not to have been picked up by my magic in my other scans. Poppy admitted, taking a seat, quite shaken. She didn't know where to start, and it looked as though Dumbledore had created it. I believe we're in trouble, gentlemen. I think Dumbledore created this himself. Dragon's blood, it concealed the potion, Severus said, sounding slightly stunned, as he sniffed at the potion again, which was imbued with Ginny's blood. This isn't just a potion, this is part alchemy, and the two together makes for volatile combination. Alchemy. I don't know anyone who has a knowledgeable foundation of the subject, Poppy admitted worriedly. What if they needed someone who knew the ins and outs of alchemy? This was going to be a nightmare. Depends on how much of it's alchemy, Severus pointed out, letting the results write themselves out. 10 whole vials, at least they had the scans out of the way. It's only particularly a controlling potion, you say? Phileas queried. What could be causing the flux in the magic? She's obviously in some sort of pain, but how and why? Severus' brow furrowed as he read the results Phileas handed over. This was done after the wedding, presumably once he got her alone. More disheartening is the fact she's not been given a fertility potion. They had to have consummated their marriage the normal way. His stomach rebelled dangerously. The girl still wasn't blameless. She had tried to get Harry into marriage on her own free will. He felt she still deserved it, to a certain extent, but not that. Nobody deserved that. She would have said something surely, Poppy protested. Unless she can't, Phileas pointed out, there is definitely more to this than meets the eye. There was no way the girl would have let Dumbledore do something like that without at least telling her parents, and Molly would have blown a fuse over it. It certainly would have ensured Dumbledore's sentence was a lot higher, that's for sure. She definitely didn't act like a victim of a UAL assault. Did it have something to do with whatever was controlling her? Which means bringing in the ministry is out of the question, Poppy sighed resignedly. If she couldn't tell anyone without potentially being hurt, then she couldn't give a statement. There was nothing the ministry could do unless she did give a statement. Their hands were literally tied. This isn't going to be easy, Severus sighed, reading the results. Even with his brilliant mind he was finding it difficult to comprehend the results. This is going to take me weeks to figure out, maybe even longer. He grumbled, but inside the challenge was very welcome. There was nothing more fun than trying to comprehend puzzles, especially about something he was very passionate over. Give me a copy of them, Severus, and we'll meet up when we can and see where we are, Phileas asked, grasping the scan results back, before copying 2 additional papers, and gave the original back to Poppy, just in time for Severus to hand over 10 pages of the copies he'd made. Upon giving them a glance he realized Severus hadn't been exaggerating the slightest. What should we tell Molly and Arthur? I mean, surely they should know something is wrong with their daughter. Poppy said worriedly. She wouldn't know where to start explaining. I would hold off on that. We do not know what will happen if she finds out. Everyone knows what the potion will make her do, what he has commanded she do in the event of being found out. Severus sighed in aggravation. Give it a month or so. If we haven't figured it out before Christmas holidays, then we will have to tell them, especially if the girl returns home. But the statistic says she will. Her peers have not taken kindly to what she's done. We also do not know how it's affecting the fetus, Phileas admitted, rubbing his chin. That was what worried him the most. Yes, Severus said darkly, that is another concern. Even if we do get an antidote, we might not be able to give it to her until after she's given birth. Might not. I think it's guaranteed. Poppy nodded resignedly. She hadn't even thought of that. Severus just nodded grimly, conceding her point. There was only one potion a pregnant woman could get, if she could be called a woman, and that was a morning sickness potion that was safe for witches or wizards to take. What if we got permission to go and see Dumbledore? Get him to take Veritaserum and get the truth that way. Phileas suggested, perking up as the idea struck him. Even then we will only get what we have here, perhaps a piece of information added in. I honestly doubt Dumbledore will have made an antidote, Severus informed him. I doubt he intended on ever using it. Do you think he created it for her? Poppy asked. Dumbledore had been amazing academically, his achievements were brilliant, despite the fact the man was now considered the lowest of the low. Yet to have created such a complicated potion in what, 2 months? Surely that was even beyond the likes of even Albus Dumbledore. You think he created it for Harry? Severus asked, staring intently at Poppy, not even realizing he had said Harry's first name in front of Poppy. I don't like to think it, Poppy protested. She hated herself for even thinking it, but yes, that had been her initial thought after realizing it was a bit too ambitious for the headmaster. But did she really know him? A few months ago she would have vehemently denied he was capable of all this, so she truly had no idea. Severus just grunted a little, deep in thought. Could Albus have intended on giving Harry that potion? While it was true, Harry was becoming less and less controllable in the old man's eyes, only probably since he didn't know what on earth the old man thought. More independent, less reliant on the old fool and outright defying him. He supposed it could be true, thankfully, though it had never happened and it never would. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I will try and come up with an antidote to this as soon as possible, he replied eventually. He would need to give out less homework, except to those who were going to be taking their owls and newts at the end of the year. The tests were too important and the homework helped some of that knowledge sink in. Now if you'll excuse me, it's been one hell of a day and it isn't over yet, Severus sighed, standing up, sliding the parchment bundle into his pocket. Keep those safe and out of the way, they'll be evidence when this is all over. He pointed towards the 10 vials of different colored potions. Of course, Poppy nodded in agreement, immediately summoning a box to safely seal them in, which she did one by one. Good night, Phileas said, standing up as well. He had to see his Ravenclaws before he could think of getting settled. On second thought, he was on patrol tonight, so it would be at least 2 more hours. Severus had it right, it had been one extremely long day, and it always was when you taught 1st, 5th and 7th years in a single day. Together both wizards exited the hospital wing, concern churning in their guts and identical frowns on their faces. Severus smoothed over into a blank mask, but Phileas remained until he was standing outside the Ravenclaw common room. Harry, Ginny called out, staring at the door, confused when she couldn't see anyone. Harry. She frowned, almost bewildered when she saw nobody. Scampering forward, she made sure the door couldn't close on her. Gazing around, she wandered in, searching each of the rooms, not understanding how the door had opened if he wasn't there, some sort of glitch. She almost jumped a foot in the air when she noticed Harry standing near the door with a dark look on his face. Harry, she blurted out, eyes wide, feeling extremely awkward. It opened on its own. I thought you were here, she added defensively. What do you want? Harry snapped, unobtrusively making sure his damn invisibility cloak was securely hidden in his bag. He was only slightly surprised she didn't already know about it. He thought for sure Ron would have told his family, but it appeared not. She'd been far too confused. He could see Hermione knowing immediately as soon as the door opened, despite the fact it looked as though nobody was there. Wasn't destroying my room once enough? Ginny stared, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? I've never destroyed your room. Your first year, so eager to get the diary back because you didn't want me to know you had a crush on me. Didn't want, Tom, telling me all your little secrets. Harry said sarcastically, causing Ginny to pale at his words, hurt flaring in her chocolate brown eyes. It had taken him hours to get his dorm room back normal. Back then he hadn't been aware that it was house elves who cleaned the rooms, but even if he did, he wouldn't have just left it for them to do. It wasn't exactly fair. Harry, Ginny sighed, her arm raised to touch him delicately, ignoring the pain flaring in her back, but Harry recoiled sharply from her, as if a single touch from her would kill him, which did hurt worse than the pain in her back. Oh, Harry, Ginny said again softly, her eyes filled with defeat. Ginny, I'm bonded for life, to someone I love very much, Harry told her seriously, jolting, suddenly realizing the truth in his own words. The urge to get this over with and go down to his bonded was so strong that it startled him. I would never do them the harm of cheating on them. I'm not that sort of person. It doesn't matter how many times you throw yourself at me, nothing will ever happen between us. What you did, trying to destroy my life, I won't be able to forget that." Putting his hand up at her indignation, he continued on. "You were unhappy in your marriage, you don't like the fact you had to marry Dumbledore, and so you should have some empathy for what you wanted to do with me. Dumbledore will most likely never see the outside of Azkaban again. You are going to have to raise a child, a baby on your own, or with some luck, someone who cares about you and doesn't mind that you've been married already. That person will never be me. Ginny, get over this bloody fantasy that you'll be mine and actually live your life. Do you even know what it's like to love someone so completely that they overwhelm you? That each moment away from them is a torture on its own, the feeling of happiness it entices from you when you get together again. Find that someone for you, if not for your own sake, then for your family. They love you, your mum apparently enough to sign someone's life away without a second thought." His anger fading slightly as pity took hold. By Merlin, it hurt a lot to hear Harry speaking of loving someone. The way his eyes lit up, she couldn't help but swallow thickly. Why didn't Harry understand that what he felt for someone else, she felt for him? The life they'd have, the money, the status, the perfect children, lustrous marriage that the papers commented on each week in the newspapers, making everyone jealous. Thinking of Dumbledore and their night together caused a shudder to rack her frame. Was that how Harry would have felt sleeping with her? No, she would have made it pleasurable for him. She knew what she was doing after all. "I can make you happier. I can give you a family, I can be all you need." Ginny protested vehemently. "No, you can't, you're the wrong gender for one, and if I decide I want a family I can adopt. I already have someone who gives me all I need, who can understand me in ways nobody else can." Harry told her, sighing inwardly. It was as if she couldn't hear what he was saying. Honestly, it baffled him how someone so smart could be so damn stupid at the same time. "Get out of my rooms. If I see you around here again I will start deducting house points, which I'll leave you to explain about. If you don't leave in the next 5 seconds I'll in fact begin deducting points. I don't want anything to do with you, Ginny. Not even being the only magical person in the world would make me want to be with you, or Merlin forbid have a kid with you. I'd rather let the magical world come to an end. Is that understood?" Harry ignored the tears that were beginning to stream down Ginny's face, which was half out of pain at Harry's words, half out of agony due to the severe pressure magic was putting on her spine to comply with Dumbledore's demands. Pointing towards the door, a grim look on his face, each moment here with her was less time with someone he cared about, without Sev, and they didn't get to spend much time together now as it was. 3 seconds starting now. 2. Harry didn't need to count down to 1 as Ginny burst into renewed sobs and ran from the room, her hand automatically clutching her stomach. That was the last time he went absolutely anywhere without the map. Grabbing it from his bag, vowing he wouldn't leave a single room without glancing at it. Unfolding it, his wand slid from its holster and he murmured the words to activate it. Following Ginny's dot to make sure she was well away from his rooms. Merlin, it turned his stomach that she'd even been in here, even though he knew she'd probably been at it with the head boy. He made a mental note to use a few cleansing spells on the bed, as he looped his cloak around him before putting the hood up, completely obscuring him from anyone's view. Exiting his room, he made sure it was securely shut. He was glad that nobody would be able to guess his password. They would never think he'd use Parseltongue to use it. Even if they did, he doubted they'd say it right, but maybe he should put an alert me charm on the door, just in case. Ginny had used Parseltongue before, admittedly possessed, but she might still be able to say the word the right way. Shifting his bag, which was in an uncomfortable position, he swiftly made his way down to the dungeons, and Sev had rounds tonight, so they weren't going to have the entire night to themselves. The rest of his journey to Severus' quarters was as luck would have it. Surely he was due some, completely clear. Glancing at the map once more to ensure the area was clear, he opened Severus' door, the wards allowing him easy entrance since he had long been added to them. Once it was closed, he put his cloak, invisibility cloak, on the hooks, placing his bag to the side on the floor, absently shoving his map into his bag, seen as he no longer needed it. Wandering through the living room and into Severus' private potions lab. "Hey," he murmured quietly. He was exhausted, no doubt Sev was too. "Is everything all right?" Severus sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, glancing at Harry. Remove the glamour, using it too much will drain you, so use all available time you can with it removed. That, and he didn't like seeing Harry looking so young and thin, it was disgraceful. Harry blinked in surprise, but nonetheless did as Severus asked, suspecting it was more to do with his looks than anything else. Do you want a coffee? Exhaling sharply, Severus nodded with a small smile of gratitude before he turned his attention back to the papers in front of him, a scowl already forming on his features. He couldn't even think of a way to begin the potion, there were too many unknown variables. Narrowing his eyes sharply, he stalked out of his lab and made his way directly to the library, summoning the few books on alchemy, which wasn't many. His area of expertise was potions, and alchemy was something relatively unknown to him. He had not studied it, Hogwarts had not had it on offer while he was at school. 3 books floated towards him, such a meager selection in a large library. Hopefully, if nothing came of this, he would at least have the school library. Returning to the lab, he placed them on the only unused part of his bench and claimed a seat on the stool. This was the last thing he'd really wanted to do today. Unfortunately, when faced with a puzzle, Severus had nothing but an intense desire to unravel it, make sense of it. Here, Harry said once he returned, placing the coffee on the table, after moving one of the parchments which Harry noticed was diagnosis paperwork. He had seen Poppy use them in the past, mostly to ensure those who were petrified were actually all right still, since there was no other to ensure that. I'm going to assume there's something wrong with Ginny Weasley. It was the only thing that made sense. Probably not in the way you think, Severus informed his partner, glad to see his usual looks back. If you can't or don't want to discuss it, it's fine, Harry told him, perplexed by his unusual demeanor. He was acting oddly, not in a good or bad way per se, just different from what he was used to. It's not that, Severus shook his head, I am perplexed, it cannot be easily explained. Whoa, then it must be bad, Harry said, just drink your coffee, it will come to you. He was smarter than anyone else he knew. He drank his own while he waited, sitting on the only other stool in the room, which he had conjured a while ago. Dumbledore has given Weasley a potion of sorts. It's part potion, part alchemy, with some sort of binding agent in it to prevent it being detected by an everyday diagnosis charm. Severus explained thoughtfully, drinking his coffee, curling his hands around it to warm him up. The dungeons were as always cold, especially in his lab. Poppy did both blood tests and extensive diagnosis to uncover it. We don't even know what it does, but part of it is a controlling potion, perhaps even something that prevents her from speaking up about what Dumbledore had done, not just with the potion but everything in their lives. What makes you think she can't talk about it? Harry asked curiously. She might just not want to, who would? Severus pursed his lips, not sure whether he should tell Harry this. Technically he was still his student even if he was older. We found remnants of a fertility potion in her system, nothing else, knowing Harry would understand. Harry paled as sickness crawled up his throat, closing his eyes. Now that wasn't an image or thought he wanted in his mind. Thank you very much. I see, he murmured, putting his coffee down suddenly, not desiring anything going into his stomach right now for fear of actually being sick. Could she have still been ordered to pursue me? Severus glanced heatedly at Harry, annoyance thrumming through him at the thought of the idiotic girl trying to pursue Harry despite the fact she knew he was bonded. He believed he had nothing to worry about. Harry would never bed the girl, not after what she had done to him. Yet it made him extremely angry that she was trying to make him unfaithful to his bonded. He made a mental note to try and find her out after hours. Since she was no longer in his potions class, it would be the only way he could ensure he could punish her without her knowing why. It was childish, but he couldn't care less. He didn't want her near Harry. What exactly did she do? He asked, unable to completely conceal the annoyance he felt. Harry shook his head. She keeps thinking she's the only one for me, that only she can give me the life I deserve, his exasperation obvious. Nothing I say seems to sink in. Was she exhibiting any kind of pain while she spoke to you about it? Severus inquired thoughtfully. What kind of pain? Harry asked, thinking back, trying to analyze his own memory without allowing her words to get to him. The hunched-over kind of pain, emanating from her back, Severus explained. From what Phileas had said, it seemed to be where the pain emanated from, like the potion had centered at the base of her spine to punish any wrongdoings he had specifically forbidden. Harry rubbed his chin absently as he thought about it, remembering the confrontation with an observational eye. Then remembering how Ginny used to be, before everything happened, and he had to admit it seemed as though Severus was correct. Yes, she was actually hunched a little, she was overly emotional, but I thought it was because I was telling her things she didn't want to hear. As she ran out she was clutching her stomach, but it might not have anything to do with the baby as I first suspected. So Dumbledore's potion makes her act a certain way and punishes her if she doesn't adhere to them. Merlin, it made him feel sick just thinking about it. We heavily suspect that this is the case, Severus informed him, and if she was in pain, then it's safe to say that this isn't something Dumbledore wanted. He was never meant to marry her, and wouldn't if it hadn't been for Orion Black. That sounds like a really complicated potion, Harry pointed out. It was never meant for her, was it? He added suspiciously. Poppy suspected the same thing, Severus revealed. None of us can say for sure, but I believe it might have been his plan. Harry to Dumbledore had become uncontrollable, and he had tried to make it so he had him under his thumb by marrying him off to the Weasleys, who had revered the ground he walked on. Probably intending on using Ginny to control Harry, but it had not worked at all. No, he honestly believed that Dumbledore had intended on using it on Harry. Harry shivered in revulsion. The thought of being controlled in such a way horrified him. As much as he hated Ginny, he didn't like the thought of her suffering that way either. Alchemy, huh? Harry said, completely changing the subject. He didn't want to talk about it, let alone think about it. Indeed, dragon's blood was used to conceal the potion, Severus explained. Dragon's blood? Didn't he work with Flammel during that time? Harry's eyes lit up. Why not get in touch with Flammel and see if he can help you? Except the part where they are dead, Severus pointed out dryly. Who told you that? Harry pointed out. He had long ago stopped believing everything the old fool told him. Dumb, Severus murmured, beginning to understand. I see, you believe they survived. Sev, he was an alchemist, his life centered on that stone. You aren't going to believe he gave it all away to Dumbledore, are you? It isn't just him but his wife. He would have been as good as killing them if he did. No, it just isn't a smart thing to do, and Flammel is much older than Dumbledore. He would have taken precautions, maybe even has another stone. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. It's just a single letter. Flammel would be able to unravel the alchemy part of the potion within an hour at most. Plus there was nothing in the papers to indicate that they had passed on, now was there. Someone as old as Flammel would have definitely made the papers. Harry said eagerly, not sure whether he was trying to convince himself or Severus. You make a very good point, Severus admitted, finishing off his coffee. I'll write a letter tomorrow morning and send it off. Even on a small chance of success, it would be worth it. It would take him months, if not a year at least, to understand alchemy the way he needed to in order to create an antidote for the potion. What about the baby? Is it being harmed because of the potion? Harry asked worriedly. It was just an innocent little being, even if it was half Dumbledore. That I cannot even begin to answer, Severus stated grimly. He didn't know enough to guess. No doubt Phileas, like himself, was poring over the documents trying to understand it and come up with a solution. The baby will need extensive scans performed when it's born, for we do not know if the child too has been affected by what Dumbledore had done. When will it end? Harry asked bitterly. When would Dumbledore's manipulation and constant harm to others cease? How had he gotten away with it for so long? How could nobody see what the old man was like? The fact Dumbledore was in Azkaban now was no consolation to those he had harmed in his version of the greater good. Our world will still be reeling at his actions a decade from now, Severus sighed resignedly. It will take a long time to recover, especially for those directly affected by him. Do the Weasleys know? Harry queried. Does Ron know yet? No, we've decided against it. We do not know what Weasley would do if she was found out, so to speak, what Dumbledore had done to make sure he was never found out. Severus explained. We're putting it off until Christmas holidays. I believe she will return home instead of staying due to how everyone is currently treating her. It will only be a while after that she will be going home anyway, due to how advanced her pregnancy would be by that point. Her magic would act up as it did with all females, making it pointless for her to remain and try and use magic every day in lessons. Harry nodded, wondering if he should tell Ron. He knew he should, but his best friend sometimes acted without thinking. He had grown up a lot of the years, but could he honestly tell him something like this without him reacting? Maybe he should ask Hermione first. She knew Ron best, she was his girlfriend after all. She might be able to keep him calm while they told him. Returning back to the matter of hand, he observed Severus opening the book on alchemy with a furrowed brow. "Enough," Harry said, removing the book from Severus' hand. "It can wait a few days. If it comes to it, we can head down to the chamber and work from there, giving us more time." Standing between Severus' legs, green eyes glimmering into black, Harry wrapped his arms around Severus and eyed him passionately, opening his mouth when Severus' tongue hungrily demanded entrance. Merlin, what Severus could do to him, even with just a single action. "You aren't alone anymore. By my reckoning we have at least a few hours to ourselves before you have to patrol the halls. Why don't we go and do something infinitely much more fun?" Severus groaned. The urge to do just that was extremely strong, especially with those green eyes meeting his own with a heated intensity. He had created a monster. A few years ago Harry would never have suggested such a thing. He did miss how red he would turn when the topic of came up. Just thinking about it caused him to groan again. Giving up, he stood up. It was worth it, seeing the look of anticipation and happiness on Harry's face. As they vacated the lab, Severus realized that Harry was right. He wasn't alone anymore, and he had someone else to think about. He couldn't just lose him in his work for weeks at a time. It would be guaranteed to lose Harry if he did such a thing. As confident as Harry was, he knew part of him was still insecure. Harry would think he was losing interest in him and that he didn't care anymore. The damage the Dursleys had done to his bonded was not going to be easily removed. In fact, it might end up lasting a lifetime. Only time would tell, but he would need to ensure Harry always knew he was wanted. The use of "we" had not escaped him either. The warmth of his bedroom caused the coldness he'd felt from the lab to evaporate, which was a good thing since he promptly flicked his wand and had both of them undressed. Harry climbed onto the bed and flung the duvet aside without a second thought, placing his wand on the desk. Despite the scars his body held, he was perfection, and Severus felt himself harden at the sight. To think he was his, agreeing to train Harry was most definitely the best decision he had ever made. "I want to complete the bond tonight," Harry told him, eyes alight with something that Severus had never had directed at him before. He knew that look. He had seen it in people's eyes as they gazed at someone they loved. Even if it hadn't been present, Severus couldn't deny Harry anything, especially not this. He had wanted Harry for such a long time, yet unable to do it until he was sure it was what Harry wanted, and he now had the irrefutable proof. "Or do you plan on standing there all night?" Harry questioned him, his fingers wrapping around his hardening length, giving it a few tugs appreciatively. That did it. Severus moved over, climbing on top of Harry once his hand had removed from its previous place. "Are you sure?" Severus asked honestly, not moving as he observed Harry. Instead of answering, Harry just thrust against him, gasping at the feeling of the pressure and pleasure coursing through him. Grasping Severus' shoulders, he brought the wizard down as he eyed him senseless, twisting one of his nipples until it was hard nub, feeling smug as he felt Severus' reaction to his actions. Ripping his mouth away, breathing in large gulps of air as he licked at the nipple he had been manhandling just moments earlier before nipping it, playfully relishing in the noises coming out of Severus' mouth before he too groaned as Severus laved his neck in and bites. The urge to ask Harry if he was sure was present at the back of his mind, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't stop now, didn't want to stop either. Harry had made it more than clear he wanted this, and add the Ginny Weasley into the equation. He wanted this bond complete. He wanted no threat to his and Harry's bond, and by completing it he would prevent anything or anyone from taking this away from him. "This will feel a little odd," was the only warning Severus gave his bonded, as he used two spells, one to stretch him and the other to wet the warm passage he'd soon penetrate. The spell would stretch him more accurately than his fingers, and ensure he didn't end up hurt. There would be another times where he could prepare Harry more intimately, but he was just too damn impatient right now to do so. Harry shivered at the feel of being so intimately stretched by a bloody spell. In fact, Harry decided he didn't like it at all. "That will be the last time you use that spell," he said with a grimace. It was only the feel of Severus stretched out on top of him that prevented him from coming out of the mood, so to speak. "Noted," Severus murmured before going back to Harry's neck and laving his other side in red marks, with teeth indentations in them. Some people didn't like the feel of the spell, and apparently Harry was one of them. Not that he minded overly much. Grabbing a pillow, he placed it under Harry, elevating him slightly. Leaning back, taking in the picture of Harry lying there spread out for him, caused his leaking member to stiffen more. Leaning forward, he positioned himself at Harry's entrance, looking up at him once more just to be sure that this was what Harry wanted. Harry's hands were wrapped in the bedsheet, panting, his mesmerizing green eyes watching him with desire and love. With his approval on clear display, Severus began to sink into that impossibly tight heat, gripping his hips as he eased in further, at the feel of the tight heat wrapped around him completely. He forced himself to remain still despite the fact all he wanted to do was thrust back into him repeatedly. When Harry began to wiggle around impatiently, Severus worked himself into a slow steady rhythm, body slick with sweat, relishing in the sounds Harry was making as he hit his prostrate. The feeling of that tight hole trying to keep him in as he pulled out was too much. As pleasure built further, he began to push in faster, harder. All he could focus on now was his completion. Being buried in Harry was indescribable. Removing one of his hands from Harry's hips, he tugged on that leaking appendage. His thumb spreading across the head a few times caused Harry to stiffen and shoot his load over both of them. Harry tightened around him sporadically as he pushed in and out, knowing he wasn't going to last long himself. He was correct. A few more thrusts, he sank as deeply as he could, his entire body stiffening as he filled Harry with his seed, sealing the bond completely, magic flaring between them, showing that it had worked. Laying his head on Harry's chest, breathing coming out raggedly as Harry milked him completely before his member slipped out of that tight channel. Harry unwound his hands from the bedding, before he wrapped his hands around Severus' hair, urging the wizard to move. It was deeply uncomfortable and his hips were beginning to ache a little. Severus understood obviously, as he made his way up to the pillow and lay himself down on it, curling his arm around Harry, holding him close. It had been far too long since he'd been with a lover, but that mattered little now. He had Harry, his true bonded. He would endure it again, so this outcome would be what occurred. The afterglow carried them off into Morpheus' arms, without any conscious thought in the decision. Their bodies evidently needed it. Feeling better, Harry murmured quietly as he stroked his hand up and down Severus' chest when he moved slightly, just relishing in the feeling of being able to touch him again. He had removed the excess spillage on both of them as soon as he woke up. Severus' eyes opened in shock. Had he been asleep? "What time is it?" Hoping he'd only been sleeping for a few moments. "You still have an hour before you're due to leave. Don't worry," Harry informed him, his voice still quiet, relishing in the short time they'd have to themselves. "I guess we both needed that nap," he teased him with a grin on his face. "Hilarious," Severus stated dryly, only slightly amused. Most of him was embarrassed that he'd fallen asleep. The only saving grace was the fact it appeared Harry had too. Perhaps they had needed some sleep. "How about we go and have a shower before your rounds?" Harry murmured surprisingly. There was no salaciousness in his tone. Both of them certainly needed it. Not that there was all that much time. When he said he only had an hour before he was due to go on rounds, he meant it. And if they started something again, he might end up being late. That was something Severus couldn't tolerate. He was a very punctual man. He didn't want to move if he was honest. He felt so relaxed and warm the thought of getting up wasn't a good one, but he was covered in sweat still and could use a shower. He didn't like cleaning spells. He still felt dirty after using them, but the only times they'd been used was when he was hurt, mostly after just appearing at the hospital wing after an encounter with Voldemort, a Quidditch game, or during the whole tournament thing. "Do you need a potion?" Severus asked, not moving just yet. "No, I'm fine," Harry said, wiggling against him just to demonstrate. "Come on then, up," Severus said resignedly, reluctantly parting with Harry and sitting up. Sliding out of bed, he didn't bother putting anything on. It was just a waste of time since both of them were heading to the shower. He watched Harry closely, just to make sure he wasn't in pain. Harry had a habit of hiding if he was paying more out of being used to it than being deceptive. Despite the fact neither intended for them to have nothing more than a quick shower, it turned into more very quickly. Apparently, Harry was very insatiable. In the empty Great Hall of Hogwarts, Rowena went silent suddenly in the middle of a conversation with Salazar, a small smile of triumph spreading across her face. "It's happening," she murmured. "Severus and Harry would survive this war, for the entire reason for their strength and determination had come into being." Salazar didn't ask what or why, for he already knew. All the founders had discussed it long before Severus and Harry had become an item. It was quite an idyllic scene the cottage made, and as old as the couple sitting inside the cottage were, even they found the scenery breathtaking and beautiful. There were wards on the cottage that made even Hogwarts seem child's play in comparison. One would never guess just how old the couple was, as they sat down to breakfast, since they barely looked a day over 40. Their current residence was in Loreto, France. The French doors were open, letting in a gentle breeze coming from the ocean. The water and beach were a simple walk down from their home. Sometimes they saw families passing by, but this early in the morning nobody was about. This property had been theirs for centuries. It was their first home. They'd moved in directly after getting married. His second property, Muggle property, had been turned into a restaurant. In fact, he had many things named after him. Both of them were digging into their Greek yogurt, which was topped with strawberries this morning, after having finished their scrumptious scrambled eggs and toast, which she made herself. They saw no need for house elves. They hadn't used them when they were young, so they refused to do so now. Glancing up when the normal owl made its appearance, with the magical news they bought from various areas, Britain curiously absent from the list of newspapers they got. "It seems we have mail today," Perenelle said, dabbing her napkin against her face out of habit, watching as a snowy white owl swooped in and hooted at them, eyeing the food greedily. Giving a melodious unburdened laugh, Perenelle placed a saucer with some bacon and a few slices of fruit for the owl to pick from. It was a very beautiful bird, but she couldn't help but wonder who had gotten in touch with them. "Indeed we do," Nicholas said, glancing shrewdly at the owl. "It certainly wasn't Albus. He always sent his phoenix. Not that he knew they were alive. Curiosity got the better of him, and once he had ensured there was nothing of harmful nature within or on the letter, he gracefully removed it from the owl's leg." The beautiful creature continued to greedily eat the food his wife had so graciously provided. He placed a goblet which he filled with water for the owl before his attention was roused back to the letter in his hand. He opened the thick parchment and surprise began to bloom over his features as he read, his wife waiting patiently to find out what or who had caused such a reaction from her husband. "Master Nicholas and Lady Perenelle Flammel, I apologize for writing to you out of the blue. Unfortunately, I am in desperate need of your expertise, not for myself but for a student here at Hogwarts. My name is Severus Snape. I am the current potions master here at the school. We have been informed of your passing, which is now in doubt in certain parties due to the nature of how we were told. If you are reading this, then it's obvious that it was misleading. I would like nothing more than to be able to write to you and tell you everything. Regretfully, I find myself reluctant to do so. It is not the information you would write in a letter which can be intercepted. If you can spare any time, please come to Hogwarts at your earliest convenience. If it's secrecy you are worried about, then please, feel free to use my personal flow. Severus Snape, Potions Master, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Interesting, Nicholas murmured, his brow puckered, noticing that the wizard had not given him the password so he could, in fact, use his flow network at Hogwarts. The owl, he noticed, had obviously flown off at some point when he was reading the letter. Evidently, it had not been asked to await a reply. "What's interesting? Who is it, dear?" Perenelle questioned. The clinking of her spoon on the bowl brought Nicholas' attention to her. "It seems as Severus Snape needs my expertise. Something happened to a student," Nicholas explained. He wouldn't elaborate in the letter, which I don't blame him for. With interception and of course, the prospect of us not getting it, I wouldn't want to make it into a long winding letter either. Severus Snape. That is fascinating, Perenelle admitted. She knew who it was. She had, after all, a mastery in potions, although not many knew that her husband was the most renowned of them both. She didn't even bother to ask her husband if he intended on going, for she knew without a doubt he would, especially when it came to youngsters. He had quite a soft spot for them. "When are you going?" He has not left instructions on how to get to his home. He has given me permission to use his flow but has given no password, Nicholas confessed, his tone now sounding as perplexed as he felt. Perenelle smiled suddenly. I would suggest using the word aconite, she informed him, sounding incredibly smug, even when Nicholas turned his attention to her in curiosity. Shaking her head ruefully, she removed the letter from her husband's fingers and turned it to the back, and there he saw what had caused her amusement. He is a potions master, so it made sense that he would use ingredients as his password. In a very good and lifelike drawing was an aconite plant, all that was missing was its vibrant purple color. He huffed out a little laugh. It was also used in Wide-Eyed Awakening potion. If that wasn't a double meaning, he didn't know what was. He's a cautious one, isn't he? Nicholas murmured quietly, placing the letter on the table thoughtfully, thinking on everything he learned. Considering the way the magical world is at the moment, you can't blame them, Perenelle chided her husband. They knew by sheer happenstance that Lord Voldemort had returned. They'd been eating out one day when they heard a British family, a Muggle family with a Muggle-born witch, trying to explain to her oblivious parents, and toning it down as well. Perhaps a little scared that she would be pulled from Hogwarts if they understood the full ramifications in letting their child attend the school. They had been in England the year Lord Voldemort was destroyed by Harry Potter, so to say he was back had been quite curious to say the least, and he and his wife had discussed it at length, wondering how he had succeeded in what he did. Perhaps, Nicholas conceded, if he is a teacher, no doubt he will be teaching today. His password might be different by the weekend. How do you feel about an impromptu lunch at Hogwarts, my dear? Are you sure you want to do that? Perhaps replying to the letter and asking Severus to attend a meeting here would be best. Perenelle answered cautiously. I shall get him to take a vow if I feel it's required, Nicholas promised. Lunch at Hogwarts it is, Perenelle nodded thoughtfully, hopefully it wouldn't all go belly up. Then it's been decided, Nicholas gave his own nod, and with that they happily dug into their breakfast again, enjoying the morning sun shining in the room along with the heat. Severus scowled at the students, who were more rambunctious than normal. He'd deducted points from all three houses and it was only lunchtime. It could be the lack of sleep that was also making him feel as though they were more unruly than normal. He'd been woken at 5 o'clock this morning, for no reason, and he'd been unable to get back to sleep. Refusing to wake Harry with his fidgeting, he had reluctantly removed himself from his warm bed, and with the time he had on his hands, he'd also written a letter to the Flammels and had used Hedwig to post it, asking Dobby to take the owl to Hogsmeade and let her fly off to deliver it. He was quite frankly dreading the resuming of classes, so he decided to enjoy his freedom while it lasted, he thought as he claimed his seat at the head table. Catching sight of Harry did make his bad mood lessen considerably, at least on the inside. He was much too professional to let it show, not in this setting. Or so he thought, as the feel of the wards activating in his rooms did cause him to show a considerable amount of surprise. There were only 3 people in the world who knew his password to flow into his rooms. 2 of them were in this room, himself and Harry. The only conclusion he could draw was, it was the Flammels. Harry had been right all along. Of course, he had been, huffing in sardonic amusement. He merely shook his head and stood up without touching his plate. He could feel the stares of the others looking at him as he left so unexpectedly. Even the students knew it was extremely out of character for him. Severus took every available shortcut he knew to get to the dungeons in double time, forcing the fact he was about to meet the Flammels for Merlin's sake. They were legendary to all those who are magical. He'd certainly never expected to meet them, let alone find a reason to write to them and request a meeting. Straightening his spine as his door came into view as he closed the portrait behind him, brushing off the cobwebs, and regaining his breath before approaching his door, murmuring the password, he walked in to find the couple standing beside the fireplace. Neither so much as twitched when he entered. He suspected they had come at this time for a reason. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Severus said, professionally. Would you care to take a seat? Some refreshment? A light lunch? I wouldn't say no to familiarizing myself with Hogwarts food again, Perenelle said with a smile crossing her face. It has been many years since we were within her walls. And that wasn't when they were attending Hogwarts, for they had never attended the school. She had attended Beauxbaton. Yes, too long, Nicholas agreed, letting his wife sit before he claimed the one next to her. noticing that he used a house elf to cater to his needs. Not even a few moments later, there was more food than 3 people could consume spread out over the table in front of them. The food looked absolutely mouth-watering, he had to admit. Severus sat down, gesturing for them to help themselves. "The reason I called you. Before we get to that, I am afraid I must ask you, how did you figure out that we were still alive?" Nicholas inquired. "Even Dumbledore thought they were dead." "I did not figure out you were alive. Harry Potter and I came up with the idea that you may be alive. There was no proof, no definitive confirmation or conclusion," Severus stated calmly and coolly, wondering idly if it was the right or wrong thing to say. It might even be simple curiosity on Nicholas' part. Harry Potter. Now why on earth would he be even remotely in the know about who we are? It's not often you find children that know who we are. I understand everyone knowing who Harry is, but this is a genuine surprise to hear he knows who we are. Perenelle questioned in her surprise. "I must ask you for an oath at least that you will not inform anyone that we are alive, let alone the headmaster of Hogwarts," Nicholas added. Hogwarts, just to make sure the oath would be completely binding. He hadn't gotten to where he was by being lax in his care of dealing with wizards. He knew of every single loophole one could create. He'd lived long enough to do it himself. "The headmaster?" Severus inquired shrewdly, not sure why the hell he was so surprised. "You have not kept up with recent news, I gather. The Daily Prophet is pathetically lacking. The Ministry owns it, so anything they want you to know is reported. They conveniently decide against informing you of what you should know. I have never bought it since they took over the company. That aside, I believe there's something you wish to tell me." Nicholas asked, a desire to know what had happened. Surely Dumbledore had not died. It would have been all over the news internationally, and he was positive he would have heard about it. Severus leaned back against his seat, staring at the enquiring couple, tapping his index finger to his chin thoughtfully. The fact Nicholas wanted some sort of oath would imply he most emphatically did not desire Dumbledore to know of the fact he was still breathing. He wasn't stupid. This must have something to do with the whole episode that had happened during Harry's first year at Hogwarts. He was beginning to even wonder if Albus had permission to take the stone, let alone destroy it. Albus Dumbledore was put in Azkaban prison, he informed them, watching their eyes to as wide as saucers. "May I know the crime?" Nicholas managed to speak over his incredulous shock. "Crimes," Severus corrected, absently as he poured himself some coffee and made a platter of sandwiches for himself. He would need some sustenance before classes this afternoon, but his annoyed mood had completely evaporated, although right now he honestly couldn't say what he felt other than a deep-seated curiosity over the pair. He was arrested for more than one reason. Perenelle gasped, utterly astonished. It certainly didn't sound like the man she'd come to know. He was exceptionally sneaky. He had even tried to find out everything about her husband's stone, presumably to recreate it. Nicholas had known, of course, and had made sure to remain tight-lipped about the entire thing. You could have the stone in your possession for decades, centuries even, but never find out how to make it or how to use it. Then out of the blue Albus had gotten in touch with them, informing Nicholas that the stone was in imminent danger, that Voldemort wasn't dead and was after the stone. Nicholas had written back, giving him written permission to remove the stone from the vault, or rather part of the stone. Nicholas wasn't trusting enough to put all his eggs in one basket, or rather stones as their case may be. That had been the last of the contact for a year. Then Albus wrote with condolences that the stone was destroyed with regret. They'd known there and then to let Dumbledore and Voldemort believe it truly was all that was left of the stone and die. Having a good relationship with the goblins had enabled them to do this. They had read a will, not that they had left anything to Dumbledore. He was, Severus replied firmly, glancing at the time. There was not going to be enough time to discuss everything in the short length they gave for lunch. "Excuse me, just a moment," he said apologetically, stalking over to the desk in his quarters. He began to search through the bundles of paperwork, finding the quiz he had planned on using when the need arose. He scooped up the 7th year one, since it was the only class he had left. Tapping the parchment with his wand once, he copied it 12 times, for the students he had in his NEWT's class this year. He wrote on a blank piece of parchment, informing the students to go to the library with the quiz and do their work there. Dobby. He called on his personal house elf, well his and Harry's. What can Dobby do for Severus? Dobby said, popping in, waiting to see what his master wanted from him. Take these and put them on the desk in my classroom. Tape this to the door for the students, please, Dobby, Severus ordered him, handing the parchment bundle over. Once the house elf was gone, Severus reclaimed his seat. Now he had time to inform the somehow completely oblivious Flammels what had been happening the past few months, in their time, since it was years in his own mind, which was just insane even to him, and he'd experienced it. Dumbledore was originally arrested for drugging Arthur Weasley with the Agetto potion and forcing him to sign a marriage contract for his daughter, Ginevra Weasley, to marry Harry Potter, who Dumbledore had control of due to being his magical guardian. Thankfully Sirius Black had made Harry his heir, and Orion Black had put a stipulation onto the Black estate, preventing magical guardians from signing marriage contracts to whomever they please. Severus said with a vicious, vindictive smirk. The contract forced him to marry Ginevra Weasley. He was found out and put on trial the day after he married. He apparently didn't learn his lesson and tried to do the same thing with Vindicatori, who he was in negotiations with in a bid to get more help to win the war, and in a sneaky move, practically tried to sell Harry to them, hoping that the ministry wouldn't put him in Azkaban with Harry going missing. Ginevra Weasley. I am not familiar with that name, Perenelle confessed thoughtfully, but it had been a long time since she'd been in contact with any Weasley. She's 16 years old. I sincerely doubt you have heard of her. As it stands, she's technically Ginevra Dumbledore now, Severus replied. She's the actual reason I wrote to both of you for aid, I must admit. What has he done to her? Nicholas asked resignedly, his eyes closed momentarily. Severus grumbled slightly before sitting up straighter. I have no idea. It's part potions, part alchemy. He used dragon's blood to prevent standard diagnosis charms from showing it. To make matters worse, not only does it seem to have some sort of controlling agent in it, Professor Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor, observed that it was causing her immeasurable amounts of pain. We're going on the conclusion it's when she does something that would go against Dumbledore's demands, whatever they were. Of course, concealment, it's one of the uses we found for it. Nicholas nodded in understanding. It made sense that Severus would call upon him. There was nobody better at alchemy. Forgive me, but neither of you seem surprised by this development. I cannot help but wonder why, Severus said, eyeing them as they ate the sandwiches they had plated for themselves. I take what I learned from Dumbledore with a grain of salt, but I do believe he was close to you. Not only did he learn from you, but he was trusted enough to acquire the stone, not something I feel should be lightly done. That's because the stone was either a fake, or not all of it, isn't that right? Salazar said, causing Nicholas and Perenelle to jump a little at the unexpected intrusion. Salazar, how long have you been there? Severus inquired, staring at the founder amused. Long enough, Salazar admitted. Why didn't you just ask me? After all, I know about alchemy just as much as the next alchemist. Alchemy has come a long way since your time. I just assumed that it might be unknown to you, Severus admitted, hiding the sheepishness he felt. He had not thought to ask Salazar at all. Salazar just made a dark noncommittal noise, not impressed, and most assuredly not willing to admit Severus had a point. That just wasn't a Slytherin move to make. May I see the results if you have them? Nicholas asked, deeply intrigued now, and he was definitely going to do whatever it took to help. This was a 16-year-old child, someone he had married. It was quite frankly sickening to think about it. Sure, people marry with age differences, but that age difference in particular was bordering on ridiculous and disgusting. Upon reading the results, he added pedophilia to the list. Dumbledore was worse than he had imagined. This is an original creation, Nicholas said, humming thoughtfully. It's not going to be easy to create an antidote, but I will tell you this, it isn't impossible. Nicholas, I do not think she'll be able to take this if you do brew it. She's pregnant, Perenelle said thoughtfully. I feared the same thing, Severus sighed, nodding resignedly. The headmistress Minerva and Poppy our healer has already been in contact with Molly and Arthur Weasley to tell them the date that they have to come for their daughter. She will not be able to remain at Hogwarts, obviously. I'm afraid both your fears are correct. There's ingredients in both the alchemy process and the potions that will cause harm. Not just harm, but it doesn't bear thinking about. Nicholas said grimly. How long has Dumbledore been imprisoned for? Life, the Vindicatory ensured as such, as well as forcing the Ministry to place binding cuffs on him. His magic is completely inaccessible. Severus informed him, not to forget that Granger was currently looking for ways to make the cuffs for Harry. He wasn't sure what his bonded had planned, but he had his suspicions. The only problem was, he couldn't be put in Azkaban. The Death Eaters would just break him out, and if they didn't, he'd still always be a threat. With his magic inaccessible, he cannot enforce his will through this potion, so only demands he has made before his imprisonment will work on the girl. Nicholas mused thoughtfully, his mind whirling with ideas on how to create this antidote. Obviously, with Severus being a teacher, he wouldn't be able to work full-time on the antidote. Perhaps we should meet up every weekend, Saturday or Sunday, and see what we can come up with. Begin the process, which, as he had informed Severus, wasn't a simple one. Not this weekend, I haven't even been able to do anything yet, Severus informed them, rubbing his eyes. I will use this weekend to start the process. Severus, this is a two-part potion, both of you working on it individually will not work. These aren't two separate creations, it's two combined into one, mixed together expertly. It will take both of you working together from the get-go to accomplish this. Perenelle pointed out to the potion's master before her husband could. That is, if there's only going to be two of you, you'll have to pardon my assumptions on that front. There were only 4 people who knew before this afternoon: Poppy, who cannot help on this front, and Phileas, who found out there was something wrong, Severus explained absently, and myself, and Harry Potter. Now you both and Salazar know. His mind was on Perenelle's words. What if it did take all their combined efforts to get some sort of antidote created? Would Sunday be suitable? Deciding that it was perhaps best to work together than mess up, even if it was only once before they learned their lesson. Most definitely, Nicholas nodded. It was good timing, it was exactly what he needed, a nice new project to work on and undo some of the damage Dumbledore had done. Considering he'd used alchemy, he felt it was his duty, since he had taught Dumbledore a great deal of what he knew. The fact he was imprisoned was a weight off. He would need to discuss Weasley in greater detail, to try and find out what the old man had done to the girl. The diagnosis and potions would only get them so far. Severus woke earlier than normal on Sunday. Any other year he'd be spending an extra hour in bed instead. Unfortunately, his Sundays were no longer free. In fact, Nicholas, Perenelle and Phileas would be in his rooms after breakfast for their usual get-together. It would be the 6th Sunday in a row they had met up to figure it out. His hand automatically brushed out to find Harry, but he wasn't in bed. Frowning lightly, he roused himself further and sat up, concern churning in his gut. Normally he woke up before Harry, even during the week, but as of late Harry had always been up before him. Considering the late night they'd had, surely he should be getting some rest. It wasn't as though Harry had left his quarters either, since he could still sense him. Grabbing his robe, he stood up, sliding his feet into his slippers. The ground was much too cold to ever go anywhere without them, and made his way out of his bedroom. The bathroom door was closed, but there was absolutely no sound coming out of the door. Harry didn't normally put silencing spells up when he went for a shower or bath. Concerned, he opened their bond to feel Harry. Nausea hit him like a ton of bricks, making him want to heave. Severus flicked his wand into his palm smoothly, quickly disabling the silencing spell Harry had around the bathroom. Before he knocked firmly 3 times, "Harry!" he called out. He didn't see why Harry would keep it a secret. There was a potion that would make him feel better within moments. "Open the door." He heard Harry groan pitifully. Some shuffling before the door clicked open. Severus blinked. Stepping forward, he pressed his hand against Harry's forehead, but there was no sign of a fever. Perhaps it was something he'd eaten. "Now why would you put silencing spells up?" "Didn't want to wake you," Harry admitted, sighing softly as Severus wiped him with a face cloth. The coolness felt absolutely amazing. "Do you still feel sick?" Severus inquired, his gaze critical. "Just a little," Harry admitted, shrugging his shoulders. He conveniently left out that he had been sick for weeks, both feeling it and actually being sick. "Sit down," Severus said, guiding him to the edge of the tub, close enough to the toilet so if he ended up being sick it would go into the toilet. Scrunching up his nose a little, he flicked his wand, clearing the air and the mess up. There would be less chance of Harry being sick again if the smell wasn't around. "I'll be back in a moment." Harry opened his mouth before closing it firmly. There was no point to telling Sev that the potions hadn't been working. That would just insult his bonded, and he didn't want that. Half the time he couldn't even keep it down either, so he'd simply stopped trying. He didn't know what was causing it. He wished it would stop, but he absolutely hated the hospital wing and didn't want to go. So he continued to hope against hope that it would stop, that it would just go away. He couldn't help but think of Severus, of the situation. "What does that look for?" Severus asked quietly. As he entered the bathroom again, he had a very soft look in his green eyes, one even he wasn't used to seeing. Harry just smiled. "Thank you," he said, leaning against him, wrapping his arms around his hip and squeezing. He wasn't used to anyone caring. Poppy had to help him, it was her job, but he hadn't had anyone care about him when he was sick all his life. He had never been given anything either when he was. Severus hummed quietly, rechecking Harry for a fever, wondering why Harry would be thanking him. He hadn't done anything. Carting his hand through his hair, before his hand slipped down alongside his ear before his fingers eased his chin up so he could look at him. There was definitely no fever, but Severus wasn't stupid. It clicked quite quickly, stroking his cheek, once again utterly disgusted by his behavior in the past. Harry obviously hadn't had much care shown to him when he was sick, although if he knew the extent he would have been beyond pissed. "Drink this," Severus said, giving him the vial of anti-nausea potion. "Thank you," Harry murmured quietly, drinking it down, praying that it would remain in his stomach and actually help. Unfortunately nothing was. Even the slightest smell was making him queasy these days. It was beyond ridiculous. After a few tense moments he relaxed, grateful that he wasn't going to puke up the potion in front of Severus, who was already worried about him as it was. "Other than feeling sick, do you have any other symptoms?" Severus queried, wondering if it was just a random bout of feeling sick or if there was an underlying cause. "No, just felt a bit sick," Harry explained as he pressed his face back against Severus' chest. This was nice. He doubted he'd ever get used to someone caring so much, and he hoped not to. You should never take anything for granted, especially not someone who cared. "Perhaps you spent too much time around potion fumes," Severus mused thoughtfully. He'd sat with him in the lab while he brewed all day yesterday for the hospital wing. Due to winter coming up, Severus wanted to be prepared. It had used to affect him being around potions all day, but he'd grown immune. He couldn't remember actually being sick though. It was mostly pepper-up potions which helped the cold and flu. With so many students in close contact as well as a cold drafty castle, they always had many cases of it. "Why don't you go and get some rest? I'll ask the house elves to make you something later." "That sounds great," Harry admitted. He'd been up for 2 hours just sitting in the bathroom feeling, or actually being sick, not to forget his tiredness as of late. It wasn't the first time either, but thankfully none of the teachers had noticed. His knees had paid the price, even with the green toilet mat to help. His knees felt extremely weak and shaky, but he stood up confidently, not letting it show. He gave Severus a quick peck on the lips, in silent thanks. He walked slowly and evenly towards their bed. He hadn't spent a single night in his own room since the school had started back up. He had no desire to wake up alone after sleeping next to Severus so long. Hermione and Ron, of course, knew where he spent his nights. Ron had theatrically exclaimed he didn't want to know, that he wasn't allowed to tell him anything. He was happy for him, but it was just too much information, he'd said, mock gagging, and received a slap to the back of his head for his troubles from Hermione. Harry breathed evenly, hand on his stomach, grateful that it had stopped churning, sliding in amongst the sheets, a quiet groan of bliss leaving him, and it was still nice and warm. Grabbing Severus' pillow, Harry curled himself up, tiredly closing his eyes, and his worry of not being able to get back to sleep was for nothing as he slowly drifted into sleep. -0. "Good morning, Severus," Nicholas said as he emerged from Severus' fireplace, having used the flow as he always did. A few moments later his wife joined him. They had to flow separately, due to the fact the fireplace at home just wasn't big enough to allow both of them to use the flow together. "Nicholas, Perenelle," Severus said politely, nodding his head in welcome. "Have a seat, there's some coffee and tea as usual." And there was. The 2 pots still had smoke bellowing from the spout. "Thank you," both of them said politely, surprised that Harry wasn't there. They knew both men were bonded. Harry hadn't missed a Sunday since they'd begin coming. It was actually 6 weeks had passed since Nicholas and Perenelle had agreed to help Severus come up with an antidote to the potion that Albus Dumbledore had given to Ginny. So far they had broken down the recipe completely and have now begun to experiment with 5 potential antidotes. Severus and Nicholas were being extra cautious in their desire to get it right the first time around, hence their decision to make at least 5 different potion alchemy recipes. "I hope you had an uneventful week," Severus said, passing over the folder that Nicholas always used when he was here. His own was already open on the table. "Thankfully so," Perenelle said with a smile of amusement. "Where is your bonded today?" She teased him slightly. Their friendship was still very new, and Severus was quite stoic, so one never really knew how he could or would react to certain things. "He's sleeping in today, he's a little under the weather," Severus explained. He'd known they would ask sooner or later. "And Phileas?" Nicholas asked, but his tone was distracted as he began to write things down, hastily scribbling away. "He is going to try to make it," Severus informed them. "Shall we give them a try today?" Nicholas asked. This was always the best part of any invention, the trial stage. Nothing worked the first time, and it always needed to be tweaked and altered before it was perfected, but it was getting there that was so much fun. You would think at his age that things would be boring, but it was so far from the truth that it was laughable. There was always something to learn, even for a man of his age, and he reveled in it, reveled in creating something new. All week he had waited for this, all week. "Yes," Severus agreed, "I have everything you need set up beside mine." While alchemy and potions was similar, they had to remember it was different. Thankfully, though, he hadn't been forced to buy anything. The school used to teach alchemy, so there was more than enough in the way of setting up a little lab for Nicholas. The ingredients, though, had been bought through the school. Go figure, the Weasleys would find a way to incur more debt to Hogwarts than just their scholarships. "Why don't you go through and make sure everything you need is there?" Severus suggested as he stood. "If you'll excuse me a moment, I'd like to check on my bonded," he said before making his way over to his bedroom. Opening the door enough to let him in, he closed the door behind him. He found Harry sound asleep. He decided against wakening him up. Instead, he drew the covers further up his form. He would check on him again at lunch. He might be coming down with something. He would need to get Harry to be honest with him, or he would resort to diagnosis charm. If he was sick, it was best just to nip it in the bud. It was ironic, really. They'd been down in the chamber for years and no sign of sickness. 7 weeks back up and he was already coming down with something. Shaking off his thoughts, Severus left the room as quietly as he'd come, once again closing the door so there was no light to rouse Harry before his body was ready. His instincts were telling him there was more to this, which did worry him. Sighing softly, he moved over to the table and poured himself another cup of coffee, adding a dash of milk to cool it quicker so he could drink it as he ambled through to the lab, the folder safely ensconced in his left arm. "I assume we have everything we'll need?" Severus questioned as he placed the folder on the desk, still drinking the coffee. "Definitely," it was Perenelle that answered, already gathering everything he'd need and dealing with the amounts her husband would require for his first test. "Good," Severus murmured between clanging as he swiftly cut, chopped, diced, sliced or crushed each ingredient that he had to deal with. It was the same steady motion that lulled them all afternoon. Between both Severus and Nicholas, they were adding to the potion, working closely in sync. Even going on to the next test recipe didn't deter them. Instead, Perenelle levitated the cauldron away, setting it to cool, watching it closely after placing the second cauldron into position. She'd never seen her husband work so well with anyone before. It was quite frankly surprising. Even with Albus, who she would have said inspired Nicholas himself often, yet they didn't work like Severus and Nicholas did. -0. Harry groaned as he woke up, blinking sleepily in the darkness of their bed. By Merlin, he'd needed that. He felt very refreshed. His tender stomach had disappeared along with the nausea, and maybe it had been stress after all. He felt very, very hungry, sitting up, calling for Dobby. Grasping his wand, he flicked it and the lights in the room flared to life. Another spell had the fire roaring. He would eat in here. He was just too comfortable to move right now. "What can Dobby get for Master Harry?" Dobby asked, as always eager to help his master. "Can you bring me whatever is or has been served in the Great Hall, Dobby?" Harry asked, smiling at his little friend. He wasn't quite so exuberant and hyper anymore. Which was a good thing. It wasn't just him and Severus that had settled into a routine. In the chamber, Dobby had as well. "Dobby will be right back," Dobby stated, hopping away to do as his master bid. Using his wand for the last time, to find out what time it was, his eyes widened when the results came back. It was lunch time. He'd slept for what? 7 more hours. Probably only 6, but still, he'd needed some sleep, but 6 more. He was surprised Severus hadn't been in to tell him to get up. After lunch he would need a shower, he thought to himself. He could smell some splodges of sick on him where he must have missed the toilet or just missed in general. "Dobby be bringing Harry's favorite," Dobby said, floating over the tray to slot effortlessly on Harry's lap. Shepherd's pie and of course, Harry's favorite dessert, treacle tart covered in custard. Harry started to smile before a grimace appeared, slapping his hand over his mouth and nose, shoving the tray away, scampering hastily through to the bathroom, leaving one stunned house elf watching him go. Dobby's eyes lit up in wonder and amazement when he heard Harry being sick. He'd seen it so often before that there was no doubt in Dobby's mind that his master Harry was pregnant. A feat that was very rare in males, even bonded ones. His master as always proved he was better than the average wizard. He heard Master Severus excusing himself to tend to Harry, as Dobby went through to the bathroom as well, patting ineffectually at Harry's back. "You're still feeling sick?" Severus asked Harry, pressing his hand to Harry's forehead, perplexed. It was time to do a diagnosis charm and find out what was going on and treat the underlying cause. "Here, drink this, I'll get you back to bed and see what's going on." Both of them turned when Dobby squeaked, high-pitched sounding shocked. "Master Harry can't get potions." Dobby protested before he imitated Harry earlier and clasped his hand over his mouth in horror at having spoken out and argued with his masters. Severus arched an amused eyebrow at the house elf's antics. "And why is that?" He drawled, his lips twitching. "Master Severus doesn't know," Dobby said, eyes wider than normal. Seeing the confused look on Harry's face made him realize, Master Harry doesn't either. Dobby is bad. A bad elf, twisting his ears, having been broken out of the urge to fling himself at the nearest object and beating himself silly with it. "Enough," Severus demanded, his eyes narrowing in on Dobby, not in the mood to deal with his theatrics right now. "You know what is wrong with Harry? Then speak." "Master Severus, Master Harry is with baby," Dobby said concisely and clearly, his little facing lighting up brightly. "A little Potter Snape would be on the way soon enough." Severus blinked owlishly at the house elf, half suspecting it to be a joke. Instead, all he could do was feel faint, and thankfully the wall behind him stopped him from falling back absolutely faint in his shock. His mind continued to repeat what Dobby said as if it were stuck on repeat. "Pregnant, pregnant, pregnant, pregnant." The stunned silence must have continued on for what felt like forever. Neither Severus nor Harry spoke, they just gaped as their mind processed what they'd just heard. Harry was pregnant. Against all precautions they had taken, Harry had somehow managed to get pregnant. If it had been anyone else, no doubt accusations of infidelity would have been hissed out in anger, but Severus knew even magical prevention spells were not 100% efficient. Especially not against someone highly fertile, which he knew if he did the test Harry would turn out to be extremely so. Not many wizards or witches could say the same. The Weasleys and Privets were really the only notable family that could say as such. Most families couldn't have more than one, and the lucky ones too. Harry's hand dropped down to his stomach. Could it be true? Could he be pregnant? Of course he could. Hope and a strong dose of yearning and desire spread through him. He'd always wanted a family as far back as he could remember, someone who would love him unconditionally, and he'd received that in Severus. Now it seemed a baby too. His mind conjured up images of what their baby could look like. Would he or she have his eyes? Or Severus? Would they have black hair or brown like his? Would they receive the Potter or Prince traits? The Prince traits were strong on Severus just as the Potter traits were strong on him. A vision of Voldemort flashed through his mind, causing fear to thrum through him. He never wanted to leave a baby orphaned, and what if he died? Having godparents wasn't exactly full proof that his child would have a good life. He was proof of that. It would be so incredibly foolish to have a child in these troubling times. Pain flashed through his green eyes. Despite his thoughts, he didn't once contemplate murdering his baby. He couldn't even think it for a single second. The thought would have just horrified him to the core. He would save a damn stranger's life, had done so in fact, many times. To hell if he could think of abortion. Had these been the thoughts of his mother? 19 years old, barely out of Hogwarts, joining the Order, finding out she was pregnant. Did she rejoice without once thinking of the consequences? Or did she, like him, despair but never once thought of hurting that growing bundle within her womb? Even only a few months pregnant, if he was even that, he was making mental plans to change his will, so that he or she would get everything. Planning out a list of people he trusted, admittedly very short, to take care of his little one. He knew it would be his greatest achievement. The thought of holding his child was making his heart sore. He would sacrifice everything to know his baby would be fine. Swallowing thickly when it dawned on him that Severus might not even want children. He certainly never expressed any desire for them. It hadn't been something either of them discussed actually. He would have been more than happy with just Severus in his life, but the thought of this little one, it made him feel complete. He slowly allowed his eyes to stray towards his bonded, heart pounding erratically, only to Severus sitting against the wall, his eyes staring vacantly at the sink, lost in thought. Licking his lips nervously, not even noticing that his hands were shaking. Nerves were getting the better of him. He didn't want to lose Severus. He didn't think he'd be able to go back to that cold, colorless existence he'd endured before he had found a reason for living. The thought of sleeping alone made him shiver. He didn't know when he had begun to need Severus the way you needed air to breathe, but he did. He never wanted anything to compromise that, but if Severus didn't want this child, Merlin, help him. He began to breathe raggedly, at the mere thought of Severus not wanting anything to do with either of them. Sev, he whispered hoarsely, his green eyes alight with a fear so profound, one nobody had ever seen on his face since he was a child. Please say something, begging him without shame. Wishing to know what he was thinking and feeling, never once deciding to use the bond to intrude on his feelings. Severus snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze sharpening in on Harry, belatedly realizing that Dobby was gone, and Harry had such a look of fear on his face. Who wouldn't? Harry was the most wanted wizard by the dark side. He was at risk as long as he had breath in his body. No wonder he was terrified. No, that wasn't it, and Severus realized there was something much deeper and darker twisting in Harry's mind, a greater fear. Please don't ask me to get rid of it, Harry begged, his voice a mere whisper, his shaking becoming more pronounced. Severus' eyes widened, realizing how his silence may have been construed by his bonded. Noticing the shaking, he successfully got up to his feet, taking the hand that Harry did not have on his stomach in his and pulling Harry up. They weren't going to have this conversation on the floor or the bathroom. He noticed that the wards were telling him they were alone. The Flammels had evidently been asked to leave by Dobby, for that he was grateful. He needed to spend this time with his bonded. The potion alchemy for Ginny Weasley had suddenly paled into insignificance. Easy, Severus soothed him, still guiding his bonded into their bedroom, one hand absently rubbing his back, nonverbally trying to communicate that Harry shouldn't worry so much. Traitorously he couldn't help but imagine their child, one he hoped would mostly have Harry's looks, with his black hair and eyes. Things had just gotten a lot more dangerous than they had previous, and it was quite daunting, and he'd only admit under Veritaserum terrifying. Neither he nor Harry had any family, and they were both in precarious positions, Harry's as the boy who lived and him as a spy. Their lives were constantly in danger. What were they going to do? How could they think for a moment it was right to keep this child? Yet despite his words, he would never be able to tell Harry he should get an abortion. For better or for worse, they would be having a child sometime in the next 8 months. It was both terrifying and strangely exhilarating. Seeing how pale and worried Harry was made him ponder if this was just a bit too much for him. Harry was the strongest person he knew besides himself, but everyone had their breaking point. What if the thought of having a child was just too much worry and fear to endure? No, it wasn't fear at the situation, it was a fear of him. Harry had begged him to not make him get rid of the baby growing in his stomach. A justified fear. Neither had reacted conventionally to the pronouncement, something he would need to sort out immediately. He realized as he got Harry back into bed, at least they'd be moderately comfortable for this discussion. Perching on the bed beside him, wondering how it was someone so independent and strong could end up reliant on another, especially with a matter like this. He snorted derisively at his own thoughts. He knew if Harry was forced to choose, not that he had any intentions of such a notion passing his lips, Harry would pick the well-being of their child over him. He didn't hate Harry for the potentiality of it, in fact it made him love him all the more. There were people in this world that did not deserve children, who should not have them, but Harry wasn't one of them. Although the thought that Harry could think he would say such a thing did hurt a little, but his insecurities would always be there lurking under the surface. What the Dursleys had done would affect him for the rest of his life. I would never ask you to abort the baby, Harry. I will forgive the assumption due to my reaction, Severus stated honestly. I am shocked but not aversely to the news. I think I can say the same for yourself. Especially due to our precarious positions, his more so than Harry. The Dark Lord wouldn't allow anyone but himself kill Harry, which gave him a certain leeway of getting himself out of any situation he may get into. Harry looked into Severus' face, tracing every curve as if trying to commit it to memory, but in fact he was trying to make sure that Severus was being honest. Which was redundant. Severus said the truth whether you wanted to hear it. Not. Harry had yet to hear him giving any pointless platitudes or lie to anyone, ever. A gush of relieved air left his lips. If both of them were in this together, then that's all he cared about. What are we going to do? He asked, sounding slightly lost. Now. You may have to take your NEWTs early. When you get to the third trimester, using magic will be quite a chore, especially for you. Females have it bad, but they're more used to the hormones running through their bodies. You, however, will not be prepared for it. Severus began speaking in his usual teacher spiel, well, when educating the Slytherins or him when he wasn't in a classroom setting. You will need to be extra cautious regarding spells, especially aimed at you. Poppy will also need to be informed since I am not equipped to deal with this. What if we go into the chamber? Harry suggested. It will give me time to give birth and sit my exams. It's conceivable, Severus said with a frown. It would need to be last minute. You are still considered a teenager, Harry, and it will be heavily frowned upon when word gets out, especially in regards to whom you married. Normally I wouldn't care what anyone thought, but this isn't just one or two people or even the students at Hogwarts. It would be the entire magical world on a whole, and I would be judged quite harshly. I know I will be anyway, but this is slightly different. It won't just be you, it will be both of us. Harry sighed. He was so tired of the magical world thinking they had a right to run his life. I doubt we will ever be safe here, will we? It was rhetorical. There would always be something. That's if they both survived. If they died, their tune would change and they'd be all over his child as the child of the saviors of the magical world. By Merlin, the thought left him horrified. Severus, knowing it was rhetorical, didn't reply. He cared, no, loved Harry enough to disregard the magical world on a whole and do one selfish thing for himself for once. The thought of anyone having Harry was horrifying. He may as well cut his own heart out at the thought. To complete their bond, they were now expecting a child. He would do anything to protect Harry, to protect the most precious thing he had in his life. The only good and decent thing he'd accomplished. One day, Sev, we're going to be able to get out of Hogwarts and explore the world, Harry said with determination. They both had to survive, they just had to. He wouldn't lob his fame on his child, he couldn't do that. If he died, he knew that's what would happen. The baby would either be loved or hated its entire life. He knew Severus wanted to see the world, the different plants, herbs and buildings he'd only ever seen in books. America, Asia, just everywhere, and Harry would love nothing more than to give him all that. Coming from anyone else I would have snorted, Severus said wryly, staring at his bonded, seeing the steely determination radiating from his posture and in those green eyes of his. One day we shall see. He didn't have the same faith in Harry, if it could be coined as faith. Perhaps it was more a dream, that they could survive this. Can you tell how far along it is? Harry asked. The word, it, just sounded so wrong, mostly because he had been called it, freak, or the boy, or the abomination, all his life. Of course, Severus murmured, feeling quite anxious and excited as well. Flicking out his wand, he began the standard diagnosis charm that would let him know just how far along Harry already was. Harry's green eyes peered into Severus, waiting patiently for an answer, his hand still clutching his stomach automatically. 6 weeks yesterday, Severus said, his cheeks heating up just a little, remembering the date and exactly what they had been doing. Perhaps they had forgotten to use the spell after all. He had created a monster who was alluring and insatiable, and all his, and even he couldn't say no to the temptation that was Harry. Harry chuckled wickedly. What a night that had been. Severus had successfully managed to do his rounds, but only just. They'd spent the hour in the shower and both of them had been thoroughly debauched by the time they came out, but clean nonetheless. His own cheeks heated up just a little as he thought about it himself. Can we trust Poppy? I mean, I don't want this getting out, Harry said, his eyes shadowed. Not even to McGonagall, or worse, the Order. The Order was sneered in disgust. Poppy can be trusted, but I believe that she will feel compelled to tell the headmistress, Severus conceded. She has to inform them due to the fact the student will need pulled from Hogwarts. What about an oath? Or an unbreakable vow? Harry suggested a vow was never to be taken lightly, he knew, or even an oath. It could rob a witch or wizard of their magic after all, while the vow would kill them before the secret could be fully written down or slip past their lips. I'm sure it won't be the first time she's been asked to make one, Severus said thoughtfully. We definitely need her, so it might be our only option. Harry's brow furrowed. Don't we need someone more specific? A midwife? An obstetrician? Severus' lips twitched. Healers have a well-rounded mastery. Sure, they all have their second masteries in different specialized subjects, such as curses and hexes, the mind arts. They are quite diverse. All healers know everything they can about births. It's one of the most important things to wizards and witches. Children are the future, and we do not have many of them, as you can no doubt deduce from how many students attend Hogwarts, half of which were born in the Muggle world. The other half at home or in St. Mungo's. There is no such thing as an obstetrician in the magical world. He wasn't surprised by Harry's ignorance on that particular subject, even he hadn't been aware of St. Mungo's much other than in passing before he gained his mastery, and they wanted him to work for them. He declined, of course. In fact, it's something they learn during their Metawizard course, which is the opening course to give the people interested an idea of the coursework and gauge their interest in healing. Harry made a noise to show he heard and understood. He would have found it worrisome, but he knew how good healers were. They had kept Arthur Weasley alive against all odds, with Nagini's venom coursing through him until they got the antidote. With magic it wasn't as easy to die during childbirth, especially if you had a healer on hand. That's not to say it didn't happen, of course, but Harry hadn't heard of it happening. You should get back to the potion, Harry said belatedly, realizing he was keeping Severus from important work. Dobby informed them that we would be unavailable for the rest of the day. They have gone home. Severus informed him, nothing is more important than you, especially not a potion for that girl. No matter how interesting the potion itself is. How he loathed her unwanted attentions on Harry, on what she had tried to do. Trapping someone in a loveless marriage, it was despicable. Her belief that Harry would still want her beggared belief. Just thinking about her made him furious. He was grateful that she wasn't in his class, otherwise she would have found herself in a worse predicament with her house, since he would have deduced potions left, right and center with a healthy dose of detentions. Warmth filled Harry. Oh, he was used to people pretending he was more important, or rather believing he was, due to his status as the boy who lived, but this was genuine. He was wanted above all else just because he was Harry. Severus had never cared about the boy who lived, just him. It's perhaps what had drawn him to Severus like a moth to a flame. You cannot be near potions, it's very harmful for the baby, Severus continued. That itself will be a dead giveaway, especially since Mrs. Dumbledore isn't taking potions, unless we come up with a plan that will ensure I do not let you back in my classroom. A sly smirk on his face. It would get back to the Dark Lord, and he would be much aware that Harry remembered what happened but was unable to talk about it, and was trying his best to get back at him. It would secure both their safety for the time being. Word could not get back to the Dark Lord about Harry's pregnancy, not for a good long while. He would correctly assume it was his. Severus and Merlin only knows what would happen. It could buy Harry time, since the Dark Lord could wish for the baby to survive and be brought up on the dark side, or he could find himself threatened by the baby due to who its carrier was and wish to deal with it right away. It caused a shudder to run down his spine. Regardless, no, the Dark Lord must not find out. "I love when you get all cunning," Harry said, his green eyes twinkling almost viciously. Deception, how he loved it. Although he would need to warn Hermione and Ron, they would get very defensive, they'd assume it was real. He couldn't let that happen, and thankfully they were decent enough at acting and would do it on his behalf. "Get the Flammels back, I'll go and meet Hermione in the library instead." He knew how much Severus loved a challenge, and this was the only day he could really dig his claws into it. "Are you sure?" Severus asked seriously, his mind mulling over potential instances they could use to get Hogwarts talking and him not allowing Harry back into his class. His eyes narrowed back in on Harry intently. "Yes, I'd like to see them for a bit," Harry said. He'd been sort of neglecting his friendship, but he knew if he'd been with them he'd have felt like a third wheel when they got all gooey-eyed on each other. "I'll have a potion you can take ready for you when you return," Severus promised, inwardly excited at the prospect of trying to create an antidote to Dumbledore's potion again. Seeing the confused look on Harry's face, he elaborated, "There are a few potions you can take while pregnant. A specialized anti-nausea potion to combat morning sickness is one of them." "I don't know why they call it morning sickness," Harry scowled petulantly. He'd felt sick nearly constantly for ages. He slid out of bed, and moved over to the wardrobe and removed some clothes he had bought himself, not hand-me-downs or things from the Weasleys, so they fitted perfectly, for now. Severus suppressed his chuckle. Instead he stood up and exited his bedroom, using the flow to let the two Flammels that they could return if they so desired. Either way, he was going to spend his time in the lab, first brewing the anti-nausea potion for Harry and then the potion for Mrs. Dumbledore. It would be better if he could just go to Azkaban and get his answers, but the larger part reveled in the mystery to be solved. There was also the little fact he wanted to prove he was just as smart as Dumbledore. Not even 5 minutes later the couple were back through, looking quietly concerned, but dawning suspicion began to rouse when they noticed the potion Severus was brewing. Realization began to fill them rather than suspicion when Severus made an offhanded comment that Harry wouldn't be in the lab with them for the time being. "Harry," Ron called out, looking relieved, waving his best friend over to the table loaded down with books, with Hermione probably buried under them all somewhere. "Quiet," came the voice of the resident librarian Pants, who glared at Ron in warning. Harry grinned at Ron's feigned apologetic look, shaking his head as he made his way over. "Hey, bored are you?" Harry asked, moving around until he could see both his best friends. Hermione was busy scribbling away on her parchment with a book open at the side of her. "A little," Ron admitted, glancing at Hermione with a genuine apologetic look. He wasn't a Ravenclaw, he would never be as invested in books like his girlfriend. "How far are you, my own?" Harry asked, finally getting Hermione's attention. She blinked at her best friend. "Harry, when did you get here?" Harry chuckled as he sat down. "Just a few moments ago," he informed her, browsing through all the information she had on the current leaf of parchment. He pursed his lips as he looked at all the work. She was a genius, but the thought of this information in the wrong hands was daunting. "Make sure there's an out clause in there, my own. Can you imagine what people will do if they find this? Use it," Harry whispered, shuddering at the thought of them being put on him. The Ministry were a fickle bunch, and then again they would just ban this new creation, stop its use, until it became desirable again. "Don't worry, these are different," Hermione said quietly so only her friends could hear. "They'll sink into the skin, undetectable, and it's coded. Only we know the codes." She knew why he was concerned. It was why she began coding it herself. Nobody would be able to figure it out except them, and once she'd completed the bands she would destroy all documentation she had on the work she was doing. Most of her work was always on her person. She didn't even trust the head girl room to keep it safe, even with all the spells she and Harry had on their rooms. "Good," Harry said, relaxing in relief at that. Hermione just immersed herself in the books again, scribbling randomly every few moments, and Ron was just staring ahead, his brow furrowed, clearly thinking about something worrying. "Ron," Harry called, "what's wrong?" He knew something was wrong. Nothing, Harry, Ron lied, shaking his head. This wasn't something Harry could help with. Something is wrong. I've known you 7 years now, what's up? Harry asked more sternly, are you worried about Ginny? Digging for information to find out if he'd been told or figured it out on his own. No, she's fine, all things considered. Ron told him that was Harry for you, he cared too much. Ginny would be going home soon to be home taught, if they had a home to go to. Then what is it? Harry asked, getting exasperated with his friend's avoidance. Ron, just explain, Hermione said soothingly, giving her boyfriend a reassuring smile. Dad can't afford to pay the goblins, he's trying so hard to get overtime to make ends meet but he can't. If he misses any more payments he could lose the house, the goblins could take the burrow, and the land we have. My brothers are trying to get the money together to pay off the loans, the interest keeps piling up. Ron explained, face flushing red in embarrassment and anger, especially since he couldn't do a damn thing to help. Charlie, Bill, Percy and the twins are trying to help. Fred and George even said they could come live in the flat if the worst happens. It wasn't as if they had a lot of funds stashed away that they could just give their dad. Oh, Harry said, I'm sorry. He felt really awkward since he had more money than he could spend in a lifetime. It wouldn't hurt to help though, and Arthur could still pay him back if he wanted to, just without interest and at a rate he could afford without them going hungry. While he was angry at Ginny and Molly, it didn't mean all the Weasleys should suffer. It's not your fault, Ron said seriously, but I really regret taking that damn flying car to Hogwarts. If I hadn't done it maybe my parents wouldn't be so bad off. And it had been all his idea, Harry had just followed along. Harry blinked, what do you mean? He got fined, remember, facing an enquiry at work. He charmed a muggle object. The reason his fine was reasonably low is because Dad didn't actually want to use it, Ron admitted, and probably because they knew he wouldn't be able to pay a worse-off fine. And because it was us, me who took it. Bloody hell, Ron, Harry said, shaking his head. He hadn't thought about it at all. It wasn't really fair that Arthur had to pay it by himself. Then again he couldn't help but be grateful the Dursleys hadn't got a notice for a fine. Vernon would have taken it out on his skin and bones. Then there's the other loans my dad's had to get. I really hope my brothers come through, Ron admitted. Even if it was just one of the loans it would tide them over hopefully. I'm sure they will, Ron, Harry said, already planning on getting the twins here. They would be most willing to let him help than any of the others. He was pretty sure he would only be using the interest he was getting from WWW anyway to help them pay back the loans. Why don't you go play chess with Seamus and Dean? Hermione questioned. I'll take all this back to our room and see you later. Suggesting it, Seamus and Dean had asked him to play chess just before Harry had come in. If it was just before Harry came in, she knew she tended to lose time when she immersed herself in her books. Ron nodded slowly. That was exactly what he needed, and it would help take his mind off everything. All right, go. Me and Harry will see you in an hour or so, Hermione said firmly, knowing what her boyfriend needed, she couldn't give him. I'm not coming, but I do need to talk to both of you later, Harry said with a wistful smile once Ron was out of earshot. Hermione stared at him curiously, silently demanding an answer. Not now, it's important, too important for anyone to overhear. Harry informed her, his wistful smile sobering. All right, Hermione said, almost pouting. She didn't like waiting for information but she understood the gravity and would wait. Will you be there in an hour or so? Yes, I should have it done by then, Harry said, nodding in agreement. The twins were only in Diagon Alley after all. Okay, Hermione said as she began to gather everything up. Great, Harry said, and just like that he was gone like Ron. Harry, what are you doing here? Fred questioned, surprise flittering over his face. It took him a few seconds to realize that yes, and Hogwarts was indeed in session. Harry should be at Hogwarts just like Ron and Ginny for that matter. You decided to leave early. See us as role models. He teased, puffing up in feigned pride. Harry grinned and shook his head. Nothing got them down, did it? Even in the midst of a crisis of the potential loss of the burrow, they always found a way to smile and make others forget their troubles for a brief time. I came to see you, actually, he answered, pondering on whether he should have discussed this with Sev first. It was a bit late for that. he would just have to make do. "What are you up to?" Gesturing towards the till he was emptying as if he had no clue. Out of sheer morbid curiosity on whether they would actually tell him anything. Probably not. Like Ron, the rest of the Weasleys were quite proud with a few obvious notable exceptions. Oh, nothing. What did you need?" Fred asked, genuinely curious about what had brought Harry out of school to see them. "How close are you to losing the Burrow?" Harry questioned, not even putting up a pretense. Fred flinched at the words, which struck a chord in Harry. This wasn't fair on them at all, and it completed his desire to help them. "How much of your money are you planning on giving up?" All of it." Fred blinked rapidly. "How did you?" "I got it out of Ron. He's just as worried as you all, or worse I'd imagine, since he can't do anything to help and feels useless." Harry replied, wandering over. "I didn't give you my Triwizard winnings to see you buy a shop only to get it taken from you. They had to pay rent after all, on both the shop, their flat, and need money for supplies." Fred swallowed. That was his worst fear, but they had to help their parents, yes, even his mum, despite the fact he was quite disgusted with her. "We have to do it," he answered almost brokenly. This was literally killing them, but they had to do it. "Do all of you even have enough to cover it?" Harry asked, pensively. "We don't know, we're all getting what we can to try," Fred said quietly, sliding the till drawer closed, rubbing his head where the pounding headache sat. His dad had sounded so ashamed to admit it to them that he was close to losing the only thing he had in his name, their home. It might not look or be much compared to some families, but to them it would always be home. "Look, I know your pride and stubbornness is going to want to say no to this, but I'll give you the amount to cover what Arthur owes," Harry said after a few moments of silence, "the only stipulation being that it's paid back in installments, and you only pay back what I handed over. Obviously it won't include the proceeds I get from the shop. I would rather you didn't tell anyone though. I can't imagine your dad would be amenable to the idea, especially with the guilt he already harbors for what happened." He didn't need to elaborate or say her name for Fred to get it. "Although I understand if you have no choice," he added grudgingly, knowing the others would realize something was going on. They were too smart. "We can't do that, Harry," Fred said stubbornly. "This isn't your burden to bear. Our family has done enough to you," he added bitterly. "So you'd rather lose your shop, your apartment, and end up back under your mother's roof? Unemployed, without two nuts to rub together. Every single one of you broke beyond capacity." Harry pointed out the alternative in hopes of getting through to Fred. "Having your mother telling you she was right and that you couldn't do it." Fred grimaced in pain. It was more mental than physical, and the last thing on earth he wanted was to lose his shop. For once in their lives they were doing something they held a great deal of passion for. The desire to take Harry up on his offer was so strong, he was almost helpless in the face of it. No, they couldn't, not after what his mum and Ginny had done, even his dad, although he was more innocent in this than his mum and Ginny. "We'll be all right, we will do all orders and start back up again," he tried and failed to delude himself. "Look, I don't have all night," Harry said, becoming curt. "When I walk out that door, consider the offer withdrawn." Pointing towards the door, "You will just have to live with the consequences of your actions. I'm giving you this one chance to save absolutely everything you've built. Everything in your life. I mean seriously, do you actually think you can pull together and pay off his debts with what you all have? You two have the most money out of all your brothers. And you don't even have a quarter of what you need, do you?" Shame splashed across Fred's face. Shame, hurt, and acknowledgement that Harry was right. "No," he croaked out, admitting the reality that he and George were so desperately avoiding. "It's not like I need the money," Harry said softly, placing his hand on Fred's shoulder. "Let me do this. Don't let what Molly and Ginny did besmirch the relationship I have with all of you. You, George, Ron, even annoying Percy, Bill, and Charlie are like brothers to me, unless part of you blames me for." "Never think that." Fred snapped right back, squeezing his hand that was on his shoulder. "None of us blame you for what happened, Harry, not even a little bit." Did Harry really think that? It angered and shocked him. No, Harry wasn't to blame, and he hoped his words got through. When he wasn't trying to get this together, he made a mental note for them to meet up with Harry more often, have a proper conversation. Cursing quietly when he heard the door going again, he should have closed it, but apparently nobody could look at signs and see that his shop was closed. Looking up, he was just in the process of opening his mouth to tell whoever it was that they were closed, only to see distinctive red hair of his brother. Percy. He was standing at the door awkwardly, staring anywhere but at Harry. He narrowed his eyes. What happened between you? They'd seemed all right. Percy had left Hogwarts when Harry was in his 3rd year, so what was going on? What could have happened? Me. Nothing. Harry chuckled dryly, rancor deep in his voice. But apparently I am a bad influence on Ron and the rest of you. He encouraged Ron to stop being my friend, when it was his own dear mother and sister that was bad for me. Watching Percy flush a painful red of shame and embarrassment. I honestly have no idea how you could think for a minute I lied about Voldemort being back. I mean, you must have thought I killed Cedric Diggory as well then. You'd rather think I was a murderer than believe that Voldemort was back even after what happened to your own sister. Percy cleared his throat. I apologize, he said, shamefaced. I didn't think you'd killed Cedric. Honestly, I just thought you were confounded, and that you were going to drag my family down with you in your delusions. I was wrong, and when I'm wrong I know to say I am wrong. Not too proud to do what was right, just like he'd been brought up to do by his father. Apology accepted, Harry said sincerely. Don't worry about it, I wasn't holding a grudge. Alright, maybe I was, but a relatively small one. It matters little in the list of grudges I have over people who have screwed me over. Thank you, Percy said, bewildered over the fact Harry was forgiving him just like that. He didn't think he'd have it in him. What are you doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be in school? He wondered, going back to being uncomfortable again. Harry didn't take offense. He realized that Percy was uncomfortable because he didn't want to say anything in front of him. He absently wondered just how much Percy had in his name, especially considering he had just proposed to his girlfriend. He had at one point been in a long-term relationship with Penelope Clearwater. It hadn't lasted long after they graduated Hogwarts. Which didn't surprise Harry. Both of them were headstrong, stubborn, and Percy had worked extremely hard at his job and Penelope had done the same. In the end they'd grown apart. Audrey he hadn't met, but from all indications she was nice. Harry knows, Fred supplied, reading his own brother's discomfort easily enough. Fred, Percy exclaimed indignantly. He didn't tell me, Percy. Ron did, very reluctantly. It isn't just you that's worrying, and Ron feels guilty and useless that he can't contribute, Harry informed Percy seriously. I offered to help, but so far Fred has been resistant to aid. I'd rather not have to give the same speech a few more times, so I'll wait. I assume you're all meeting up here. Turning to Fred in query. Yeah, Fred sighed, sitting himself down on the stool, pinching the bridge of his nose. Percy ambled towards the counter himself, confused and curious about this aid Harry was going to offer up. Well, it was obviously money, since that was the only way out of the mess. Unless he wanted to pay off the loan at Gringotts and purchase the burrow itself, then maybe start up some sort of repayment plan. He yawned tiredly, his hand over his mouth. He hadn't gotten any sleep last night. He might be distant from his family lately, but he'd never let them lose the burrow if he could help it. Anything worth selling that he had to his name had been sold in a bid to get everything he could to help. Audrey had helped as well, but the one thing they absolutely refused to sell was the engagement ring he'd given Audrey. It didn't matter the things he'd sold, they could live without. When will they get here? Harry asked after a few moments of silence. Any time now, Percy was the one to answer, glancing at the ceiling with the others when they heard distinctive sound of footsteps from the flat above. Then within a few minutes, George was coming through the entrance from the flat, Bill and Charlie through the front door of the shop. All of them tense, grim and looking tired, as if none of them had gotten sleep in the past few days. Each of them was startled and surprised to see that Harry was along them. Hey, Harry, how you doing? Charlie said, giving him a pat on the back as he approached. Bill did the same thing, inquiring how he was with a smile. Despite their surprise, they were happy to see him. I'm very happy, Harry said, and that was the truth, a bright smile on his face. Not that it's not good to see you, but what are you doing here? Have you left Hogwarts? Bill asked him, leaning against the counter, but all Weasleys were looking at Harry curiously. No, I'm still going to graduate. Harry said he hoped so anyway, otherwise all his hard work would be for nothing, but the baby growing in his stomach was more important. I came to offer help, refraining from rolling his eyes at the fact they all stiffened. We should at least see how much we manage to get together before we decide. Fred suggested, his pouch lying on the counter where he had placed it after taking the money out. We have nearly 900 galleons from the shop in the vault. Nobody was confused by the we, since Fred and George were rarely apart. Add another 40 that I got together minus a few sickles, George said, placing his own on beside Fred's. 300, Charlie said, closing his eyes, already realizing that they just wouldn't have enough to cover it. He only had the money he'd got from his job. The money he had saved up in case of an emergency. He'd used it to survive here, without a job. 150, Percy admitted, it was all he had been able to scramble together, and he hadn't been paid yet, and wouldn't for over 2 weeks still. 330, Bill flung his own pouch in the pile, mentally calculating how much they'd accumulated, and found that they still didn't have enough. Dad won't get enough from the heirlooms he wants to sell to pay for it all. How much is it exactly? Harry asked after watching them, just as he thought the twins had the most. It's well over 2,000 he's owed to the bank, Bill replied. They had half at least. He supposed they'd have to make do, pay what they could, but his dad just didn't make enough to pay the monthly requirements that the goblins were demanding, leading to another round of trying to pay it again until the goblins had enough and took the house as repayment. They didn't take lightly to anyone stealing from them, and his dad not paying was the equivalent of stealing in the eyes of the goblins. How much has your dad been paying? Harry asked, his brow scrunched up. Dad works in a part of the ministry that doesn't pay a lot. I get 3 times the amount that he does, Percy admitted. He gets barely 150 galleons, but sometimes more depending on the overtime he accumulates. His boss takes pity on him and gives him more work than he should. And the amount the goblins are demanding? Harry pushed, noticing he'd avoided saying anything. Half, for both loans. Along the way it's a hell of a lot of profit they're racking up as well. Bill groused the goblins were draining the entire family dry. He still didn't know what his father had been thinking by actually going to the goblins for loans. They wanted too much back in interest for it to be feasible. Look, you guys shouldn't have to do this. It's not fair on you to give every single canute you have to pay for this. Let me pay the loans off, and I'll let your dad pay it back at a better rate without interest. Harry suggested, that way you'll not all end up skint and your dad can pay it back. You want to buy the burrow by clearing both loans and let dad buy it back in installments? Bill blurted out in surprise. Yes, Harry replied, knowing that was one way to guarantee that Arthur Weasley would repay the money. Bill seemed so surprised, it was as if they were expecting him to still be the clueless idiot who had entered Hogwarts 7 years ago. No, he'd had an abundance of books to read down in the chamber, which meant he knew the ins and outs of both ministry law, goblin law, and everything else in between. The brothers all looked at each other, obviously torn, accept Harry's offer and save themselves a lot of hassle, both current and future, or try and fail to pay it off. Resignation steeped into each of them when they acknowledged that there truly was no other way. I'm curious though, why hasn't anyone else taken the opportunity to do that? Harry queried. A lot of purebloods hated the Weasleys and wouldn't think twice about purchasing the land and knocking the burrow down around them. They Weasleys paled pasty white at that, making their freckles stand out in abundance. Nobody knows yet. Then they knew, true to Harry's words, that there would be people grabbing at the opportunity to disgrace them even more. Harry cast a spell at the money pouches, sending them flying back to their owners. Bill, since you know the goblins best, I suggest you come with me and help set up the contract for your father's repayment schedule. Shouldn't you go with our dad? Fred suggested. What would he say? Harry pointed out seriously. How bad did it get before he told you? He won't like this, Percy cautioned, but honestly, it was the better alternative. Their dad would say no, and would not relent. They'd either lose the house to someone else or buy themselves a little time by making themselves broke. He doesn't have to, but the important thing is that he'd get over it, with a roof over his head, Harry stated sharply. Bill and Charlie both nodded that it was very true. All right, Bill sighed, but at least let us contribute to it. No, I'll make it so it's something your father can afford. I promise, he won't be struggling to pay it back, so there's no need for you to worry, all of you have no need to worry. Harry stated resolutely. Harry, we don't mean. Fred didn't get to finish. I said it's fine, Harry told him firmly, green eyes filled with determination. Now let's go. Sidelong or meeting up? Bill questioned. Apparition, Harry confirmed before he disappeared with a pop. Bill smiled grimly at his brothers before he too apparated to Gringotts to meet. Up with Harry. -0. Just sign these 3 parchments on the dotted line, the goblin informed them, handing the 4-1 being an official document for a will that cannot be disputed or delayed even by law. It would be read 7 days after his death without fail. Documents over, before rounding his seat and reclaiming it. Happy to wait until the wizard had thoroughly checked it over, which made him respect Lord Potter. He wasn't stupid enough to just trust a goblin and sign it. Although they would never rip their clients off, they'd never risk it. They held the standards of Gringotts, but it never hurt to be cautious. Harry signed them using his title, Lord Potter. He couldn't very well sign them as Lord Harry James Potter Snape. After all, it defeated the purpose of keeping his marriage a secret. The goblins knew though, since he had rewritten his will after his bonding, and he was about to do it again to include his child. They would never reveal it, they wouldn't dare to. He was well aware of the power his name held, and it wasn't solely focused on the fact he'd survived Voldemort as a baby. The will document he slid into his pocket, ignoring the curious look Bill shot him, but he was smart enough to ask, realizing it was none of his business. The documents were handed back over only to disappear with a pop when the goblin signed it as witness that it was all above board. Is there anything else we can do for you today, Lord Potter? The goblin asked, a gleam of amusement in its eyes. Evidently the young lord didn't want anyone knowing he was married, judging by the way he signed his name. No, I believe we are done for the day, Harry stated. He had signed the money over to the goblins for what Arthur was owed, accepted the deeds to the lands the burrow sat on. Also arranged for a direct deposit from Arthur's vault to his, which Arthur obviously had to sign. He'd made it a monthly deposit with a generous 50 galleons a month. It was more than half off of what he had been paying to the goblins each month. Thank you, he added, handing the document over to Bill. He'd have to give it to Arthur. He wanted no part in the discussion that was going to happen when they finally met up with their father. May the gods grant you more gold, Sneerk, Harry said, not waiting for the reply, already knowing it by reading up on the etiquette of the goblin race. I need to return to Hogwarts, Harry said as they both made their way hastily through the marble halls of Gringotts. You going to be all right? Aware that it was going to be a long day for them all, but at least they didn't need to part with every single hard-earned penny they had to help their father. Why did you do it? Bill asked, glancing at Harry as they walked down the steps. I'd like to think if it was me and my family that someone would help. Unlikely, I know, but what are friends for? Harry said, shrugging. Thanks, Harry, Bill said, and brought Harry into a. Surprise flittered over Harry's face as he let Bill him, feeling extremely awkward. He wasn't used to people touching him. Least of all unexpectedly, Sev, Hermione, and Ron he could tolerate because he had grown accustomed to their touch. Neither noticed the flashing of a camera going off or the scheming look on one Rita Skeeter's face as she quickly made a beeline to safety. I'll see you later, Harry said, grateful when he let go. You will, Bill nodded. Then Harry disappeared on the spot. He did the same, only to Fred and George's shop, where the rest of his brothers minus Ron of course would still be waiting there for news. Harry's room, head boy, Hogwarts. So what was it you wanted to tell us? Hermione asked impatiently from where she sat on the sofa in Harry's room. It was similar to her own, which she and Ron used for most part. She had been waiting impatiently for answers to whatever Harry had to tell them. She sat up straighter as she observed Harry checking the room for animagus, listening devices, and casting his own silencing charm. This had to be big if he was taking such drastic precautions. Harry? Ron asked, frowning at his best friend, glancing at his girlfriend as if she had the answers, which she usually did. Harry took a deep breath, idly wondering how his best friends would take it. I'm pregnant, he told them. Against his will a soft smile appeared on his face when all he had wanted to do was convey seriousness. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.